Barrel Surf Podcast.
Barrel Surf Podcast.
Barreled Surf Podcast.
Barreled Surf Podcast.
Barreled Surf Podcast.
Barrel Surf Podcast.
Barrel Surf Podcast.
Yeehaw!
Alrighty then, welcome back to Barrel Surf Podcast. Namu here, back in the Shedquarters. Stoked to be here today. It's a Saturday afternoon in the southwest. It's an absolute rip snorter. To my left, as usual, Mr. Adam Kennedy.
G'day, mates. Yes, very exciting afternoon ahead of us in the Shedquarters. Not sure if I've ever felt intimidated in my own Shedquarters before doing a podcast, but I'm feeling a little outnumbered here by our special guests, and got a real succinct feeling that as these margaritas go down, we might just get a sly elbow from these ladies and told to beat it, and we'll just be sitting back in the corner and they'll probably take over. So maybe I'm hoping that happens a little bit, to be honest.
Mate, I'm hoping that happens too, because it's not often you get a bit of a hip and shoulder in your own Shedquarters, mate. You do love this space, even though it's an absolute grot of a space, but we do have all the memorabilia and so forth with us, as well as our three special guests today. We have been wanting to get these people, these West Australian icons, Adzy, onto the show for a long time. One of them's a second return visitor, and we'll mention her shortly. But why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown on our amazing guests for today?
Mate, we have in the shed today a bunch of Lord yelling up women surfer. They've been around these shores for a while now. They've done all sorts of things, from teach 1 million kids to surf, compete on the world stage. They've been involved in sponsorship roles and coaching roles and commentating, and mate, they have done everything in surfing, everything there is to do, as well as catch a shit ton of waves with plenty of style, and they also keep it real on the beaches here in West Oz. Welcome, Crystal Simpson. How are you, mate?
Good, Adzy.
Good to finally get you in here. We've had your brother in here. That was a pretty funny night, actually.
That was. I don't think you made it home so early.
No, he actually put the fear of God into me. He left here, and look, this may or may not be true, obviously, but we had 2.5 mid-strength beers in the shed, and he went to drive home, and 5 minutes later, he lives 5 minutes away, his wife was calling me going, "Where's Jason?" And I'm like, "He just left." And she's like, "Well, he's not home." I'm like, "Oh, he's 2 minutes away. Just give him a chance." And then one thing led to another. 20 minutes later, half an hour later, Colby's like, "Where the hell is he?" I started freaking out, going, "Man, that second mid-strength, we shouldn't have had that second mid-strength." So I took off looking for him in the back roads and couldn't find him anywhere. I'm ringing him, couldn't find him. Mate, turns out that he, between here and his place, which is all of a 5-minute drive, he heard there was a party on down at Caves House Hotel and just went straight there and didn't tell anyone. So that was a good night. But
That's right. I remember that. I actually remember that.
Yeah, he was in good form. He told some good stories. But now we've got the younger sister to paint the colour of some of those stories from a different angle. So that'll be cool. And, mate, to your left, we've also got Lizzie Nunn, who's been surfing the West Oz coastline for a very long time. How are you, Lizzie?
I'm very well. Thanks for having us. Don't be intimidated. Just a group of ladies with a jug of frozen margaritas.
Yeah, what can go
without
wrong?
our children. So there's nothing to be afraid of. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. And we've also got Holly Monkman over there, who's currently running the Quicksilver, owns a Quicksilver surf shop in Dunsborough, and we were in there yesterday afternoon raising awareness for the Save Smiths Beach. You were lending your shop to that space, and that's how we all ended up here this afternoon, wasn't it? So how are you, Holly?
I'm great. Thanks for having us back, and I'm excited to sit with two of my oldest friends and hear their stories, and thanks for having me back on the lounge.
Yeah, sick. Yeah, well, I hit Crystal up at the end of the meeting yesterday, and I'm like, "Let's do a potty," and she's like, "Yeah, cool." And I'm like, "When should we do it?" She's like, "Whenever you want." I said, I was joking. I was like, "Let's do it tomorrow." She goes, "Okay." And I was like, "Oh, sweet. Someone's finally agreed to come in the shed with me." Everyone just runs from me or gives me ghosties all the time.
I was going to say, mate, usually when we ask people to come on, they go, "Not a chance in the world. What are you talking about?" But yeah, thanks for joining us, ladies. It's an absolute pleasure.
Oh, thanks for having
Thank
us.
you. Yeah, we're excited.
And then I realised Crystal was serious, and I was like, "Sick. Okay, let's do it tomorrow, Arvo." And Lizzie's like, she's coming. I'm coming too. And
Well, someone's got to be truthful.
yeah.
Hold Crystal to account and Holly.
Yeah, and then I was like, shit, yeah, let's go for the double clanger. That sounds awesome. And then Holly's like, well, if you two girls are going, I'm coming. And I was just like, oh, here we go. We're on now. So that's how it happened, all in quick succession. It wasn't even 24 hours ago. So
that
that's
was
cool.
it. That was the end of our friends. That's all we've got is us three. So
Yeah.
no one else is coming.
Yeah, sweet. Perfect. That's all we need. Yeah, well, mate, you girls, to anyone who lives in this area, they all know you. You've all been surfing around here pretty seriously for a long time. Mate, let's start with Lizzie.
Yes.
Let's just dial it all back. It's what we do with all our guests. And where did it all start? Where did you grow up?
Well, look, I'm actually originally from Perth. That's a pretty bitter pill to swallow and hard to say
Oh, it
here
is
today.
amongst these two core lords either side of you, isn't it? But don't
Yeah.
worry, I'm a Perthy too, mate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good, excellent. Oh, we're all Perthies, wonderful. A little later, I'll tell you how I met these two and
Sounds
how
great.
desperate I was to be their friend. But look, for me, no, my dad bought out in Eagle Bay in 1976. So
Wow.
$10,000 for a patch of dirt that no one had heard of, and he was going to build this holiday home. So luckily, that's where it started for me, being out there. And so my memories of surfing are those winter swells in Eagle Bay, and Dad just pushing me onto these swells out there on these big single fin boards. And so that's kind of where it began. Yeah, that's where it was.
Just going back to that, Lizzie, $10,000,
$10,000,
1976.
huge amounts.
Quite a lot of money, right?
Would you like to know how my dad raised that money? Well, actually, no, it's not.
I was going to say,
Okay, let's
doesn't have anything to do with surfboard board shorts. in
Well,
the
Dad
old
was a
days.
PE teacher up at Hales School, and on the school holidays, he would run these swimming lessons, and the vacation swim. Dad would run them at Hales School, but it was all cash, and that's how he funded the house in Eagle Bay, and there were lots of other houses being built out there. I think things got borrowed from different houses being built. And he was also the head of woodwork and motors and mechanics at Hale School. So they ended up buying a lot of, cement mixers and things for the school that Dad would borrow on the weekends.
Nice.
Yes. And I remember
like it.
saying to him, how did you know how to build a house? And he said, trial and error. I said, yeah, okay, but how do you know where to start? He goes, well, from the ground up. So simple days, $10,000 was a lot of money, and people couldn't believe, where's Eagle Bay and
Where
why
is
are you
that place?
buying there? But it was a choice between a caravan at Smith's Beach, which retrospective, well, that's a good idea. We nearly ended up with a shack at Lancelin. I would have been a fucking wingdinger. And are we allowed to swear? Oh, okay.
Fucking oath we are.
Because I'm half a margarita in that came out already. And then he found Eagle Bay, and it was a howling sea breeze, and so it was offshore there, and he just went, this is the place. So
This is it.
yeah, so that's
Was
how
it one of
we...
the first sort of places built there?
It was, yeah.
No
It was about
way.
the third or fourth house, and it was amazing. Dad built it all. He bought heaps of stuff from Gremo, Misty's dad. Bought lots of recycled brick and timber, and the combi had to bring down the water tank on top, and there was a big bush post in the middle, and church windows and whatever they could find and scrimp and save, put the house together. So
That's awesome.
Yeah,
what
that was
what
it.
year did your dad finish at Hale?
Golly. He was there his whole life, so at least in the 70s through to... Well, I'd worked with him at Hale School for a little while, and my mum, all three of us were there at once. It was a bit rude. But so he would have finished, I guess, in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're not a Hale School lad, are you?
Well, I almost got expelled from there in '94.
Oh, well, then you would
So,
have...
and I was, now that you mention it, I remember a nun there.
If you were a dickhead, you would have been in Dad's classes, because he did all the dickheads in the shop courses.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Les Nunn.
Hey?
Are you the reason you left?
Yeah, Namo asked him why the
Dad
reason he
loved
left.
the troublemakers.
He was still there.
He loved the borders.
Took a shining to him.
Yeah.
So, hey, it's good young kid. I'll get him come work on my house down in
That's
Eagle
it.
Bay.
Absolutely.
Cash.
Mate, it's a good way to, if you're going to, pick a school to try to get a bit of cash out of the parents, especially in the 80s and 70s. Like Hale School's the one.
That's the one.
It was a cash economy back there, and they had plenty of it. So, yeah.
So that's it. Yeah, Eagle Bay back in the day, those winter swells.
So
and that's
were they
where-
your first surfs, not in Perth?
Yeah, no, they were my first surfs.
Really?
And then it was a little bit older. Then I ended up at Surfing WA doing one of those courses with Jodie Cooper.
Oh, sick.
Tim Thirsk and Mark Cliff. Actually, Mark Cliff was my first coach.
Was he?
Could not get me standing in a week. I was fucking hopeless. I was on my knees the whole time. Oh, couldn't stand. Absolutely useless. And I
Classic.
was so gifted at everything else and sport-wise, and that was the thing that I couldn't do. And I think that's why I stuck at it, because I was like, I've got to get this.
That's
Yeah.
my plan too. I still can't
Still in
surf.
these.
40 years later, and I reckon I'll get it eventually.
And I think that's why
still
I
goes
hate
to
them.
his knees, but he's 6'4", so it's a bit harder to.
Yeah. And that's why I hate knees.
You need a Malibu, mate.
Yeah, Mal.
Yeah, absolutely hate knees. I think I was a bit of a knee Nazi running the
Oh
surf
my
school.
God.
Could not stand people using their knees. I was going to break every one of that habit.
You'd be traumatised now. Everyone teaches everyone to get up on their knees. You'd actually have a heart attack.
I would.
Yeah, do they teach them to get up on the knees? Do they?
That's
Yeah.
the virus.
You don't,
And
though.
no,
you?
I
Most
always
ways.
tell them to go straight up, but sometimes
chicken wings?
physically- Yeah, chicken wings, toes on the tail,
back foot
chicken
up.
wings. No, I teach the back foot, the step straight up, smooth. But there's a lot of people that can't quite get anything through.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
cool.
all right though. It's okay because I think the
It's
best
not.
surfer out there is the one having the most fun. Hey,
Yeah.
Lizzie,
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Not using their knee.
not using their knees.
Yeah.
I think Lane Beachley had to knock that out of herself. She was still, when she became world champ, she was still using her knee to get up. a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. It was Ken Bradshaw who really set her down and knocked it out. Well, he'd knock it, yeah.
Yeah. Kenny Squarejaw.
That's it.
Knee too. Did you know that? Nicky Wood used to get up on a knee too.
Yeah, because he was a bit long and lanky, wasn't he?
Yeah. Right. There you go.
It's an old habit. If you can't get rid of it,
Yeah.
still become world champion, apparently. It's hope for you yet.
Yeah. There you go, Namu.
Namu, you're on.
Yeah, 70s.
Over 70s Masters.
No,
Yeah.
because
Cool.
you'd have to deal with Bobo Monkman.
Oh, yeah. No chance.
It was
Yeah.
still there at
Holly,
94.
Holly's dad will take you to cleaners. Mate, I surfed with him up north not that long ago, and fucking hell, he's a fit little nugget still, isn't he?
Yeah.
We were just doing laps, mate, long laps on a 2-foot day, and he was just banging them out one after the other.
My husband calls him Bob again. 'Cause when we go surfing, it's Bob again on another wave. Yeah.
That's
So wherever we
terrific.
go with him, if
Yeah.
it's Cooter or Bart, whatever, Mate calls him Bob again because
That's
he's
epic.
laughing another wave.
That's
yeah.
great.
Classic. So, can you remember when you first got the bug then, Lizzie, in those days in Eagle Bay? Was there one wave where you got like the clean face or a little tube or something? What did you
I
get?
thought you might ask that question, and
Yeah.
there really is a standout moment for me, but it wasn't actually down here.
Yep.
It was at Scarborough Beach, and at that point, I was still taking off and just going straight down the wave and out the front, and it was a really early morning. And I'd gone down with the Gidgets. That was a women's surf group because back then we had to, for protection, we had to surf in groups.
Yep.
And I paddled for this wave, and a swimmer popped up in front of me at
really?
Scarborough Beach, just in front of Observation City when it was back in its heyday. You know,
Yeah,
when Elle
yeah.
McPherson opened it and there were palm trees.
Did
and
Elle
like-
McPherson open it?
She did. She came over for it. And there
Remember it was
lights.
bomb threats there when it was getting built and stuff?
That's right.
That was hectic,
I know it's
wasn't it?
nothing now, isn't it?
No.
Fucking building one in Dunsborough, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it.
They're coming.
Elle's coming. Yeah.
Sweet.
But
Oh,
yeah, so I
build
remember
it, build it then, I reckon.
That's it. Paddling for this wave, and was going to go straight, and this swimmer popped up, and I remember I had to sort of go across to get them. And as I did that, the sun, because the sun popped up over the little hill there, and the whole wave got lit up by sunrise, and it was just that golden moment. And then right at the end of it, my dad was standing. He was actually having a body surf, and he stood there to watch me. And the look of horror on his face, because suddenly instead of going straight, I was coming at him, and he had to dive through the wave. So that was the real moment where I went across a wave face for the
Yeah.
first time. It
Awesome.
was that beautiful sunlit moment. Dad was there, the Gidgets were there. And
Yep.
it really stuck in as that moment where I was like, fuck, this is the shit.
Oh, that's cool.
There's a real elegant way to put that, is it?
Yeah.
That's it.
Fuck, this is the shit.
This is the
yeah.
shit.
That's,
This is it.
I think
I'm
that can be one of our next quotes on our next round of Barrel Surf podcast. Every good podcast has got a good quote in it, and I reckon we could put surfing, fuck, this is the shit.
Yeah. No
Can we use your... Yeah, one up there, a police dog ate my balls, courtesy of Richie Myers.
Wow.
Yeah.
But, for all the grief us girls copped during the late 80s, early 90s for surfing, once you got bitten, there's no stopping you. And I think at some point you'll notice that every single one of us had dad influences who got us all into our surfing and who got us through it, a dad or a brother.
Yeah,
There's
for
no way
sure.
you were doing it any other way.
No, well, I did have it down in my notes. I wanted to ask you about the early vibes and, with the chicks in the water and how it was, especially in your era. It was, because you're a little bit older than Crystal and...
I'm a lot older than Crystal.
10 years.
Yeah, but, it was definitely... The era's changed pretty quickly and
Yeah.
it was, mate, I remember even as a grommet, like, in the 90s, if you saw a chick in the water, it was pretty strange sight. It wasn't a lot. It was a rare sight, It was like, oh, well, that chick's surfing and, mate, they had to... It wasn't easy for them. Tell us about that.
No, it wasn't easy. It's kind of that. There's different stories there. You would go down to Trig or Scarborough and you'd try and surf, and You get a real hard time, people staring at you and, you just got... Yeah. Well, yeah, we did. But I guess it was funny because we were trying to emulate surfers. We had to dress like male surfers because there's no Roxy, there was no Rip Curl girls or Billabong girls. So we wore what the blokes wore. We wore the DB rollers, the jeans, the duffel coats. And so we looked like we were trying to be blokes. And I think that's where a lot of that, oh, you dyke, you lesbo, you butch bitch, where all that kind of stuff used to come from, other than trying to stop us from surfing, was the way that we dressed and who we emulated, which was the blokes. But in the water, I mean, I got punched in the head out at Rocky Point. Yeah, fucking Rocky Point, not
Rocky
Hawaii,
Point.
not Hawaii Rocky Point.
Yeah.
Dunsborough Rocky Point.
If anybody knows that wave, it's one of the softest, shittiest waves on the coastline, and
It's like being punched at Point PK.
You do not.
No, it was
Cause a fuss out there.
by a dad who gave me a slap and then also told me to get back into the kitchen in front of his kids, and that was probably the worst that I ever had to deal with. But on the contrast to that kind of thing,
Hold on, sorry.
that's okay.
Sorry, we were just having a little technical issue there.
Oh.
That, I had to push it. I actually got a little bit more out of that plug and it worked a bit better. So I just didn't want to scoop
That's
over that
okay.
story because it's
No.
pretty hectic. You got freaking
Yeah,
punched
yeah,
in the head at Rocky Point.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was sidetracked with the
That's okay.
lead. Did you elaborate on that story at all? Because I feel like I want to hear
Well,
more
it
about
was a dad in front of his children.
A dad?
Yeah, a dad.
How old were you?
I would have probably been in my early 20s, so probably at the height of my cheekiness and not going to back downedness.
Yeah.
And maybe I was frothing, maybe I took too many waves, I don't know. But I was on the inside and he just got upset and gave us one in the back of the head.
Did he?
And told me to get back into the kitchen.
Oh.
I definitely missed that.
You're
Yeah.
also, this is your local too.
Yeah, it's
She's
just-
from Eagle Bay and
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
in
right.
Rocky Point.
I know.
Who is this dad?
Thanks. Yeah. So
I
look,
want to know who this dad is, actually.
Yeah, and look, the vibe down at Scarborough and Brighton and Trig could be pretty hairy. I think the girls who competed had it tougher. What we had on our side, though, is we had Surfing WA. So we had Tim Thurst, Mark Clift, Kim Clift, Mark Lane. So those guys worked out pretty quick that there was money in girls learning to surf, and St Mary's were coming down for surf lessons and St Hilda's. At one point there, 85% of surf classes were women classes, or the girls made up. Girls are really good at listening and they want the instruction and they wanted to be in a surf class.
Yep.
And so those guys were really supportive as best as they could. Like if we were out at Trig, they didn't want to jeopardise their reputation out at Trig Point by going, oh yeah, Lizzie, you go this one. But there was eye contact and there was a couple little this and that. And there was a little bit of, they'd paddle for a wave and then back off and you'd accidentally catch it off them and they'd boot you down the line. So there was a lot of support from Surfing WA.
Oh, that's cool.
They were, those guys have always been pretty good. And James Clark, all that mob, Jimmy. But I think the hardest thing was probably surfing yowls. You just could not get a fucking wave. I mean, you still can't really, can you? But it was hard. And my dad was out on his goat boat because that's what he rode back in the
Where
day.
are the goat boats? Bring them back.
That's it. No, we don't want them back. But he would have to give me waves and block waves. But I think I said this in other interviews, I think it has changed a lot. I find now as a woman, if I paddle out to a break, if I paddle out to the peak and I get a wave and I execute that wave straight away, I don't hover on the inside and then be like, oh, no, you guys go. I'll just pick up the scraps. If I don't play that game, if I paddle out, take my spot, get my wave, I get my space pretty quick. I think, don't you reckon?
Oh, I totally agree. I think even with Crystal, you've spent a lot of time in Nalu and I've come up after you've been there for a couple of weeks and you're so good at that. And then I sit there and go, I've got to get fit again, and you get out in the lineup. But as soon as you do that and hold your ground and wait your turn and, when that old guy comes back out and tries to take one off you, you're like, no, Bob again.
Bob again.
Yeah.
You're not
You're
Bob.
like, no, this is my wave. And you
Yeah.
have to, I think that's a big part of what we grow up and did. And, but as we've got older too, Crystal's brilliant at it. And
Crystal commands Nalu. There's such a vibe when she paddles out and she just sits in her spot and I just sit in her fucking little atmosphere. And where is she sitting? Well, she's paddling over there and I follow her around the lineup, but I still can't do it. But you can see the dudes that have been there forever and they're watching her. And when Crystal makes for that third bubble, you know she's going, and so does fucking everyone else. And there's just no problems with her getting it off the crew that are there. Once June and July happens and all the knobs come up and it gets all competitive and all the parents who think their kids are going to be world champions and are driving them up there in jet skis, once that happens, it's fucking chaos up there. But
She still holds her ground.
she still holds her
All
ground.
the kids. You got to show the confidence though, right? When you paddle into a lineup anywhere,
Think so.
whether it's Yells or Nalu or whatever it is.
I think it ring true for blokes as well. But there was a point there for maybe, and I think as women, when you travel overseas, you notice how Australian women can hold their own a little bit better. And Australian blokes, I reckon, are really good. Australian blokes really give women their space in the lineup. If you can prove that you can take off and whack the lip, you're sorted.
Yep.
But when you go to Bali and you're suddenly dealing with all these international surfers and Brazos and the
Russians
French
and
and
Italians.
Russians,
Yeah.
like those guys do not fucking give you space at all. Even if you surf 10 times better than them,
Well, that's
they're
probably
trying
why,
to
though.
paddle up your inside.
Yeah, that's probably why. Because they're like, fuck, they're still trying to grapple and grasp the situation,
Yeah.
and they're struggling, so they're just sort of clawing at anything they can get.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Australian blokes like, oh yeah, she knows
Yeah.
what she's doing. I'll leave that one alone.
yeah, she can have the next one.
She's Australian. She's probably got a sting in her tail, that one. I come from the land where everything's trying to kill you, including the women. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, getting back to Crystal getting respect in the lineup at Nalu, I mean, far out. She's probably
Heck
done
is.
more time there than... She'd be in the top 5 stakeholders in women of who's done the most hours in the desert. Like, if
top
not the
3,
first.
I would have thought.
Yeah.
Who would be
Who
more?
would be more?
Her mum?
Oh. Are we talking in the lineup?
No, in the camp.
No, the Bluffians, the Bluff kids.
There's few,
That's the bluff,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the bluff
that's
though,
true.
darling.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a different break.
Yeah.
Different break.
Durant's and
the
the
Giants,
Caldwell.
maybe. What
Yeah.
about Bronte?
And-
She's spent a bit of time up
Oh, yeah, the
Yeah,
McCaulays.
Bronte-
Well, there's one, two of them. Well, they're
Yeah.
great.
Always a voice.
But,
And do you know what? Bronte is actually one of the. She's an
amazing.
absolute legend in the lineup.
Yeah,
And
she
one
is.
chick I
Yeah.
bloody
She
love
told me to
surfing.
go on a wave last year. I was like, are you kidding? No, it's 6 below. Sitting out here on the shoulder for a reason.
Just watch.
Hey, Lizzie, here's one for you. Fuck off, Bronte. Fuck, I'm just sitting out here to try and, maybe get a date with someone.
Come back to the car park and said you surfed today.
Bloody hell. Anyway.
Oh, shit. Yeah, well, Crystal does it with all positivity too, by the way. There's no like, I've been here forever and, this, that and that, mate. She does it with a smile on her face, a longboard. She's emanating good vibes and that goes with it as well. And then the confidence as well. So, mate, I don't do a lot of time up there these days, but when I do go out there and I'm hunting those little third bubble ones down there with Crystal, I'd always like to see Crystal out there and she always gets some good ones. So, yeah, well, that's what about you, Crystal? How was you had well, I was about to say totally different upbringing, but it wasn't really, I guess. But you were born and bred in Yallingup. Tell us about your first surfing encounters.
I'm actually trying to think. I don't know if my first ones are actually down here. I actually have one of these most memorable moments was in Hawaii.
Really?
When I was like 12. Yeah, when I was like 12. I know I did a little bit before that, but maybe like an Exmouth. And not because I don't remember surfing Yallingup until I was about 13.
Oh, yeah.
I know I learnt to surf probably on a couple times when I was, sort of 8, 9, 10.
And some little beaches somewhere, maybe. or something.
Wherever,
Yeah.
But when I just will never forget the time when we were in Hawaii. I was 12, and Dad put me and Sunny, my littlest sister, my next sister, down on this 13-footer.
Yeah.
We were there. We were very, very lucky. We were there for a trip for a month, and anyway, we paddled out at Waikiki one afternoon, and I just saw all the surfer girls, the wahinis, around, and I just remember catching this wave with Dad and all of us standing up all the way to the beach.
Sick.
And like a couple of those, and I was like, I am going to be one of these.
Yeah,
I'm going
cool.
to
It's the shit.
Be the surfer.
It's the fucking shit.
it's the fucking shit. And then from there, that was the bug. I got home that summer, and I think that was the year that I said to Dad, I was like, this summer, and I was riding horses at that stage, and I was like, I'm on. You're teaching me how to surf. And then
cool.
he was like, well, I'm fucking taking you down to wherever. There was no fucking beach break for me. He was like, all right, get that 8-foot Mark Ogram. We are fucking straight out at Yallingup. And so we walked, I remember, straight out. Don't hit the reef, just turn that way. So not even
Sorry,
like
George.
just don't go straight. You got to go that way. So he took me out through the lagoon, walked over the a little bit of reef, jumped off the other side, paddled out. Wasn't probably that big, probably a couple of foot. But Cove was breaking, and Cove, he just took me to Cove. He sat there. He said, but you got to do it every day. And so we went out there every day.
Awesome.
Until it was too big. But went out there every day, and then one day I just remember him getting stuck at the top of the stairs chit-chatting to someone, and I paddled out, and he just watched me paddle out and watched me catch a wave and went, right, job done, she's out.
Really?
and that's like, so Cove, apart from that Hawaiian experience, but that fully set me into I need to be a surfer girl.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And then from then on, I just every day, every opportunity, I paddled out at Cove.
Yeah.
Every morning before school, every
Awesome.
afternoon, every school holidays. That's all I did is surf Cove on an 8-footer until the day I actually managed to go across to the right-hander, inside right. And I remember taking off on one of those waves, and I will never forget this wave. It was one of my first waves. I went along the roller coaster. Yeah. So up and down and up and down. I think it went up and down one more time, so it must have been a good little right-hander. And I remember Misty was on the inside, just double-fisted, like, whoa, as I flew down the line. I think I got off. I reckon I was shaking so much that I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then from then on, it was just, we're on. All we did is surf.
Has it always been longboards for you?
So I went to an 8-footer, and then I tried a shortboard, and I was like, this is really hard. And my girlfriends, the two girls, Anna and Sky, they were living on the hill. They lived on the hill. And they had shortboards, and they were super hot. I was the daggy one with the 8-footer.
So daggy.
I was super daggy, come on. No, I caught lots of waves, and whenever it was small, I could still go surfing. But yeah, at that point, after a couple of years, I was like, all right, I'm going to be a longboarder. So I want to do that twinkle toes thing. I want to nose ride.
Yeah.
So yeah, from then on, I went on to and started, did a little bit of competing and learned how to. I'd actually did a couple of coaching sessions with Fegsy, Chris Fulston, and learnt to do some nose riding. And then from then on, that was it. I was a longboarder.
Yep.
Until I sort of snapped a million of them, and it was really expensive because every time you go out and it's over 4 foot, you're potentially going to snap it.
Yeah.
And then also I'd started going out with my now husband Tim, and he was like, mate,
he wasn't going to marry a longboarder.
This you now need to ride a shortboard. So I remember grabbing one of Dad's, shaped by Chappie, 7.2. Shortboard enough that I could just duck dive it a little bit, and I just paddled out. I was like traumatized because I've had a surf school now for about 10 years, and I can't ride a proper shortboard. And like, this may not be true, one of those stories, right? But yeah, I remember paddling out, and I was like, surely no one's going to see me out here, right? I can't let anyone see me not be able to surf, right? I teach surfing for a living. Anyway, paddled out. Remember just catching a couple on this shortboard, feeling like a total kook. Did a couple of days like that. Kind of got the rhythm, and then off to Nalu with this 7.2.
Yeah, I'm ready for 8-foot Toomies.
And now I'm ready for
typical Simpson.
Hey, paddled out at Toomies with Tim, and it was like one of those, not too big. It was like a 3-4 foot day. The third bubble was just breaking, but I just remember paddling onto this wave and going so much faster, and then remember doing a turn. I felt like I was fully vertical, just like
Sick.
thought I was just fucking killing it. Anyway, had a couple of sick waves. I was like, what the fuck have I been doing for the last 20 years? I was like, I love the longboard, but now if any wave above your shoulder, it's got to be on. You've got to be on something smaller.
Get on the shorty.
On a shortboard, on a 20. Anyway, next year I had my the 6.6 Albine shaped me a board just for Nalu, because that's
cool.
pretty much where I surf the most, because I am coaching for a lot of the time down
Coaching
here.
and saving your money for a 3 month.
For the few months that I spent in Nalu and only go surfing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was it. I just got a 6.6 at that point, and then I loved that board. I still have that board.
Yeah, you ride that pretty good, mate.
Yeah,
and then Al, next couple of years later, Al shaped you, and now I've got a 6.2 I was like, wow.
Awesome. Well, shout out to Tim the Wallaby Wallace, your husband, who's a well-known surfer in this area and a fantastic surfer himself, obviously. And because I'm sure you couldn't have settled for someone that didn't surf well. It just wouldn't have been right, would it? You would have been wearing the pants in the family, and you probably still are. But sorry, Timmy. But at least he surfs good. Yeah, that's cool, mate. What about? I mean, you started going to the desert very early. No doubt you were. I'm sure if you look hard enough in psychedelic desert groove and bunyip dreaming and green iguana and all that, you can probably see young Crystal kicking around because Jack McCoy is your uncle.
Yes.
Can you give us any of those memories from the early years in the desert, maybe even particularly around those comps? I'm sure they made you do dishes or something, did they?
Yeah, the comps. I remember the comps really, the Desert Groove and the Billabong challenges. I remember them because I was like 9 and 10 and maybe 10 and 11. The boys. Before that, I suppose I just remember being younger and up. We'd go every year. Every year we'd be up in Nalu. I don't remember not going to Nalu in our winter. But yeah, and just always having Occy and Luke Egan and Munger and Margot and those boys always around like that, whether they were at our house down here or we'd take them up to Nalu and do lots of always have them.
Yep.
But yeah, then the Billabong challenges happened and having all those boys, the Kelly Slater, Rob Machado, Sonny, and that whole.
Any funny memories you can remember?
Well,
I mean, you're pretty young.
They arrived pretty much on my birthday one, and Kelly Slater pulled out a 50-cent coin and flicked it over to me and went, "Happy birthday."
50-cent coin.
50 cents.
Kelly.
Jeez. Probably to sign $1 million contract.
We didn't know it's your birthday.
Yeah.
So I won't forget that. But also,
That's really cool.
and then Peter King.
Is he a photographer?
Yeah, he's amazing. But he was super young back then. But he grabbed an orange off the table and he threw me an orange and I caught it and he's like, "God's candy, happy birthday, God's candy." I was like, "Thanks."
Mate, in the desert, you take whatever birthday present you can get, don't you? Especially back then.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's classic, mate. Can you remember anyone who was the worst camper that you can remember in those?
Sonny Garcia. That was pretty. He would go back into Carnarvon every night.
Yeah.
They had those the Holdens, that's what Billabong rented them.
Just some old Commodores or something.
Yeah, old like a Commodore, Holden.
Yeah.
But the new ones, like the newer ones rented, and there was 2 surfers per car, and you could fill their cars with their boards. He used to go back into Carnarvon, and it fucking wasn't like it is now.
The track was worse.
The track was gnarly.
Yeah, right.
Back then,
I mean, it's like an hour and a half now. The track, hour and 3/4.
Hour and 3/4.
Yeah. So back then it was worse.
Back then it would have been like 2.5 hours, but
wow.
He flogged the car so hard. The sound of the car. I was 10. I was like, I remember the sound of the car.
Really? That's saying something.
It was just like, it was kind of, that was a bit heavy.
That's pretty hectic.
Sonny's back.
Yeah.
Can hear him coming.
And back then there was no, hey, let's just go up to the shop and check Sea Breeze.
Yeah,
it was like
see if it's back
Georgie
on.
Boy was getting the fax.
Was he?
There was a fax would come to the
of
shop
the synoptic
with
charts.
Synoptic charts.
Yeah.
But mate, it fucking rained for about a week.
Did it?
That first one, they got the goodness in the end. But but yeah, it was a pretty it was when you go to Nalu and it just
rains. Yeah, it's not much to do, is there?
There was a lot of cards. No, we had a ping pong table.
Oh yeah.
Oh mate, everyone. We just went there was lots of fishing. Back in.
Yeah, cool.
All sorts of fun stuff. But yeah, I think they were all getting a bit twitchy.
Yeah,
and then next minute there was a 6 to 8 foot swell all offshore and all. You can see it in the movies.
Do you remember who won that one?
Rob,
I think Rob definitely won one.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was because he was only at the first one.
Okay.
Rob and then Kelly and then.
There was only 2 in the desert, wasn't there? Well, only 2 videos anyway.
Yeah, no,
Two
yeah.
contests.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2 contests.
Oh yeah.
VHS.
2 VHSs. I bet you still got one.
Yeah.
But mate, I watched them things about 1,000 times over.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh, there was some beauties.
What about early day Crystal when it was Bunyip Dreaming, Green Iguana, and they would film majority down here? And I remember Jack would bring all those guys to their house, and it was just those big cook-ups. And Crystal's family was pretty much living with the who's who of pro surfing. And as kids, we'd just be sitting there, having barbecues, and they're just like their uncles, and they're little kids, and it's like such a special experience because back then in the Southwest, we didn't really have a lot of pro events, and Occy and Munger would just be like running around your house wanting to go for a surf, and it's just nothing to you as a kid. You know,
pretty
it's just
amazing.
it's pretty amazing.
Pretty
you know.
unique, isn't it?
No, it was
Upbringing.
cool. It was definitely a very unique upbringing, for sure.
Just on that, we were lucky enough to have Occy and Jack Mcoy on when they just before they came over to do the 20th anniversary of the documentary, and they
were here. They sat on this couch.
No,
Oh.
they sat on
Damn.
they sat on a couch in Double Bay, I think, in Sydney. It was check it out on
Budget
YouTube.
for
We've
us,
got the
I
video there.
understand, but fine.
Yeah, so they were over here for that, and just before that, and they were talking quite a lot about those old days back here with the Simpsons family, and saying, what a pleasure it was. And I don't actually know who's your uncle, so there you go.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah.
Mates, summer's upon us. You might not want to put a full weddy on. If you just want to get a quick one in boardies and a rashie, look no further than the Shark Eyes Aquaphobic Rashie. Mate, it is groundbreaking technology. Keeps you warm for that little quick 30-minute lunchtime surf. Unreal. Keeps the sun off. Keeps you a bit warm, but not too warm. Little summer splashing. Little summer loving. Shark Eyes wetsuits. Get around them. You.
Hey, Adzy, I tell you what, mate. I have been absolutely loving the new releases from Forester Estate. The wines are incredible, buddy.
Mate, they've had a good vintage. They just won a bunch of medals for their new lifestyle Shiraz at the Adelaide show. Hasn't even hit the shelves yet. When it does, get onto it because it's bloody great buying. It won a whole bunch of gold medals.
Yeah, Forester. Oh, Cheeky Monkey, what's this new beer that you have just released? If I'm not mistaken, it's a Wildcats Hazy Double IPA. Absolute juice with thick citrus. Another absolute belter from Cheeky Monkey. You legend.
But yeah, we spent a lot of. They spent not even did they ended up with their own house, but they lived with us for quite some time too. So
they?
it was just it was my mum and
Was
Kelly.
that out on Yelling Up Siding Road?
Yep, out on Yelling Up.
I just replaced a toilet out there just before Christmas. Yeah, I sent a photo of it to Jace, just standing out the front.
Yeah.
Didn't say anything, just sent him a photo.
Yeah,
and then
that'd
he
be
rang me
pretty
straight away. We had a good chat.
Adzy's Plumbing Gas.
That's it. Just trying to get some advertising, mate. That's all that was about.
I look after the little Airbnb out on that property.
Oh, do you?
Harvest Moon, yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh, there you go.
My vacay stay.
Hold on. Give your business a plug. Come on. My vacay stay.
It's bloody cute. It probably was was it at that actual our old
In the house
property?
or in
Yeah.
in
I think
the
it
main
was.
big house or in the other
No,
one?
yeah. I think it was your dad's shitter. Yeah.
Yeah,
I replaced
so,
it.
Yeah, but it was so that was our first. Like,
It was blocked with just man
The
logs.
house is amazing.
The little shower. I remember when you lived there.
Little shed house, and there was 5 of us
think
all
Grumpy
living in a
Gordon.
one
Yeah,
bedroom
right.
house.
Okay. Well, they were building it.
Gordy moved in when you got the big house.
Yeah. Vernon, yeah, he lived there. Who else? Craig from Yelling Up Coffee. He lived out there too.
Oh, did he?
From it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
cool.
Yep.
Mate, out of all those movies, did you watch them after they all came out? Because I watched them all as a grom in Perth and most groms in Australia. We didn't just watch them; we watched them like 50 times each.
I have them all.
Yeah.
All of them. And do you
What's
know
your favourite one?
There's a lot.
What's yours, Ollie?
Bunyip Dreaming.
Yeah, I reckon that
I
was mine.
remember being at Crystal's and Jack would bring the first VHS cassette
Yeah.
and he'd sit all us kids down on your couch and he'd get it and it'd be our little movie night.
Yeah,
And
sick.
he'd always have this saying, Jack McCoy, and he goes, "Everybody happy?"
You bet you laugh we are.
And he'd play us the movie and we'd sit and watch it for the first
I think that
time.
sequence of Occy down at Honeycombs.
Oh yeah.
That's-
Occy and Luke.
That
It's
really
the
sticks in my
opening
mind.
section.
Yeah.
Seagull Dreaming. I think that
that's
one
it.
might be.
Yeah, that's definitely right off there.
And you look at it now, it was actually shit. Like it was
Those guys always
wobbly,
make it look
1 or 2 foot. But mate, you just
Isn't
like
Honeycombs always
Didn't
that way?
I know that's right, and yeah, they
That's
are.
it. Don't come here.
Yeah.
Everything's hopeless.
But it is. I mean, I guess for Honeys it was okay because it was actually peeling off and not closing out.
Yeah.
But it certainly wasn't pumping. But
No.
mate, they opened this video with it, and Everyone, mate, it's still called. Like, I still get people today go, oh, the bunyip bank is on. You know what I mean? Like when it's a little right coming off the rocks, they call it the bunyip bank.
Luke is struggling too because he's so big. He's only just doing a reel on
the
those
backwashing, but it was so much. It's made you want to go surfing because it just looked fun
and all the little things.
all the stuff
and amazing soundtracks.
Yes,
soundtrack. That was I couldn't pick because all of the soundtrack. That's all I remember is Jack used to play all the music, all the time,
didn't he?
And it was just all the songs, all of it was.
I think Bunyip Dreaming, the Munga section at Supers, that was one that stuck in my mind. Heaps of water shots, slow-mo, and that was pretty magic for me. I watched that a million times.
Cooper was in there, was that? Which one was that?
Nyothi Indy, that was awesome.
That was Desert Dreaming, wasn't it?
It was all good. Amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty iconic movies. Mates, all right then, who were your early inspirations then, Crystal, surf-wise, apart from the Wahinis in Waikiki?
And your dad.
And your dad.
I was just my dad. I was definitely my dad's biggest fan, I reckon.
Were you?
Yeah.
Well,
and my brother, my big brother, Jace. All I wanted to do was go surfing with Jace.
Did you? What a legend. He's a bloody good surfer too.
He is. He's definitely is. He still is. He's amazing.
Still is.
So annoying to grow up surfing with.
That's what Hollywood just said. Jace was so annoying.
Was he? Why, Holly? Give us the dirt on
back
Jace.
Back then, George and my dad used to take Jace and I surfing every weekend down to Huzzers, and they'd sit up in the car park, and this could be true or not, but they'd have a chocky milk and a little roll up, a little thing in the car park, and just watch Jace and I, and we'd just sit there and just drop in on each other for like an hour. And back then, Huzzers, there was no one out.
No one out, Huzzers.
Just like, and we'd just drop in on each other, and then we'd fight, and then we'd get in the back, we'd just not talk to each other on the way home, and next weekend, exactly the same. Dad and George, they'd surf lefties, and then they'd sit in the car park and wait for Jason and I.
So we know now who Holly Muckman's nemesis is, Jason Simpson. And I think it's reversed as well. While we're on that, Lizzie, have you got a particular nemesis in the surf? Because I know I do.
I don't.
It could be a couple.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a nemesis out there. I've got some people I really enjoy surfing. There's I really like hanging out with Tony Shaw, Dork It Up Tony, and Tony's always out at Bears. He takes my daughter fishing, bless him. He's one of those people that the enthusiasm, he's just so stoked. And
I hang out with Tony a bit.
Bloody
and I've always, his prowess in the water is not great, but he always commands the car park with such respect, doesn't he? He takes control of the boardwalk in a good way. And he's just, he's loud and fun. Mate, have you ever met anyone who knows as many jokes as that guy? He's like a walking joke book.
He is.
And he says, at the top of the stairs, he's the king, and then he goes out and he just blends into the crowd and doesn't get that many waves. But man, he kills it in the car park.
He does.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Good vibes, Tony.
There's no one that kind of irks me out there. But I do have a doppelganger, and I get mistaken. So you would know her, Lisa. You know Lisa Quinn. So she's looks like me, but she's a goofy footer and she rips. You see her every day.
Mirror image.
Yeah, well, but she's a goofy footer and I'm natural, and and she always is in boardies, never wears. Yeah, she's from Queensland. Yeah,
Queensland.
We all know Lisa.
I was going to say, my question was, is that the girl who never ever wears a wetsuit?
Yep.
Like
and
never wears a full
got
wedding?
some good tats and
Yes.
always smiling and stoked.
Yeah.
happy.
So
I surfed
we
Yells the other morning.
Yeah.
Yesterday morning, did a Dawny with her. Sort of ripping a left-hander. Yeah, she does look like you.
So I know, right? And then I often will hear, oh, mate, fucking saw you ripping the other day out at theirs. I go, oh, yeah. Was I in the barrel at Mama's? Yeah. And I was on my forehand? Yeah. And I know who it is. And I go, yep, I was pretty good that day.
Yeah. I don't mind switchfoot.
I don't
problem.
mind. I try a little switchfoot, yeah. But,
yeah.
But no nemesises out there. Just people that I like. I love seeing Kev Merrifield. Love seeing Kev Merrifield go out.
The Forester.
Brett Merrifield inspires me every morning. G'day, Lizzie. He's getting his big red board ready and off he goes. And I don't know, there's just crew that you see going out all the time. Craig Hitchings, he's bloody all over it, isn't he, on that inside right-hander?
Inside right.
Oh, man, I want to sit next to that guy and learn how to read the waves like he does. But
I think we've had a bit of an insight into Lizzie Nunn's personality here. Ask for nemesis, and she turns it straight into positive,
I reckon Crystal's
influences.
definitely got some nemesis.
Yes. That's
I am the most confrontational person you'll ever find. No, definitely.
I mean,
no comment.
You're my nemesis. I hate surfing next to you at Nalu because there's no chance I'm ever getting a wave off you.
All right,
I just
Crystal,
back
you
you
don't
up,
have to
mate.
name them, but do you have a couple of nemesis in the surf around the state?
Contests?
Contest nemesis.
Yeah, I don't think you can go public.
Free
with
surf
that.
nemesis.
You can't go public with that one person.
Hate.
Just drop her in there.
honestly
Oh,
don't.
yeah, there is. There's someone that you're not too keen to surf in competitions with.
Oh,
Yeah, but we'll leave that one there. That's too
okay.
spicy.
It's a little bit.
Don't
It's a
forget-
little bit political.
Don't forget, it may or may not be true. Always put that in there. So you can do a rhyming name. All right, so I know what we're talking about here, but we're not going to actually
No, we
talk
won't go
about
there.
that right now. But I'm going to ask you guys about that.
No, I mean, a
later
contest
on.
is someone that you want to beat, but they beat you, or like, you know, you just want, yeah.
I remember the last time that I beat Claire Bevilacqua when she was 12 down at Windmills.
Hey.
That's probably my greatest fucking moment in surfing competition ever. We were down at Windmills. It was really good. You know, when it breaks off the back, then there's that little barrel section, and Claire was she was only 12, and it was
like
4
2 foot 3.
Yeah, and she was
Just
sitting on.
muscly.
She was terrified. She was sitting out
Oh,
on
really?
the shoulder, and we were there for one of those the board riders one, the teams thing.
Yeah.
And we were up against Contatio or something. I think it was the one where I won't say because they still get upset that we beat them once. And but I remember taking off.
Yeah, come on, mate. We're here for the dirt.
Oh, no. There was one time when a couple of Contatio board riders didn't get to the event in time. We had Mel Redman, you, Misty, April Keys, Philippa Tugwood. We had all the girls. Like we had a solid team.
Yeah, it's a hell team.
And, and we ended up beating Contatio by a couple of points. And the club had a minute silent at their next meeting to commiserate what had taken place. That was, yeah. But I remember, anyway, as it was, I was in a heat and I just got this beautiful wave. There was a little bit of a barrel tucked in there. And as I came up, there was this nice shoulder and Bevo was just hovering on the corner of it looking scared. And I just remember putting my back foot in and just giving a little spray across the eyeballs. And, just and then, into the surf. And then that was the last time I ever beat her.
I bet you she never forgot
No.
it either. Every time she surfs with you these days, she's still just trying to spray you in the face, isn't she?
Oh, she's great. She's awesome, Claire.
She's been on the show twice actually, and each time she mentioned that particular episode.
would
So
too, yeah.
Oh, Bevo.
she hasn't quite gone over. Adzy, while we're talking about nemesis, mate, who have you got?
Oh, shit. Well, you could mention a few people, obviously, but I'll mention someone that it could well be me. I read a quote once, right? It was pretty funny. And they said if you went out and had a good surf in a moderately crowded lineup and you didn't have a nemesis, that means you were someone's nemesis. And that really struck a chord with me. Like, sometimes you're like, I had a fucking great surf, got heaps of waves, and you're like, I was someone's nemesis that day. So, no, there's plenty around. It can change. It can change on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah,
And, just leave it in the water, though. I reckon that's the key. Sometimes you get a bit heated and, we all get a bit hungry and, and you get in on the land and you're just like, fuck, what were we worried about, really? It's a fucking wave,
I think
what
my
do you got,
dad's
Crystal?
a bit of a nemesis for a lot of people.
Oh, fucking
Oh,
Bobo.
fuck yeah.
And I just think, you know what? He's 74.
Yeah.
He's surfing every day.
Yeah.
He's done yoga his whole life.
Yeah.
You suck. Like, if
Yeah.
you're still doing that at 74, I feel like
can be
I know
anyone.
he is, but
Yeah.
I love it. Like,
Yeah.
I actually thrive
Oh,
that
yeah.
he is. Yeah.
Fuck, he's got every right to be
I'm
anyone's
not
nemesis.
a nemesis
Do
anymore.
you feel potentially there are maybe, generally speaking, more nemesises in the water
Oh,
these
definitely.
days?
Yeah.
Just throwing it
There's
out there.
no-
I'm
yeah,
just
you know,
finding the
not-
crowd
not-
a little bit
Not pinpointing anyone.
harder
There's
to negotiate. I
sometimes
mean,
you
What's-
do. You get harder crowds than other days,
Yeah.
and then sometimes. Adzy, exactly what you just hit a chord with me. Sometimes I paddle in, I go, wow, I just got 5 waves in less than an hour.
You were someone's nemesis.
I'm just going to take my little self in and go back to being a mum.
Mate, it's like that sticker. I think it was an FCS sticker that was getting around for a few years saying surfers are the worst. I'm like,
Surf Splendor one.
Surf Splendor, was it? Okay.
Get some more made up.
Oh, yeah, sweet. But-
I think there's nothing more hectic in the lineup than a mum who has got a 45-minute surf to have before she has to go in and breastfeed. There is nothing more than a woman going, I'm catching a wave because I've got to go in and breastfeed.
My
So
boobs
get out of
hurt.
my way.
They're
I've got-
leaking.
I've got half an hour.
It's like,
It's
And
creamy
I'm-
patch around you.
and I'm pissed off, and I don't even know why.
That's it.
How that's? Oh no, I haven't slept.
Yeah.
haven't
Oh,
slept
that
More
is
than
awful.
2 hours in at least 10 months.
Shit, I'm going to start taking that into consideration next time I see some mum surfing.
I think we know the break that's at. I'm not going to say it on the microphone.
Yeah.
but yeah.
Mate,
Mums get a little warm.
conversely, that little North Swell we had the other day, super crowded down at Crystal's little beach that she drives on there that no one else can. We'll get to that. Mate, it was really crowded, but and small, but really good vibe. And it was like,
Good.
oh, mate, I guess I was someone's nemesis because I had a good surf, right? But it felt like everyone was like 80% locals, and it was so fun and novelty. There was actually everyone was calling each other in, and it was actually a pretty good vibe considering how crowded it was. So, but that was
It can
probably
work, can't it?
It can, but it was probably due to just the incredibly rare swell direction that everyone was like little
Yeah.
school children. But
Yeah.
on a normal day, we'd probably all just be
We-
fucking screaming at each
We
other.
did get it for 3 days in a row though.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
rare, wasn't
Like the first little bit, I was pumping up my tires, and I looked down and I was like, "What the?" And I watched just that. Like, it was wasted at the very start of the cyclone bits.
it? Yep.
And I watched that, and I was like, "I'm gonna pull my phone out and film that."
Yeah,
Not gonna put it on
I'll
Instagram.
put that on social
I'm not
media.
putting
Okay.
it on Instagram yet, but I'll do that when the cyclone disappears. In 3 or 4 days, it was like 5 days of like
Yeah,
west,
unusual swell.
northish side of swell.
Yeah, it was bloody awesome.
But it's good to hear that you were out there and
Yeah,
I surf yelling up.
yeah, good. I heard it was good, eh? Pretty fun.
It was so much fun, and it was just like there was just a couple of different. It was a couple of peaks. It was crowded, but I paddled out and got my 5 waves.
Yeah, there you go. Someone's nemesis. Yeah, cool. Mate, we touched on a bit of early comp stuff there through Lizzie. All you girls have done competition stuff.
Hated it.
You hated it?
Yeah, I didn't love it.
Oh, well, tell us why.
Just what it really wasn't for me. I'd always played team sports, and so and that's probably why in the end I got out of competing and went into organising competitions and trying to get women into surfing and running coaching clinics and trying to. I sort of got behind the scenes. Hey, I got to drive. Don't top me up. I got out of that. The moment that really made it for me was Priscilla Hensler out at what's that wave just south of Cot Groin? Not Isolated is the one. Is it just the left off it? I'm not sure. Whatever it is, we had a QS event there. And I remember just paddling for a wave. I had Kate Scarrett in the heat and a few other, and she just paddled straight up the wave at me, and I was going to run her over. Like
She was pretty hectic.
She
was a
was
hectic
hectic,
up
and
there.
I think at that moment I thought, this is shit. I don't. I had
I think
trouble.
she made me cry.
Oh, she made all of us. Mel Redmond made me cry the most, though. Yeah, Mel. Whew. Anyway.
No, finish that story. I want all these stories. These are the stories
Anyway, but yeah, that was it. Just the real competitiveness. I didn't enjoy that. I much preferred running coaching clinics and getting women into surfing and the joy of that, and journalism, and that was more fun. Getting people along for the joy, not so much the thing.
I'd love to hear how your sort of journey with surfing WA started and how that sort of evolved. But let's hear Mel Redmond's competitive nous. Let's call it competitive nous.
So look, at the end of the day, I was a kid from Scarborough, Perth. Dad was coming down every weekend and every school holidays to build his house in Eagle Bay. You know, he got me surfing, and, you know, I would come to Yelling Up and I'd see these bloody golden hair beauties. There's Holly, there's Misty, Anna, Crystal. There's this down south cool surfy gang, Mel Redmond, sitting out at Cove, and I'd be like, fuck, there those girls are. I'd sort of paddle out, so desperate for them to even look at me and acknowledge my presence, because, you know, I was a surf girl too. But and anyway, I remember I went out to Yale's main break. You guys were over at Cove, and Mel was sitting out there, and I could see, and she was just eyeballing me. And Mel was famous for her dead stares and eyeballing.
Yeah.
And
Mate, she still intimidates me now.
that was her. She's a lovely lady, great.
But she's
just to the point.
She's to the point, and she doesn't talk a lot.
No,
and,
she's
yeah.
She's blunt.
She's blunt.
And she paddled up to me and she just flicked a bit of water at me.
Oh,
And
really?
I know, right? Just flicked a little bit of water at me to catch my attention, because I would not look at her. I was like, just not making eye contact with the dominant species here. And she just flicked a little bit of water at me and she goes, "Oi, do you live here?" And I went on to some fucking ramble like, "Well, no, I'm actually from Scarborough, but my dad's here building a house. And so I'm just down here all the time," like desperate for her to think maybe I was cool enough to talk to. And she said, "I just asked if you lived here." And I was like, "No." And she paddled away. And
Oh, that's brutal.
and so I was gutted. So then I paddled over to Holly and Crystal and all the gang, and I was so keen to get these girls to just acknowledge me and hang out with me. But it took some time, took years. Yeah, it's funny, I did Holly's speech at her 21st and Crystal and I had the surf school together, but it did take a little while to infiltrate the gang, but I got there in the end. I'm a bit like, I'll wear you down eventually.
Yeah. How long did it take to wear Mel down? Because there's no pushover.
She's not, but the funny thing is she actually, I remember I must have seen her maybe 6 months later, and again, we're out at Yale's and she paddled out and I caught a little wave and she said, "I wish I could improve." It was a bit of one of those backhanded compliments from Mel. "I wish I could improve the rate at which you've improved in the last 6 months that I've seen you." Because you've improved heaps, but I can't improve any better than I can.
You could take that so many ways.
I know, right? But I was like, I think that's a bit of a compliment.
Yeah.
Might have slightly
That's how Mel
impressed
makes
her.
a compliment.
Yeah. But look, no,
cold.
and Mel ended up becoming, because in the end, girl surfers back then, we had to become friends
for
because
sure.
we were fucking endangered species.
Yeah.
And you saw each other in the night, you go, "Wait, there's a girl," and you'd paddle 50 metres down to go and talk to that girl and hug and
no
swap
doubt.
numbers and be besties forever. So, but I wore these guys down.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I first started competing and I went to Perth, Misty took me up because she's like, "There's no one in the comp. Do you want to come?" It was like a state round and I went up and it was just me and Min in the comp. It was under 16 women's. So state round for under 16 women's, there's 2 girls. And it just was, I got second, Min won. And then within a short amount of time, and I think this is thanks to you, Lizzie, women surfing, the next round there was more girls and you then had a role as the women surfing director, or I don't know the exact term, but Surfing WA was employing you or you were volunteering to help. And then it seemed to me that was a point in time when women surfing, it started to grow and we then were going to events and we were in semi-finals and then there was round 1, and I think it's thanks to you of that growth and probably a lot of respect when you get your Mel Redmonds and those different characters. Then it was like a key moment in I think was probably the early 90s, if I'm not correct, that you then took that role to go, well, I'm not a competitor, but I can bring you all together and, show you how to make this a better place for us to all compete.
I think I was 19 when I became the state women's director. And then...
So how did that come about?
Probably from a lack of nobody else. No.
There was only 3 women surfing in that.
Possibly.
So
Possibly just having the biggest mouth, I would think.
Who was the boss at that point? Was it still Laney?
No, so Laney was one of the coaches. I'm trying to think. Thursky, Uncle Bunge was in there running the show. Al Atkins was head of Surfing Australia at the time. There was the committee with Rod Hatchett, Tom Blaxall, Len Dibben. I mean, gosh, some of those old boys were hard to come up against with their opinions.
Heavy hitters in the
Yeah.
WAC.
Maybe one of the Vidlers. But no, I don't know. I think, and Laney talks about it, I came along as this grommet who learned to surf. And then I became a coach and then I became an administrator. He calls it the feeder system, like I fed back into the system. I think it really just came down to timing. But I do think about the trips that we did. I was 19 and 20 going over to the East Coast, sharing hotel rooms with, Mark Clift and I remember sharing a hotel room with Bugs, Rabbit Bartholomew once. And never feeling creeped out by it. I don't know if I'd be sending my own 20-year-old daughter with 40-year-old surfers, but they were just supportive. They were into women. Oh, Tom Wilson. Tom was a big supporter of women surfing.
So out of all those trips with all those pros
Dudes.
with chiseled, suntan bodies, who did you have a crush on back then?
Oh, Squizzy Taylor.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Definitely. But he had a lady. No, I was much younger than him, but
Yeah.
he definitely, I thought he was a little bit sweet. But the rest of them, honestly, they were just like big brothers and
that's cool.
it needed to be.
That's
They were
good
all
to hear.
married and,
Yeah.
but Yeah, no, it was just, I don't know, we just did it. And I didn't have a problem asking. I never forget ringing Wayne Dart at Tracks going, oh, hey, mate, I kind of noticed you don't have a girls section in the newspaper. Do you mind? Can I write? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go on then. And I was like, oh, like sometimes it was just a matter of asking.
Oh, yeah.
You know, hey, Rip Curl, have you thought about maybe sponsoring us so we can get chicks into surfing? Yeah, how much do you want? Oh, okay. So sometimes it was, and once the industry realised there was money, like, you know, girls spend money on bikinis and stuff. Once Lisa Anderson came out and just opened everything right up, then the companies really got on board. They're like, oh, hang on, there's a little bit of money in women buying bikinis and wanting to look like surfers. So that sort of opened things up a little bit too.
Yeah, cool.
And that's when we stopped wearing longboard shorts.
Oh, mate, do you remember it?
Yeah.
I never forget seeing Misty paddling out at Trig Point in a pair of bikinis, and Drew O'Dwyer said, Misty's got a hungry bum. Look at it. It's eating up her bathers.
Yeah, Drew. He listens. He tunes
I
in.
probably took him to the com. Bob did.
But, you know, that was, I don't know. That's just where women surfing just kind of got its own fashion and identity, and that was cool. Those first wetsuits, though, they sent out of Quicksilver, fuck. They had do you remember the sweetheart neckline and the G-string stitched in the bum with
Did
the
they?
fucking
Well, like a fake G-banger in the
fake G-bang
sort
on the
of
back of your wedding.
And
with
Really?
and the fanny front.
fanny front, fat
And a
fanny.
little butterfly. Lisa refused to wear it. Lisa
Really?
absolutely, she's
Wear
like,
the
I'm not
boys'
wearing
wetsuit.
that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they went a little too far. The other side. They came back.
It would have been
eventually.
men designing them all for the women.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
then they're like, maybe we should get a chicken.
Maybe we
design.
should get onto them again and bring like in the Borat version for men, like the lime green mankini over your black wedding. That looks sick.
Good, eh? Maybe we should talk to the chicks and ask what they want.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, once there was money to be made and girl surfing just sort of found its own way. And for a while there, I mean, do you remember we had Chick Magazine, Surf Girl Magazine? For a while there was like 10 girl surfing magazines.
Really?
It was crazy. You could open up
Get
magazines.
paid photo incentives for being in a magazine.
Yeah.
So did you
gnarly.
get sponsored, Lizzie?
No, I was writing. I was writing in the articles, and I was more in the background. I mean, I've been in tracks a few times, a couple of photos here and there, but nothing. And it's actually really funny if you go to the the museum here at Aravina. Is that where it is?
Yeah.
There's these beautiful photos of everyone. I remember your husband Tim Wallace going, "Hey, Lizzie, there's not a photo of you anywhere." And I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "Okay, well." I was trying not to be upset. Oh, I guess maybe I wasn't that much of an influence. Maybe I didn't do that much. And then I found this paragraph that is written about me, and Mark Lane wrote it, and I was sobbing by the end of it. It's the loveliest thing. Yeah, it just talks about maybe the influence I had, but he says Lizzie Nunn's name became currency. Whatever she said, we kind of just did and followed. And that's,
As part
for
of the women's
generations now. And
movement.
that, I was like, I don't need a photo. I've got a paragraph from Mark Lane.
Weren't you inducted into the Hall of Fame for WA?
Yeah, it was something last year, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Then they tricked me up there. They told me there was a party, and so I drove all
Free
the way
margaritas.
to Perth. I drove all the way to
margaritas are
Perth,
enough.
and I did my hair and I wore makeup because I'm single, and I thought there might be a hot bloke
Squizzy
there.
Taylor might have finally broken up with his.
on his own.
There might be
She's
someone
died.
out there. And I get there and all I got was a lousy fucking plaque and a lifetime membership. And I was like, and I said, where's the party? They said, there's no party. We just invited you to get your award. And I was devoed. Put my daughter out for babysitting for the night thinking, could be the night. No.
So you make light of that. But
Okay, all right.
I know that getting life membership to any organisation is only ever awarded for someone that's put in the hard yards and dedicated a lot of time and effort and recognised for that sort of thing. So it must, when you look back on it, say in 10 years' time, you must be proud.
Yeah, I think so. It just
I'm proud of you, Lizzie.
Oh, thanks, mate. It was a shock.
Is
and
Mel
actually,
Redmond car proud of you? That's the big question here.
I'm
isn't
sure
it?
Melly is.
No, it's pretty good, Lizzie?
That's it. Once she said to me, bless her, I'd worked at the Dunsborough Bakery, and admittedly, lots of free donuts.
Yeah.
And I paddled out one day.
Especially the Squizzy Taylor.
That's it. Paddled
Sorry,
out
I'll
one
leave that
day,
one now,
and Mel looks at me and she goes, "You've been eating too many donuts at the bakery." And I was like, "Thanks, Mel."
That's why we
You
love
see
her.
white rice and soy sauce.
Yeah. Straight to the
but-
point. No.
No, look, it was a lovely award, and it actually had a deep effect on me in that I actually gave up all my community work down here. You would know probably that I've done involved in lots of things to stop development and try and, speak for our community. And that was a point. I just thought, oh, right. So I spent 15 years fighting for women surfers. I've probably spent the last 8 or 9 years fighting for my community down here. What if I just stopped fighting for everyone else? What would happen if I just stopped and just did things for myself? And I did. So that's, in the last few years, my business has really increased. I've managed to make a purchase on a little beach shack down the coast, and I've never been in a place more, secure and rooted to the ground. And that really came from that award. It actually made me check out of everything else for a little while, and
maybe I've done enough community service so I can focus on myself a bit. No, well played, man. Good on you.
Sounds like I just gave it up and became selfish. That's what I kind of did.
Fuck, mate. It sounds like you did about 15 years hard
What
work.
happens
So.
after you turn
I remember
50?
looking
I've
at that
heard
board, and it's all the members, and I'm like, there's a lot of men there.
Yeah.
And there's women have judged, they've surfed, they've been a big part of surfing in this state. And
Yep.
I remember making a comment to Laney, because he hired me for a little bit to help with that museum. I'm like, have you ever realised there's no women? Like,
I think Jodie Cooper's
there
on
was
there.
Jodie Cooper was on there, and Jodie, of course, has done huge amounts of things
Yeah.
for surfing in WA. And I don't know if I put a thought into him, but
I think
Mark
he
Lane has
did.
been a great,
He's
supporter,
incredible.
yeah.
Mate, Mark Lane, I love Mark Lane.
He's
just
awesome.
the best. Any issues with the surf school, I just Laney,
Yeah.
can't breathe. It's all right. This one time, and
That's it. Yeah, Laney's been amazing for surfing in this state, and even me as a person. He, I think the thing he really got me as a 18, 19-year-old. I remember ringing him about something and saying, "Hey, Laney, are you busy today?" And he'd go, yeah, no, I am. I was like, oh, okay. I wouldn't ask him what I needed him to do. And he said, mate, don't do that. He said, what I want you to do is, if you want me to do something, you just say, Laney, can you take care of this today? If I'm busy and I can't do it, I'll let you know. Otherwise, you're manipulating me. You're trying to find out whether I'm busy or not. And then if I'm not busy, then now I feel committed to have to do something that I might not want to do. Yeah. It was such a great lesson.
Wise words.
Don't ask me 3 fucking questions, Lizzie. Ask me one. And from that day on, I just go, hey, can you pick me up after work today? I just ask people straight out. And I hope to get a straight out answer. That's probably one of the best things.
My husband says that to me most days.
Does he?
Can you pick me up at Dog Shed?
From Cave's house. Me and my brother are on a bender again.
I'm at Dog Shed. Can you?
No.
Actually, do you remember?
What do you actually fucking want, Crystal? Okay, I might just need you to come and help me tomorrow.
Yeah, that's pretty much
when
the
Crystal
only
and I
question.
had the surf school together, I
Yelling up
remember
surf school?
yelling up surf school. I remember Tim coming to work through a few times, and he'd have to sit in the back of the car with his book and just fucking read. And I could just imagine him just doing everything, because we'd be in the front. So what about that safe bank? Should we go there? What about Meal Up? Should we drive around and have a look at Meal Up? I don't know. What's the winds doing? And we would fucking faff around for so long, just communicating in the way that we did. And then we'd come to this answer 15, 20 minutes later, and it would probably be what Tim would have thought of 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But he just, do you remember that? He just had to.
He was patient.
He was patient. I was Crystal's work wife, and he had to just button his lip.
In the surf school, man, I've still got tangents. I want to ask you girls about sponsorship and stuff as well. But in that surf school, you guys were pretty keen surfers. Was there ever a time where you had bookings and you just flat out rang up and told them lies that the surf was no good, so you could go surfing? Because I remember Sammy Hansen used to do it all the time, who used to own the surf school before you, and I was filming.
That's it.
And Rabbits would be good, and he'd stand on the early days of mobile and he'd have some like one-on-one lesson. He's like, mate, look, it's just not good conditions today. So he could go out and get tubed. Have you guys ever done that?
I think you have to remember that Sammy Hansen had a second job as a real estate agent.
Yeah. No, not at that time, he didn't.
Not then he didn't.
No,
He had a good fallback plan, though. Maybe he knew it was coming.
Mate, I've done that
Yeah.
a few times.
Yeah, good. And when
I
the
don't know.
cove is
Mate,
firing.
No. Probably when I couldn't get up out of bed.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
more likely we were not functioning.
Yeah.
I'm not functioning. I can't.
Yeah. We definitely had a couple of those
There's
ones.
definitely been a couple of days where you think you're not going to be able to take surf school the next day, and then you wake up and unfortunately it's fucking perfect, and you're like,
You got to go.
I had so much fun last night.
I had too much fun last night.
But we had it when we were a bit young and wild. We had our rules, didn't we? Like we had to be home in bed by 3. Is that it? I think that was it. We were allowed to go up 3 a.m. We were allowed to be, and we had to get up. And if we took Katie Carmichael with us, partying, we had to all then get up at 6 and do her boot camp. So we'd be in bed by 3.
Oh, yeah.
Up at 6.
No, and we'd go to bed in our uniforms.
We'd put on what we were going to wear to boot camp, and we would sleep for 3 hours, and then we'd go and do boot camp. Not very well.
Fuck, you guys are way more hardcore than us, aren't they?
Sweating out, and then go down and surf coach. I don't even know how we
Hopefully none of our
survived.
customers actually listen to this.
And then we'd go do a shift at Cave's house. Then we'd go work at
Oh, we
Cave's.
do. And then I was telling one of the grommets this the other day. I was like, you guys need to fucking lift.
Yeah.
What we used to do exactly that. You used to go to bed at 3, wake up, do boot camp for an hour, quickly smash a coffee and a piece of fruit. Then we used to go down, surf coach for 5 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Then used to finish and go to Cave's house and work the whole night, and then we'd
party
all over again.
Well, I used to coach for Sammy Hansen as a kid. Get up early, coach for Sammy Hansen, go to Wildwood, serve lunch, come into town, waitress with Adam and Nicolette. And then go party. And it's like now kids have got a headache or a cold and they can't come to work. You got a cold. Like, what do you mean? Like, don't you want money to travel and live? Like, what are you doing?
Just don't fucking cough on anyone.
Yeah.
What about the old trifecta? Cave's house, coconut bar,
Oh dear.
rave in the cave till
I
7.
don't know if we're allowed to even say about the cave what we all used to do in
And
the
then I
cave.
used to go to work at Bootleg at 9 o'clock.
God.
Rave with Kenny Eichenberg.
We were also
Rave in
tough.
cave.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. And the kids
Yeah.
these days.
Cave.
Oh my goodness, little kids.
Yeah. No, it's definitely some wild times back then. It's good to be
How did you
don't
go
do
on
that
tour,
now.
or how did you go surf Mexico? How did you get to Hawaii? We worked hard.
Yeah.
And we
You had to pay
surfed,
for everything
and we had
yourself.
dreams to go travel, and now it's like kids. I just feel like they got to work harder and save your.
That's the
dollars.
thing, though. I mean, you
Yeah.
sort of think about, like, when I watched that movie, what was it? Surfs Like a Girl? What was that one that came out?
The Lisa Anderson one.
The one we went to Cave's house.
Was
Oh
we saw it
yeah,
at
when we
Cave's
were
house.
breastfeeding our babies. Yeah.
that was really hard to watch. I thought I was going to be watching this movie, and because I never forget the moment when Triple J, when Triple J announced that women surfers were going to get the same amount of pay. I nearly drove off Commonage Road. I remember it was a physical reaction. I cried and I started shaking because we fought so hard for that. And then when I went back and watched that documentary, seeing the struggle of Pauline Mensah, and those girls, they did it so.
goosebumps.
I know it's so horrible to watch what they went through. But now here we are, kind of mocking the young girl surfers today.
Well, I
they're
know
not
you're just mocking kids. Like,
I'm
go
mocking-
surf,
I'm mocking
work
kids.
hard.
I'm not mocking the girls. I'm mocking the
Yeah.
boys because all
Yeah.
the boys are so soft these days.
Well, it's more to me about
It's just
what.
the youth of surfers.
Yeah,
Like they just.
it's
Yeah.
this. I almost want to use the word overindulgence at the moment of sponsorship
100%.
and kids being whipped up to Bali and off to trips away.
Oh, the HP. No, there's HPs,
Yeah,
mate.
there's so much of that, and I just sort of think, oh, well, did I have a hand in bringing along a generation where sponsorship now trickles all the way down to these 8 and 9-year-olds, and these kids are doing these trips away, and it was just a pipeline. So it's funny how it's changed in such a short time. I didn't think we were going to see female surfers being paid the same amount of money. I didn't expect to see that in my lifetime, and there it was. It happened in 20 years or something.
Very cool.
And now pipelines for the girls.
Yeah, right.
It's like
far out.
for the fucking
the
girls.
fucking girls. Yeah.
So what about in? I was thinking about this the other day actually. Obviously the WSL in the challenge. I think it's the Challenger as well as the CT equal prize money. But what about I think a couple of years ago there was Lucy Small talking about. The longboard events. It still seems like there's a lot of events where prize money is not equal.
Yeah, I think it's at the professional level that it's equal. And I got to tell you, I'm really not sure. I really have stepped out of all of it. I don't even know who's in the top 10 anymore or anything. But I you go
think
jump
Lucy
in.
Small says it's something. It was like the Noosa Surfing Festival that they weren't putting equal prize money at that event, and she pulled them up on it, and like Lizzie used to, ask for more, and she got rejected. And
On the microphone too at the presentation ceremony. So if you're going to say
Wow.
it somewhere, that's the place to say it.
and I think in something like that event, the women bring so much grace and beauty to an event like the Noosa Surfing Festival. As sometimes you're watching men there, and it's like it's not as beautiful, and it's a perfect event for her to speak her mind and bring beauty. You know, it's so beautiful watching a female longboarder surf, and if any event they deserve equal, it was a perfect.
Well, we do across any event, really.
Yeah,
don't we?
I think she was in a great place to say something that day, and good on her, I think.
Yeah.
100%. And the crazy thing to me is, you know, she copped a lot of flack for it too, you know, social media and all the rest of
That's
it.
kind of what happens when you stand up to a bit of a patriarch society. You'll get knocked down a little bit. You just got to keep going back in there, though. That's all
Exactly.
you
And
can keep
she's certainly not backward and coming forward. So
No.
good on her for
No,
doing
you
that.
need those ladies.
It's courageous.
Yeah, it takes
to
courage
speak
to do it. Yeah, for sure.
up.
Holly, when we spoke, I think, what was it, like 6 months ago, when I came into the Quickie store and we did an interview in there, which is always good to do that in store. We did have a bit of a chat about, you know, the up and coming girls, and it seems like since we talked, it's gone to another level with your, you know, your Katie Simmers, your Sierra Kerrs, and obviously, I've got a mental blank, Canadian, Erin Brooks. Tell me about what you've sort of seen over the last few months.
I just think, well, I mean, men and women and women and men and women, we all work really well together as a community. And I think the biggest part of surfing that's just blossomed in recent years is the men and women are one team now. Like, they work together well on, you know,
Yeah.
everything from WSL to judging to surfers. And if you look in the background, I always watch the conversations going around between coaching teams and surfers. And I love how much, like, a character like Betty Lou, she's right in there with John, you know, and they travel and they surf and they're being coached by Ross Williams. And I might have a little bit wrong, but as a team, you know, you think of that in a household, and, you know, Betty Lou's probably there with her mum and John's there with his wife, and, you know, they're all
Yeah.
there as a family and they're travelling. And I think it's just brought out this amazing youth part of surfing where the men and women are so good together, and Betty Lou's charging pipe, and so is Katie's probably got that exact, you know, I'm just using her as an example,
Yeah.
the exact same team behind her, and I just love it. Like, and I think the men love it too now, and they're like, what are we doing? You know, I
Yeah.
swear, I'm going to call them out a bit. Like, I swear,
Do
your
it.
Jake Pattersons, your Ross Williams, who else? Other coaches there, like other men, Luke Egan. I
Mitch,
swear
what about your
they're
own
now,
coach.
huh?
Your own coach.
Yeah,
Mitch.
even Mitch. Or I swear back then they were like, I swear they sit there now and go, why are we such arseholes? Like, I know they were arseholes.
Yeah.
And they're having such a good time on tour now, like coaching these girls and being a part of a family household. And it's made women's and men's surfing so much better. And it's so much more fun being on tour with cute girls and happy men and wives and
I
families
mean,
and kids.
part of it probably comes back to the fact that the George and the Bobos and the Les Nunns had daughters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, all right, well, this is what I got to go surfing with. I didn't get a son, so got a daughter now.
Well, my dad got 3 daughters.
That's it.
Yeah, he's like-
So I think part of the change of their attitude towards women was the fact that surfers had fucking daughters, and they suddenly wanted to get them out in the surf, and they didn't like. My dad used to get really upset watching blokes really give me a hard time in the surf, and so they changed their attitudes, and I think that's got a bit to do with it for sure, and I think they've realised by sharing the surf with women, and it doesn't mean you're going to lose, you know, the masculinity of the sport. It's not going to, like, women, we're not watering down the sport. We're not, you know, coming on board and making it more prissy. If anything, we're just bringing a different sort of style and energy to it, you know. But, you know, it's with any change in society, any change across business world, and the women who go first will often bear the brunt of changing something in society that's been a particular way, and those women have to go first, and the rest of us just trot in on our high heels ready to go.
I like what Holly was saying about the dynamic of, you know, a coach maybe coaching a guy and a girl, and they're having the wife and the mum, and because, mate, you can imagine, like, in the 90s, and it's a sponsored house with 10 blokes in Hawaii, the testosterone, mate, they'd be like, they'd be doing ACLs and ankles that night in the yard, wrestling each other, and it'd just be too, like, and I could see how it could bring a bit of balance to the situation.
stay in
we all know,
houses, yeah.
it's just like, mate, when we get together and there's no chicks around, it's like, all right, drink a few tins, I'll fucking beat you in an arm wrestle, and next minute someone's done their shoulder, can't surf tomorrow. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
clearly remember I used to go to Hawaii and I'd stay in the Rip Curl house, and it'd be my one little friend Julie Morris, and we'd be in there with all the boys, and we'd just stay in our room, and we'd tell our team manager when we're going to go surfing, when we were home. And then a few years later, working for Globe USA, and I was looking after a team of boys in the house, and I'd cook them food. And back then, like noodles and Nathan Webster and all that, they wouldn't talk to me. But as soon as you feed them food and give them cold beer and look after them and organise shit, they're like, oh, Holly, you're actually all right. I'm like, well, I'm getting paid to do this, and I love it. Like, I love surfing.
Paid to be your mum.
And then Webby would start talking to him. He's like, oh, your friend's cute. I'm like, yeah, she's cute. She's really nice too. She'll come over and have a drink, and we'd all then sit in the lounge and drink and eat, and they're like, oh, this is fun,
So, mate, you were sponsored as well by Rip Curl there and had some, as you say, managerial roles, I guess, and team roles. Mate, in those years there in Hawaii, and you're looking after some up-and-comers and sponsor guys, who was the most spoilt brat you came across there?
Ooh.
I mean, if you're cooking for them and stuff, surely you came across some little kid you're just like, mate, you fucking taste the back of my hand. That's what you'll have for dinner.
I didn't look after young kids, though.
Oh, didn't you?
No, I was looking after the older guys. So my clear memory is Nathan Webster. He would just not talk to anyone. He was
Really?
so cool.
Too cool for school.
And he had, like, cool tracky
Well, he
pants on.
wore
and-
pink scarves a lot, didn't I? I noticed
it's
that.
like these
Sydney
slick-
siders.
But then we just broke him down. We're
Did
like,
ya?
all of us, we're like West Aussies. We're like, love drinking beers. We like, we go to parties with no shoes on in Hawaii and just,
Yep.
I liked hanging out with boys. Like here, I
Yeah.
had lots of guy friends. So I loved.
Well, we did.
Eventually I liked hanging out with Jason. It took a long time. Yeah, but, and you get there and you're like, Webby, like, we're not cool, but we're fun and we're nice. And we, and you just, like, I remember those Globe houses and they're all don't know how to talk to you. I'm not going to sleep in your bed, and I'm not going to stop you sleeping with my friend, but like I just want to have fun. Like we're in Hawaii, man. Like let's surf and
live it
party.
up. And they were pretty heady days that you were involved in those teams there, weren't you? Where the money was flowing freely from the companies.
Yeah, heaps of money, heaps of free alcohol, heaps of big Volcom House would be pumping.
Give us one of the loosest parties that you were involved with there.
Well,
If you can remember
Volcom
it.
men were throwing the boys, the Hawaiians were throwing. They scorpions? With the
Really?
Yeah.
Pincers.
Yeah, pincers.
Yeah, on us when it was centipede. Sorry,
On
They were-
you?
Oh, centipede.
on everyone, and
centipedes.
they entered the party, and that's that classic Volcom house. And
Yeah.
we used to stay with Dave Riddle. So Dave Riddle back then would coach Annie and Bruce Irons, but we would stay at his house because my friend lived with him. So Riddle was like, "That's not on. You're not throwing centipedes at girls." So he would just like, not cool.
That's not allowed.
Yeah,
That-
so
that's
we'd
the
then go
benchmark.
into the party and it would just get so hectic. And the fire department came one night and they got a fire hose and they were just like spraying everyone to get out of the Volcom house.
Really?
So then you just go to the Red Bull house. And then you get to the Red Bull house, everyone just moves from house to house and
Good
just gets
Lord.
lit. And those days, it's not like that anymore because people earn money to be athletes, not just be surfers.
Bit
and-
fit and healthy.
but
Yeah.
the crew would just be vomiting and just nuts. It was fully fun, but we'd just walk home and go to bed, or you'd pash a hot guy and keep going. Like, yeah.
Is it also because of social media though? Because people are
right.
filming these
100% it
days,
is, yeah.
right? You see, I mean,
Bit more judgment.
Nadia Bartel, the wife of Jimmy Bartel, plus many other footy players, like guy from Greater Western Sydney doing a big. They called him sausages because he just used to do these big sausages of cocaine.
Oh,
But that's being filmed, right? So
yeah.
That's
It's a little
These
bit more
days-
tricky these days. But that's
Yeah.
with everything, isn't it? You can't
know-
get away with much anymore.
still have a good time, but it's being filmed.
Mate, so Holly, in that era, because I love that era. That's what I looked up to for better or for worse. That's what I idolised in the 90s. Mate, who was the best partier? Who could go the hardest at night time?
Tommy Whittaker.
Oh, it's really straight up. I love how you just had such a quick answer.
Yeah,
The guy must have been a
so
weapon,
fun.
was he? And
Yeah,
then still surf in the morning.
Yeah, and always wakes up happy and
Really?
ready to surf again or
Oh, what
party
a legend.
again. And
I
he's-
couldn't
it's a
contain
skill.
Joel
It's a
Parkinson
skill.
when
It is
I
a
was in
skill.
charge of him.
Yeah.
When
Who?
he's- Joel Park, when he was 16 and I was the manager for the world junior team.
Yeah.
I had Joel Park, Ace Buchan, Mick Fanning.
Wow.
And trying to contain Joel Park was a bit tricky.
But
Just-
Joel Parkinson had a family early, so he.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
24.
Well, he does now, but
He was,
back then he
He's a
didn't.
bit younger
Yeah.
than me.
I remember him coming to the door and
Oh,
going,
yeah,
"Hey, I
so
need
much space.
need some protection." And I was just like rummaging through the house trying to get him a condom. Like, please. knowing which girl had been lined up. I was like, oh God, no, please not her. I know her parents. Come on, we'll find something here.
In Rottnest, the island are you talking?
No, this was in Bali.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, that's
Tommy
awesome.
West is always fun, and because we all did the pro juniors together as kids, and then later in life you end up in Hawaii and you're like, oh, we were all friends back then because pro junior days you would just there was a lot more girl surfing and there was all the boys around, and we had one winter in Hawaii and it was just rain. It was 100 foot every day. And we just formed this little gang, and we had a house with free beer, and the little gang just kept coming back and playing ping pong. And Tommy Witz always woke up happy. Like,
Really?
no matter what, if you'd had bourbon pancakes for breakfast, he'd wake up like back on, and
What a legend.
so fun. Yeah.
Ant-Man's he's pretty good.
Oh, he's next level.
He's like he can party all night and still go and pack it.
Yeah, I found him in a garden once at Rocky Point.
Did ya?
I went back to find my friends, and Ant was asleep in a garden. I was like, Ant! He's like, oh, shit, straight up, out at sunset.
boom,
like,
straight up,
like 10
paddled
minutes. Yeah, he's epic.
That's
Great,
awesome.
great constitution.
What other great things did you see Ant-Man do in Hawaii, whether partying or surfing?
He took me surfing at sunset for the first time, Ant. He's
Did he?
just solid human.
Yeah,
if he
he
found
is.
out anyone you was on the rock, he'd come and find you and make sure you're okay and where you were staying was safe and don't walk alone at night. And,
Pretty much didn't follow any of his own advice.
No,
but
none
at
of
least
his-
he's looking out for you girls.
Yeah, he was epic. Take you out at sunset, and then Ant just always epic at partying, and he's straight out and surf in the morning. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't let the partying.
Nah,
Yeah.
he doesn't. I'm shit house. I mean, obviously, maybe because I'm shit house anyway at surfing, but if I'm hungover, man, I'm so bad at surfing.
Ant was epic in Hawaii. I
He's-
loved my early days in Hawaii, and Ant took great care of us. Yeah.
He was in here just within the week. It was on Monday he was in it. We did a potty with him and we are talking about Hawaii, and he was talking about how he took Sally Fitz out at sunset for her first time and was singing her
Many
praises.
people. Ant was really good. He used to call it the colon. Like there was a part of sunset because he won sunset,
Yeah.
and he was one guy that could just sit deep and in. So
Right.
it was scary, and they call it it's the deep colon of sunset.
Ooh.
And he just knew sunset so well from North and West Wales,
Yeah, right.
and he was just the man out there. So anyone like your Sally Fitz or your up and comers, Chelsea, Georgeson, like anyone like that, he would come out, sit in the colon.
Let me show you the colon.
Yeah, and he'd tell them when to paddle out, when to paddle across. And,
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah.
Mate, how did you go in Hawaii, Holly? Did you paddle out in some big stuff?
Yeah, but we also faked a bit of big stuff,
Did you?
know,
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we surfed some big stuff, but we used to get up real early and pretend we'd been out for a surf.
yeah,
Really?
yeah, we've all done that.
Our team managers, Rip Curl, was like, oh, that's good girls. You get amongst
really?
it. Yeah.
Did fakies?
Yeah,
Full
because they
fakies,
would
that's epic.
want the next contract to be written so you could go back on tour,
I've done it at Nalu, a big day.
Have
Like,
ya?
pretended to go out the paddle out beach, but just drifted down under the fucking cliffs
Cliff
and
and
then
paddle back
hovered
in.
under the, sat under the little rope for a little, maybe an hour, and then climbed up and been like,
Have you
"Oh,
really
yeah,
done that?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
That's awesome. Mate, I'm going to do
You know
that.
what it's like when you go to Nalu, it's dark and you think you
Yeah.
can go out and handle it, and then you
Yeah.
get down to the paddle out beach like, fuck, I can't go out there.
Stub toe.
Yeah.
I can't walk back to the car park. I'll just wet me hair and I'll sit under the ladder for a little while, and then I'll climb up and pretend that
That's epic.
definitely done that once or twice.
What do you reckon the greatest thing you saw in surfing in Hawaii was in your time there, Holly? Is there anything that stands out?
Jake winning sunset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty special because
Were you there too, Lizzie?
No, I'm just nodding at her. No, Crystal said, yeah. Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, you were
Yeah,
there,
well, she was
Crystal.
her, not me. Yeah.
I'm kidding. I was like,
Yeah, that
that
was-
was cool. That was
Oh.
it was really cool because we'd all like hung out that winter. It'd been a shitty winter for surf, like which is huge. Like, and when I'm saying we faked it,
That's
like,
Jake Patterson for our
we're
listeners
faking
too,
like
by the way.
12, 15 foot like sunset, just wild. But you had to do something. It was pretty boring. You'd have pretty long days, and it'd been one of those winters, just rain. It's really brown, like all the rivers
Yeah.
come out, so it's pretty shitty watercolor. And then it just sunset, then just went on, and no one had surfed because it was just 100 foot, and Jake, and it was like slowly. And I remember just being, and by then I'm cool. Like it'd taken probably 15 years, so I was cool again with all the boys, and we were all like, and cool in a way. We're all friends and partying and having fun, and Jake just kept getting through, and Tommy Witz and a lot of our friends were just like, one of our ones is gonna.
Tommy Witz would have gone on a bender, wouldn't
He
he?
was just like, yeah, it was exciting, and watching Jake win as a fellow West Aussie and being there in the little, back then we just had silver. What do you call them? The little seats are stacked up like.
Oh, like
yeah,
a
like a mini
bleacher.
grandstand.
And it was like a
yeah.
little tiny, like your back would ache if you watch more than 2 hours of live surfing.
Yeah, cool.
And and it's cold. There was no food or hot coffee. It was just and that for me in Hawaii was sick. But some days watching pipe too, like watching pipe live, when it's big, until you've done it, you don't realise how close you're watching pipe. And I've been there in some years watching big pipe. I saw Taj wipe out really bad at pipe, and that was scary. He hit the bottom and he had to go off in an ambulance.
Oh, really?
Sunset. That was
obviously you were super close with him.
yeah. So
same
that was
age
scary, and watching that live and going, wow, like watching your friend just being pulled out of the surf and taken off. Like
was that early in his career?
Yeah, he was
Early-ish?
doing pretty good stuff then, like on tour. Definitely early days. But
I mean, he was good early anyway. So
yeah,
it's a
like
relative term,
nines,
but-
and like we were probably staying up there at Foodland with Riddle and that. But watching that, and that was big pipe too. Like until you watch pipe live, it's like it's like right there. And
It's so close. Yeah.
and that's really
It is
exciting to be there and witness that as a surfer. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I never surfed pipe much, but to watch it
you
live
wouldn't
was
have fucking
just
got
you
anything
just-
in those.
Yeah.
in that era, would you?
Bevo did.
Yeah,
well there.
Bevo in a bikini. How's that photo of her?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Have you seen Claire's
No,
photo?
no.
There's Claire in this string little bikini.
Hungry bum, as
Just-
Drew would say.
Just grab rail at the bottom of pipe. Just,
Really?
Oh, and she's rippling. She does with
Yeah,
every
she's-
muscle. It's an amazing photograph of
sounds
her.
cool.
Yeah.
Pipe, watching pipe was.
Were you there when Jake won pipe?
No,
That would have been pretty cool.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
But when they got home, we had the pipeline master party at Enjoyer with Foss.
Did ya?
And I was there.
After party?
I turned 20 at that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, because
That was the best party. of the
Enjoy was
century.
a restaurant for those that don't know in Dunsborough that was it was ahead of its time, and probably couldn't function in this day and age with
No.
cameras in everyone's
be
pocket.
illegal.
Yeah, it would be illegal.
It would have killed Foss if it was still running.
But it was. I remember when I first moved to town, that was definitely the hot spot, and I remember
Yeah.
going there, and I was like, "Wow, this is different to any restaurant I've been to in the city." It was sort of do whatever you want,
Right,
really,
yeah.
and as
Eat
long as you don't
pizza.
cause any trouble,
Yeah.
and eat wood-fired pizzas. Yeah, it was pretty sick.
No, I wasn't there. I didn't watch Jake win pipe.
So tell us about the Enjoyer after party at Pipe. How was that?
Well, it was Porn Stars, Pizza,
This was your birthday.
and Pipeline Master. I turned 20.
Really?
On the
Yeah,
20th, on the year
31st
2000.
of
Yeah.
31st of December.
I had
Yeah.
Angel.
1998.
Huge
He would have
Angel.
won pipe in
Yeah,
1998.
98. He did. Yeah.
And it was
amazing.
so it was in celebration of Jake, but because I worked at Enjoyer back then,
Oh, yeah.
that's why I wasn't there. I had to work, so I'd already been there. Had to come home and
Oh,
fill up
no.
the bank again.
Oh, that
Coach for
sounds
Sammy
pretty cool.
Hansen and work at Enjoyer for Foss and out at Wildwood, But
Tommy Witts didn't fly in for that party.
nah.
Some-
He was probably partying with Jake at Pipeline.
yeah, I'm sure.
But we just celebrated Jake's return to WA and
Yeah, cool.
put the Pipeline Master up in our, we all loved him.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, he had curly hair. Him and it. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely had hair.
What about your Hawaiian experiences? You went there a few times, didn't you, Crystal?
Yeah.
Where did?
Yeah, a couple of times. We
Yeah.
went. Yeah, when I was 12, we went for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
We went in. I was about 12. Ended up on the same flight over there with Courtney Gray
Oh, right.
and Perry Hatchett actually.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so we
ASB
ended
head
up-
judge for a while.
Yeah. So we ended up at Perry Hatchett's wedding
Oh, right.
to Rochelle, who he had his 2 boys with.
Yep.
Anyway, but we were at Kauai. Did Kauai for a little bit.
Yep. Is that the only time you've been to Hawaii? That one trip?
No, I've been back since.
Okay.
Which was it was super cool. Where going back as an adult because I just held so many amazing memories. Like we did the North, we did the North Shore, we did Kauai, we did Waikiki, and like family of 6. I've
Yeah.
got 2 little sisters and a big bro.
Yep.
And I was could surf a little bit how to go, but like I said, my first and most exciting wave of nearly at Waikiki. It was the coolest thing ever.
Just a footnote. My first ever proper wave was Waikiki.
Oh, really? Shut up.
Fucking not kidding you. My dad pushed. We were there family holiday. I was like 9, and my dad didn't really surf. He wasn't really a surfer, and mate, we just ended up there, and he just pushed me into this wave on this log, and I was just like, this is the fucking best
And that's
ever.
what they did. They put you all on it like a fucking 12-foot
Yeah.
board and just poof.
You can see
and
that's-
everyone stands up and rides along, and it's just
Gets
the
the
joy.
shot.
It really is
Yeah.
like the movie Blue Crush, isn't it?
Mate, it is. Mate,
Bullshit. Oh yeah.
but, you know, when you look at that bay and you imagine what it was like hundreds of years ago, and the way that wave
Yeah.
sort of breaks but doesn't break and sort of breaks again and doesn't, and it's just this perfect swell in this perfect bay, and it's warm water. And those guys would have been out fishing the original Hines. You can so easily see how they're just coming in going, you know what? Let's fucking catch this thing. This looks
Yeah.
fun as shit.
Yeah.
What is
they're
it?
all, the
This
Hawaiians are all over it.
This
I
is the
was-
fucking shit. That's what the early
The fucking
Hawaiians.
shit, the fucking shit.
This is what the Hawaiians. But you can
But-
see how it started there. Hey.
It was it's going back as an adult. And I had Bam, so I had a near like he was
Your
11
firstborn?
months old, my firstborn.
Yep.
So it was 11 years or 10 years ago. And we went for a wedding. My cousin got married over there, and we went and Tim was traumatized. I was like, sorry, honey, we're staying in Waikiki for 10 days. He was like, what? Anyway.
How far is that? I actually don't even know. How far is that from the waves? From the real waves?
North Shore.
North, it's like an hour and a half.
Hour,
It's an
yeah.
Oh, it's
hour.
not too bad.
No,
then.
mate, we got.
Yeah.
Don't worry, but we were there in October.
You were doing
end
the
of
reverse
October,
Sonny
so
Garcia, just
we
driving out to North Shore every night.
So, funnily enough, the south coast, so Waikiki, the south coast, right?
Yeah,
East
yeah,
side.
it is.
Oh, yeah, south,
Something.
yeah, south side.
So
Yeah.
it was pumping the whole time we were there,
Yeah,
and we
sick.
ended up becoming, we'd hired a couple of boards, so we surfed Queens and like surfed good waves, and then of course because we were there at a family wedding, Jack McCoy's there, and Dale Hope met a couple of very amazing people, very amazing Hawaiian crew, and ended up at the Waikiki. What do you call them? The clubs, the surf clubs.
Yeah.
Like the hoot. Like you don't get to go in
Tubes.
those things.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and so we ended up there, and so he's gone out. So Tim's been taken out at 6-foot rice bowls and just getting tubed
Wow.
at Waikiki.
Really?
And much that he just thought we were going to bloody fucking surf school land.
Yeah, yeah.
He's traumatized.
Yeah.
And he's like, God, I'm just gonna have. I was like, don't worry, honey, the Mai Tais are good.
Yeah.
Just eat and drink.
Just for the record, your
I
hubby's
was like,
pretty-
I had a little longboard. I love a longboard. It doesn't matter what I surf. I don't care. I have
Yeah.
fun everywhere.
Yeah.
Found myself a couple of nice longboards and
Yeah.
I was a little bit like, I didn't know that. I had some nemesis that day.
Oh, did you?
My first couple of surfs, and I kind of my uncles, they were trying to like, no, you just got to say this and this and this, and I was kind of like, next day I was like, mahalo, trying to be like an Australian kind of hey.
Yeah.
And next minute, definitely got a couple of smiles from the lineup, and ended up, the couple of yeah, you go kind of moments, which was, I felt
Yeah.
Yes.
Howley, is that what it is?
Honky tonk.
But yeah, I was definitely not a Howley. I was an American. I was just a fucking blow-in.
Yeah.
But yeah, had a really couple. We had some really good surfs on and then we did a little drive and did a couple of days on the North Shore and booked a house on the North Shore, and Tim ran up and surfed walls and that, and there was barely anyone out, but it was still nearly too big for me to go out. I was like, ooh. But I went up to, is it Belsey Land? Or
Belsey Land.
Land?
And that place is crowded. That's hard to get
So it was
away
pretty
there.
little, but I was like, the water and I was just like, this place is like tropical paradise.
Yeah, right.
And I'm
Redevelopment back then too, it would have been, yeah?
Yeah,
Or
there
was
was
it-
no,
yeah.
there was
Yeah.
nothing on the beach. It
Yeah.
was like Mum just went, nah, this is where
What's
this
there now?
go up here, and I just paddled out and surfed these beautiful little head high peak things with a few people. I kind of, but I was definitely really intimidated though.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
It's
like
an
I was-
intimidating place.
it was
The
a-
lineup's
It
intimidating.
was. It was not even that many crew out there, but I so grateful for the experience. I will never forget those few little surfs I had there,
Oh,
and then
cool.
a few out at Queens and stuff like Waikiki,
Oh,
and the
that
day
sounds
that
awesome.
Tim surfed that Bryce Bowls.
Yeah, he scored. And mate, just for the record, Tim the Wallaby Wallace is very good at partying and going out and still getting barreled the next day. One of the best,
Correct.
actually.
Just as Holly said that, Tommy, I'm not Tommy and Timmy. They could be friends.
Oh, mate.
Timmy wakes up the next day always ready to go and have an adventure, and nothing's too hard the next day.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes Mummy over here, she's like,
Pretty sure he may or may not have forgot to go to bed a couple of years before the last single fin, and because we have the heat draw the night before down at the pub, and have a few beers, do the heat draw, and you must have missed the memo that you're supposed to go to sleep, and I'm pretty sure he rocked down to Bears, like really hot summer's day on the beach all day at Bears, went out and just got tubed, mate, at Little Mama's Rights. He was killing it. I was like,
sounds like Ant-Man.
Well, he's been looking up to
Tim and Ant-Man are friends.
Yeah, funnily enough, they're real good mates.
It's weird too because isn't Ant-Man related to Dan Patterson? He was really good at that in the early days.
Oh, was he? Yeah. I'm not surprised. Yeah, they're talented. What about your Hawaiian experiences, Liz? Have you been?
I saw. Yeah. I went by myself. Actually, Mel Redmond, my bloody good friend, she set me up in a house over there, and I went and I flew by myself, and I went there, and I saw some crazy huge swells. Like Waimea was up over the road and Sunset, so we were locked into the North Shore. About 2 a.m, the swell peaked, and there were these sirens going off and throughout the night. That was to let you know that a 60-footer had come through, and they were trying to evacuate everyone along the shore, the foreshore.
I was on that year. Is that when the cliff collapsed?
Could have been. I don't remember.
The old 60-foot siren.
60-footer had come
Swell,
through.
not tsunami.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was on the other side of I was in a house on the other side of the Cam Highway, and I remember the guy I was staying, he said, let's go and cross the road and check it out. And as we went across the road, these people came running out of their house, and there was just a wall of white water going through their house and coming out up the driveway towards us. So that was pretty wild to see that. And I surfed Rocky Point, and I was absolutely the proper Rocky Point, not the one where you get bitch slapped by some dad.
Mate, well, it did remind me of Johnny Boy Gomes punching Jodie Cooper.
Yeah,
I mean,
know, right?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But,
that was pretty hectic back in the day.
And what blew me away is they said, so the swell's going to jump from 4 foot to 8 foot at this time. And no shit, I was out there. I thought, okay, cool. I'll just quickly duck out here for a few waves. It's not too big. And on the bloody minute, this 8-foot thing came through, and I was at Rocky Point. I was scrambling trying to get in and up the beach because it came up.
They were sort of pioneers
so
a bit,
fast.
the Hawaiians, with that buoy reading that they have wherever. You always used to hear about that.
Ring the buoy.
Is that what it was?
You'd ring it.
You would, that's right.
You would
ring
get
it
up in the
listen to
morning and
recording.
you'd dial a number and listen to the buoy reading, and then that would tell you where the swell.
And that was like 6 hours away or something like that, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know. I'm just from all the stuff I've read.
It was weird. Like, it's the only place in the world you did it. You wake up, you go.
There was full technology.
So was it like a pre-recorded thing, or was it a Hawaiian guy going, oh, it's going to be 6 foot
It was
deep,
pre-recorded, for sure.
15 seconds, brah.
Brah, get out there
But
already.
my heaviest experience in Hawaii was the fucker who I was having a barbecue with some people, and they were cooking some mushrooms, and they put them on the table, and I was waiting to eat.
Magic ones or normal?
Well, come on, don't steal my punch.
Sorry. Fuck.
But let's just say mushies that had been cooked in mull butter, and I was never much of a drug taker as a young person, and I was waiting for the barbecue to be cooked, and I was starving. I was just picking at these mushrooms. And then, honestly, a few hours later, I was just paralysed in my room. And I was in there for about 2 days staring at the smoke detector on the roof. And I thought it was the CIA, and they were in there with cameras watching me. And I was being kept a captive in this house in Hawaii. Wow. No one knew. 2 days of paranoia until this girl, Megan Westlake, an Australian girl, she came and got me from the backpackers and banged on my bedroom door and dragged me out. She said, "You're just fucking high, come on." And you're just having a bad experience on some mushies. But yeah, I was by myself in Hawaii. Had a really bad experience.
So they were magic mushies cooked in mull butter?
Yeah.
That's the way.
Pretty hectic.
Really?
That's a new thing. There you go. Shit, hang on.
Just give me some ideas here.
I'm not sure who Mel Redmond set me up with to stay over there, but it was a little dicey.
What a weapon. Yeah. So how long did they simmer them for? What temperature? 180 degrees, 5 minutes.
Were they growing them in?
That was pretty rad.
They have horses in the water? I mean, not... else,
Yeah, I
isn't it?
saw some
Galvin?
weird things. I mean, I guess when I think about it, maybe the swell never got that big. Maybe I just hallucinated all of that.
Yeah. Maybe there was no white water
Maybe,
coming through.
yeah,
the
maybe
house.
there were no sirens. It's just in my head. Maybe I never went to Hawaii.
Maybe I was in WA.
Maybe I was
with-
in W. Maybe I was in Bali. I don't know. Anyway.
Mate, what about your surfing experiences there? How did you go?
Yeah, well, I didn't get out at Pipe. Megan went out. She was a goofy footer. But yeah, we surfed. It was just too big the time there. We ended up going to a different part of the island. I can't even remember because it's in my 20s and I'm 50 now. I don't remember things as well. But
That's cool.
definitely got some surf there. Velzy Land was really frustrating, just super crowded and couldn't, even when you're in the right spot, couldn't get away.
Is that the one with like the biggest
super
roll in, like
locals.
super roll, like
Super
real
local.
easy roll into just a hell little pit? Is
Yeah,
that,
it's a really nice little wave.
looks
it's,
so
just
fun, but
really
It's like Coco
localised.
Hose, like
Yeah,
you
the
see
hose.
footage of her. It's
Yeah.
always
Oh, and just girls ripping everywhere.
Oh,
Is
really?
that Megan Abobo? Oh, it's not. It's just some other random ripping Hawaiian chick. Oh, is that
Oh, yeah.
Rochelle Ballard? Nope, just some American woman who rips as hard as they were just, ripping girls everywhere. Fair bit of American white trash washed up there, though, too. Saw a little bit of that down at the
they'd
beach.
fly 'em in, maybe.
Yeah.
What, people or actual
People.
litter? Oh,
No.
okay. I wasn't sure.
There's a little bit of that going on
Tourists.
there, just But I think Pipe was by far the most. It is so close to the beach. It is bullshit. It is so close, and the sound, and it's pretty amazing. But
It's exciting.
the whole place is. I think every surfer has to go there.
Oh, man.
It's just part of our.
I was about to
Our
say, I
roots.
really want to.
I want to go back. I wanted
should
to
go
do
and
it
watch
for
it.
my 40th, but it's not
Oh,
going to
yeah.
happen.
We're just
We're
back to
going
Nalu.
Going to Nalu.
We're up to what are they called? Third bubble, fannies or tits or girls?
fannies.
spots?
Is it?
Vagina bubble.
Vagina bubble.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
there's a
That's
cheeky
all
name
I
for it.
surf up there.
That's all right. I don't think
You've
there's
got a
anything.
beautiful feminine side, I think.
Oh, do I?
You're
Staunchly
caring. I feel like
feministic.
you're
We'll
caring.
accept you. at
Yeah, really?
Turbo.
You
We'll
can
allow
come down to
Sick.
fannies.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that means a lot because, I'm down there battling you chicks anyway. And, anyway.
Well, we don't give up our fanny too easily. So,
No, really?
we're protective of it, aren't we, ladies?
Yeah.
I want to ask Crystal her describe the best wave she's had at Toomey's.
Great
because,
question.
While we're talking, I think Crystal invented, third bubble down there, and I didn't go to Nalu for a long time, and I went back up and hadn't told anyone yet, but I was pregnant at the time and was keeping it a secret, and went up and paddled out. And we got a beautiful day out there, and I think Crystal, I want to know your best wave out there because watching you out there on your AB, I think it's your 6'6", and
Amazing
you
to
just
watch.
you get so excited, and I want to know.
Have you got
know-
one that really stands out?
I've actually there's so many, but it's so rewarding when you pick off one of those wide ones that everyone's too deep and you take off and it's just even from the third bubble, it's still such a long,
Oh, it's amazing.
It's so easy to just gain speed and then do such a nice big turn and then come back and then gain more speed.
On a
and that-
big board too. That's what I like about it. You can go out
yeah,
on a
but
big
you know
board.
what? I'm 5'10" and 70 kilos. Like, it's my 6'3" is like I would have been on a 6'3" if it was when that
Yeah.
the other day. But that's a little board for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, though I actually have too many, Holly, to even. But that trip, I'll never forget that trip. That was COVID, right? And COVID, there was everyone freaked, and we were all locked down. And I, funnily enough, was pregnant too and didn't know. But managed, Tim was like, get up there. So I hopped in the car with my two boys. I towed a 18-foot caravan or 19-foot caravan up to Nalu, had a couple of friends up there coming with us. So I was like, fucking someone needs to look after the other two kids. So we managed to wrangle a couple of grandparents because mine were all stuck. One of them was stuck in the Kimberley with, everyone was stuck somewhere. Anyway, as soon as the gates opened, I was at the border, crossing the border of Jurien up to the northwest. And those 2 weeks I will never, ever forget because there was nobody there, nobody there. The whole lagoon end, that was us. There was 2 sites. And there was a couple of people there on the weekend because the Carnarvon crew were allowed to come out. And it was just somewhere between 2 foot and 6 foot for 2 weeks with nobody there. And and because like when I was a grommet, I didn't fucking understand how good we had it. I used to beg people to come surfing. I'm like, come on, please. It's fucking head high and everyone wants to go fucking fishing and I just want someone to go fishing. I just want someone to go surfing with. But that was the moment that those waves that we experienced, and then Holly rocked up, and we still had we had another week of real, like, there was a few people started cluing on the fact that COVID wasn't going to, completely kill most of the
world's population.
We weren't all going to go down. And you rocked up, and but do you remember the day where it was small. It was, it was 4 foot in the morning. It was maybe going to be 8 to 10 foot in the afternoon. And we paddled out like dickheads. And we were both, like 6 or 8 weeks pregnant. So it just, you start to get a little bit like you've not got quite as much energy. It kicks in. And I remember it was 4 foot. And I paddled out. I was like, we got this. And I got pitched on one. And I don't normally get pitched on any. I normally make my takeoffs because I don't like getting fucked up. And I got pitched, I paddled back out, and I was a little bit like, oh. And then, all of a sudden there was a lot of people paddling out because it'd been, anyway, this serious proper 8 to 10 foot set fucking came. And I thank God that I was out on the third bubble and I paddled pretty much halfway to the bommy. And then I just remember just going, fuck, where's Holly? And I looked down and thank God Holly also saw the same set and paddled into the abyss. And that was it. Then it was like 8 foot. And I was like...
But WA proper.
It was terrifying.
So 8 foot is like 4 times overhead with a shallowness of Nalu. And if you get... you snap boards and snap leg ropes on. If you get caught in the wrong spot, that's just like you're traumatized. I would be anyway. Anyway, I just remember I was like, all right, boys, fuck, that set went. Someone help us in. We're going in. And I remember just getting one of the boys getting back into the third bubble where you could even just catch a wave. And there was 60 fucking people out there. It was because all of a sudden it cottoned on that all these people couldn't go to their Bali trips, their Ments trips, their fucking overseas trips. All of a sudden everyone goes, all right, we're just going to go up north. And lots of people had fully cancelled and got their refunds or will come next year. But there was a lot of young crew and that were all just travelling. They got all their money saved and they're ready to go. And so Nalu went from...
Europe was cancelled.
Yeah, it was all cancelled. And so it went from like busy. No one to 400
one day
people.
We counted like 120 people.
Yeah, it was so mental. But anyway, at the end of that story, I was like, Holly, I'm going in. You're going in too. Before we were
both pregnant. So
one of those 10-foot sets. None of us need one of them on the head. We're carrying precious cargo here. Yeah. And I just remember catching one in and just getting to the beach and like we survived. High five.
And we said
to find me sitting under the ladder. Just pretending.
Lizzie was still
Lizzie's been there for 2 days. Just holding onto the rope.
That's it.
Like I think I rolled in within 2 weeks that trip, and it was pretty good. And I remember surfing with you. It was pretty awesome. But yeah, we were coming in thick and hard. Everyone was coming thick and hard out there. But mate, here's something like I'd like to point out that I'm sure Holly and Lizzie will back me up on. I don't know many women who would load up the 4B with 3 fucking kids under the age of 7, tow an 18-foot caravan, 18 hours drive, dropping tyres down the desert, setting up, banging in star pickets while Timmy's out driving boats. And mate, does it without even battering her eyelids. I'm just like, holy shit, I can't even do it. I'd be losing. She's like, we just punched it out to Wurrumurrul and slept on the side of the road for the night, and then got up, did some shopping, and went up and set up camp. I'm just looking at a camp going, fuck, it's way better than mine.
Yeah, and all whilst with a glass of rosé in a hand and cooking dinner.
Yeah, mate, you're a weapon of Nalu, Crystal. So well played. You're inspirational. Yep, well played, mates.
Love it.
Pretty cool. Shit, where we start? Do a Clive mid-season, mid-podcast Clive. You guys got any Clive Palmers that you? I mean, we've got plenty of other stuff.
Someone that we just think sucks.
Yes, the Clive Palmer
for me,
Awards.
it's Adrian Finney and the fuckers trying
to
destroy Smith's Beach. I reckon big boo, double thumbs down for me.
And for those listening,
hysterical.
invest your time and figure it out. Because
it needs a little bit more support because they just go under the marketing behind them. It just looks all a bit fucking not all okay, and it's just so not. What they're trying to do is radical.
The seawall is a nightmare.
who the fuck do they think they are?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
Humankind. I'm like, they're really
you
ruining
guys
it.
are so on the ground. Crystal does most of her summer surf lessons on that beach. She's the only person allowed to drive on the beach, and the lifeguards, I guess. There's a limestone ramp there, which is more than
Absolutely
enough.
perfect.
It's perfect.
Oh, but that's not what the seawall's nothing to do with. It's not a ramp. It's not access. It's so they can build
Yeah, that's right.
as close to the beach.
So they can
and-
build closer.
And it really, it's impossible for people like us, I think, who respect the beach, the ocean, and who love the area, to even get into the mind of these developers to think that they are quite literally going to put all profit ahead of the community, the beach. I mean, how do they even?
Our home.
How about their? How do they look at their grandchildren? Like,
Exactly.
Just
how do they? What gives them the right to change and make it so like what would happen and could happen and is
It will
proven?
happen.
It's proven because it's been done all over the country. A seawall and
it speeds up the erosion.
Yeah.
So they are literally going to be speeding up the erosion of that corner. I mean, of course, Smith's Corner is always going to be eroded, but by putting in a seawall, any waves that crash up against it, it doubles its power, it drains out, and it'll destroy that corner. And they're going to do that so they can build their resort closer to the beach. And I could never understand that sense of greed, that sense of carelessness.
Yeah.
How does
They're also
Vinny
rich
even,
anyway. That's the
I don't
kicker.
get it. How much
Why do
money
they
do you
need it?
need?
for?
Why do they need it?
Well, it's a power
It is.
trip.
It's a power
That's-
trip, isn't
that's
it?
what it
Oh,
is.
my mate, he
Yeah, it's like, I can do this, and let's make it exclusive because you guys have been here for a while, but we're richer and more powerful, and we want to be exclusive, and we want to be selective, and yeah, it's pretty wrong. Were you involved in the original Save Smith's Beach like 20 years ago? Same thing, but and then it all fell over because there was a lot of protest and must have just chewed their money
there
up.
was also there was one of the global financial crises at the time, and I think it also fell down because of that, because they didn't have the funding. I think that's what kind of wiped Tex out eventually. And then there was the debacle with, I think Brian Burke was involved in lobbying supposedly one of the local councillors, but I think in the end that sort of was looked at by the CCC, but nothing really eventuated, and that's something on the community a little bit. At that point, we should have got a bit of a syndicate together and we should have brought Smith's Beach ourselves, probably for $500,000. But I don't know how these guys can even. How do you look at your grandchildren saying, "Oh, well, here's your private education, here's your silver spoon, but geez, I'll fuck that beach for you."
Yeah,
I don't know.
one of the best, most used. So many activities though, like it's from surfing to beach to just people that walk their dogs, get onto that end of the beach
Elderly
and walk.
and disabled
Everyone.
are able to get down there. Like everyone.
We haven't heard that sound too often on the podcast.
We're celebrating.
Us ladies.
That's
like
Adrian
drink
Finney's
bubbles.
ego popping.
So we are-
Yes. So double. I think conclusively
Shit,
as a group, it's a
Give
double
us a glass,
thumbs down
Dale.
to
Yeah.
Superior and Adrian Finney.
100%. So on the
Okay,
podcast, we are lucky enough to have a listenership that's sort of all around the world. Now, this is something that affects not just our local community, but it affects people around the world, right? So it's all around the world because it's something that happens all around the world. So what can people say in New Zealand, America, East Coast,
Sure.
Asia?
Well, right now,
What can we do to sort of...
Right now, the EPA comment section is open. So, geez, we're going to have to quickly grab the website. I'm sure it's just Save Smith's Beach.
We've already put a
you've been
link
doing
up for it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I think it closes February 10, and they're obviously the Smith's Beach group is very organised, thanks to David Mitchell and Nigel Bancroft, and so they've already got written out for you the points that you need to make to the government. So it's not a case of you having to sit down and passionately write out, you're rich wankers, you're going to ruin the beach. There are certain points that need to be raised and presented, and they've done that for you. So you've just got to go on, maybe download that, write in your personal
paste.
comment, copy and paste.
No, you just tick it. It's
Oh,
all
you just
done.
tick it.
I've
There
done
you go.
both. Yeah.
There you go.
It's easy as,
And that's the best that we can do, I mean, I'm not sure that will prevent development going on there at all. We all live here. Town's changed, hasn't it? It's hard to really stop what's rolling in, but we can do our best to maybe stop the damage, preserve.
We don't need a seawall is basically, we're okay with development that's done properly.
We don't want
Because,
the
like,
national park
if we
being
look
built
at Bunker
over.
Bay, that hasn't affected our life. It hasn't affected Crystal's business. It's all been done tastefully.
Ironically, Bunker Bay, built by Hesperia, by Adrian Finney.
Was it?
Yeah.
He's a good developer.
But there are things that have gone on there that now, the way that it's built with all the trees over it, that wouldn't play out now in this new fire environments, with the new laws around clearing and stuff.
Yeah.
You won't get another Bunker Bay.
No.
So, it's a tricky one. Anyway.
I just ask public, and especially people listening right now, the reason you love to come to our area, this is our home, this is where we were born, this is where we were brought up, this is where we live and make money, and we're 3 business women. The reason you love coming to the Southwest and experience the Southwest is number one reason is the beaches.
Yeah.
It's to surf with
Pristine
Crystal.
beaches.
It's to go swimming.
It's
the
raw
beaches.
coastline.
And
It's the
basically a sea wall is going to destroy that beach and change it to a point where we don't know if it's going to be good or better, but why risk that? Because what we know in Australia is SeaWorld it's bad.
You're going to quite possibly ruin the exact thing, the exact reason that you want to build a hotel
and that's
therefore
it.
anyway.
They
It's
don't
like,
care. They don't care. They just want their profit margin.
It's like, let's build a hotel because this Smith's Beach looks really popular and everyone loves it. So let's build a fucking huge hotel in a seawall that'll fuck that beach and it'll be good for no one anyway.
And developers get richer and the rich get richer and businesses like Crystals are affected. Surf clubs that are teaching our kids to swim are affected and Lizzie's rental properties are affected. And it's like, we love having tourists. I love tourists coming to town. So does Crystal.
We
So does Lizzie.
we all know the golden goose. And she's laying down
mate, we all know tourists. You do
These guys
vacation stay. You do learn to surf with tourists. You're selling T-shirts to them. I'm building houses, doing plumbing for them. Namu's writing them up mortgages to get a new house. And we understand that everyone loves the area. That's why we came here.
Yeah.
They're coming there the same reason we come here.
And we're happy to share.
Yeah, of course.
I love sharing. I love telling them the sea breeze will come in. Go here, go there. I love it. I love have lunch here.
We know that we
love it. Yeah.
all rely on it.
We all share
and
the
we're all
golden
part of
goose.
We do. We all share the golden goose, but just do it properly. Don't be big greedy Gold Coast 80s fucking cocaine snorting fucking dodgy.
Has anyone been to the Gold Coast recently?
No.
Yeah.
Like I spent a big chunk of my time on the Gold Coast and I loved it. And you go back, and I'm so lucky. I lived there a good part of 5 years and had surfed and had a great time.
Yeah.
I've been back in recent years, and it's just developed. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's just traffic, it's jammed up, and it just has lost its purity of the surf mecca and that it's still surf. Don't worry, it's pumping, but it's just intense and like. Do we really want that here? Like,
Getting over the Greenmount Hill takes fucking 10 minutes. It's crazy.
Yeah. There's no
So,
parking.
everybody that listens to this podcast, we are going to employ you as residents of the local area here.
Yes, please.
Get on board. SaveSmithsBeach.com is the website to go on to. Help us to save the community because this is a fucking stupid idea. And we're going to take a break.
Pete's the question, is it? How have you changed as a surfer, as a mum? That's the reference.
Oh,
Well,
mate,
we're
I've got-
recording, so there's a question.
So hang on. So I've got a really fucking good answer to this.
Okay.
I've grown 3 sets of balls.
Oh.
And I've given them all the fuck away. Okay? So I don't have any balls left. And I feel like I'm a little bit of a pussy now.
Yeah. Look,
I
mate,
agree.
that's natural. Like when
No, it's a fucking true story. It's
That's
really
debatable.
funny. It's like if I paddled out, like that's where that last story came with Hole. When that fucking 8-foot set came through, I was like, I've got babies to feed, and I'm now growing one,
Yeah,
and it really
100%
rattles
true.
you. I definitely need to share that because I completely if I put myself in a situation where I'm a little bit rattled, my adrenaline fucking takes over and fully saps
that's
my
nature.
energy.
That's what's supposed to happen. That's how I knew I was pregnant. I didn't know I was pregnant, and I dropped down to bears one day. It was 6 to 8 foot, but I'm in my 30s. I was in my prime, and I got ready to paddle out. And as I jumped off the reef, I just started to shake a little bit, and I thought that's a bit weird. I've surfed bears like this, and I couldn't stay out. I had to come in. I remember coming on the beach, and I was just trembling. And Mez was there, Maramy, and she says to me, "Oh, you came in soon." I said, "Yeah, I'm just really, really scared." And she goes, "Oh, I bet you're pregnant." I was
Really?
like, "What?"
Someone called it.
Yeah, because when you
It's a
become
thing.
pregnant, your fear rises because you've got to
Protecting.
protect it, and if you've got kids back there. So once you start surfing, once you're you're pregnant or you have children, I think your fear factor comes up, and I think that's nature. I think it's fine. But I think you're also okay with it. You don't give a shit anymore. Like
No,
you kind
yeah,
of go,
totally.
I have shunted a baby out of my vagina. I do not have to surf 8-foot tombstones anymore. Just don't have to do it because I've
don't
done
enjoy it
something.
anyway.
I don't enjoy it anymore. I didn't enjoy childbirth either, but I've done something that is bigger and harder, and I just don't need to prove myself to anyone anymore. That's how it changes for me. What about for you?
Yeah, I 100% agree. And that day at Toomey's with Crystal and I, we were 8 weeks both close. I was probably, you were 8 weeks pregnant, so a little bit ahead of you. I was 10 or 12. And Toomey's is a very intimidating wave for those who haven't been in the West that might listen. Do we have over East listeners?
Yeah, we do.
Dads
And
and
overseas
fucking really
as well.
big.
Like the Tombstones wave at Nalu
People
is
die.
a perfect left-hander, and it's not like Snapper's a perfect right-hander, but Toomey's is a very intimidating takeoff as a left.
It's a perfect imperfect.
But it's
wave.
perfect, like when you take off one of those waves and you start going down the line, you can feel like
anything.
Occy in moments doing your backhand
Yeah.
hacks,
You can go up there for 3 weeks, get 4 waves, and come home thinking on
Totally
4 waves, thinking
stoked.
best waves of my life.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going again next year. And you work out the dollar
Hang on,
value.
No. Hey, I'm just going to say, Nalu is not that good.
No,
Terrible
For
place.
any
Don't
of you guys
come.
that are listening, okay, it's very hard to get to. There's no water,
Full
no
of flies.
power.
Gotta
there's
bring all your own
flies,
shit.
there's
Hot.
bring everything.
The likeliness of you
There's
getting
always
those
gastro
good waves,
going around
there's
camp.
always
Won't
gastro.
survive.
Hop over to the Bluff. The Bluff
Yeah.
is a much better wave.
Oh, the
Heaps of-
Bluff is wicked.
Yeah,
Go
the
Bluff.
Heaps of
really
pissed off pregnant women paddling around out there.
Yes, very
grumpy.
angry pregnant
Hang on.
women.
Yeah.
Okay,
But I
anyway,
was just getting back to the point of pregnancy with surfing, and
Yeah.
Crystal and I both loved surfing at that moment of time, and Lizzie. And
Yeah.
But at that moment, we were both pregnant, and it was the first time we looked at each other and we were like, "We've got to go in. Like,
We've got to be
we're
responsible here.
carrying like something we really love, and you will love these humans that are the most annoying things in your life
That you
more
love
than
so much.
anything.
Yeah.
Like
We all
do
know that
so we
feeling.
had
Not
to,
most of us know that feeling.
turn around head to the shore break and can't even have a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
I
I
mean-
even have like a cheers. Well done. We just
Cup of
came in after
tea.
it was 8-10 foot toomies.
I guess the feeling's probably stronger in women, in mothers, I guess, but it definitely factors into guys'
Yeah.
psyche as well. Going, well, shit, I got
Oh, you got a
young
family,
family to feed now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe
Right.
I mean, not everyone. It probably does everyone. Some people maybe push it aside more, but it and if it's not a factor, then it should be. you
It's
know what I
okay.
mean?
Do you know how many grown men? See, I feel extra good when there's about a fucking 10 or so grown men standing in the car park still when it's 8 to 10 foot toomies. I'm like,
Yep.
people should fucking think
Fe-
about
yeah.
what their body can do.
Yeah.
You know, I've been up there several deaths, and it's
Yep.
not. It's big time, and like many places around the world have got gnarly waves, but it's a fucking thing. Don't put other people's lives at risk if you can't.
Yeah.
If you can't handle like.
Even if it's a broken leg, I mean, it's
my
it's 2
dad's had-
hours from limited
Yeah.
help.
Yeah,
It's
and my
a
dad's
long way
fucking lucky.
in.
He's come out of there several times. I feel like my dad's got 9 lives.
Yep.
He's come out of there with punctured lungs, snapped legs, punctured or
Has he?
broken ribs. Oh, Georgie boy, you kidding?
Really? What?
We should call him, get him over here right now.
Yeah.
But nah, punctured lungs.
Yep. Really.
Yep, and punctured lungs, snapped ankle, broken ribs.
Broken heart, shattered ego.
Yeah.
Nah, that's
His testicles might have crawled back up
No, those
inside.
things don't affect him. He doesn't care about that. But and at the Bluff, he's gone over and landed on the reef. He reckons in what's the position in yoga where your feet go out and you touch your toes?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Well, you're sitting on your bum and
Yeah.
you reach out and touch your toes. That
It's
he
called the
reckons
touching the toes one.
Yep. So hit the ground with fucking 2 feet out,
Wow.
touch his toes, waves broken so hard that his torso has gone to his knees.
Just
And
folded
fucking
over.
ribs just gone poop, 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 poop,
Oh,
gone out
heavy.
the side. Yeah, when Jack McCoy was there and all the boys snapped ribs that way, and then literally fucking coming up to be able to breathe. I'm pretty sure his lungs weren't punctured that time. I don't think, but he
Yeah.
pretty much
Wow.
anyone that's been in those places getting in and out of a keyhole like that with 5
Yeah.
broken ribs. and
Oh,
I'd
is that
wipe out with
4
8
foot of white
well,
water just surging in and out. Like,
yeah, so
Trying to
big.
Climb up a cliff.
Yeah.
Climb up a
Piece of
cliff and
rope.
walk a kilometre and stuff like that. Like these places are not for the faint-hearted.
no, they're not, man. No.
And
And then when you're pregnant, woo!
tough as fucking shit.
That's why we came in.
Nah,
it.
we came in.
Yeah.
It's fine. We listened to our, what are those things called?
Your
Instincts.
intuition, baby.
My
Yeah.
dear father had to, that guy that went out with his son and he got sucked over backwards
yeah.
and he passed away up there. My dad had to pack up, went with his wife,
Yeah, it's
the
big.
guy that died, and my dad had to go and pack up the site and help her bring her tent down. And
Yeah.
I mean, my dad's a true gentleman, and that stuff humanises. You become
Yeah.
a human
Yeah,
from those
very,
situations.
very
And
understanding.
my dad, he is Bob again. He's really annoying in the surf, but at 64, he realised that he's got to take a step back now. And
Yeah.
we've been in Nalu, and Dad's like, it's not for me.
Yeah.
Lucky, my
He was
husband's
one of the
like,
gentlemen.
yes, like I can
he
go
was
surf.
He was one of the gentlemen standing with me on the thing, going, "We don't need to be that tough. Very
Yeah.
big out there."
That's it.
But you really need to understand your limits and
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
being a
very
woman.
important.
I think
as a surfer.
being a mum,
Yeah.
you learn your limits
As a
pretty
mama,
quick.
but you know what? As a beginner, as a person that's
Yeah.
just learnt to surf or has just gone to that stage, you need to know your limits. I think it's really important. Otherwise, you get yourself in
trouble.
fucking
Yeah.
trouble.
That Nalu trip, we were watching. Like there was at
Oh, it
one
was
point in
heavy.
time, my husband counted nearly 120 people, and
It's
there was a
not
lot of
that-
people walking down that track with their surfboard under their arm. Like
couldn't.
You
deal
can
with
just
it.
tell by the way
And
they're
I'm
holding
like,
it.
mate,
Yeah.
you don't need to be
Yeah,
out there.
and they don't even hold their leg ropes. Their leg ropes
Leg ropes
dragging.
already
You're like,
gone.
mate, that is the
Yeah.
biggest kook fucking.
Fins at the front.
Just
or,
FYI,
you're
bro.
like, mate, do you need to be out?
Definitely
So,
pick your leg rope.
Just wax the bottom of their board up.
yeah, and the X right on the bottom of the rail.
rise with the fins down on their rooftop.
Yeah,
like wax. You're like, mate, paddling out 8 foot teamies. Yeah.
Talking about your dads there, what's the greatest thing you've seen your dad do in the water crystal? Because for those listeners that don't know, he was a pioneer back in the day. He was a charger, big wave
state champ.
surfer.
I mean, the stories. I'd love to remember all the stories. Like wow, we're like the 15 foot's probably our 30-foot Margaret River, no leg ropes, fucking no wetsuits, middle of winter stuff.
Yep.
That stuff's all crazy. Do you know what one of my last best memories was Cyclone Bianca.
Oh yeah.
What year was that? 10, 12, no.
2011, I reckon.
Yep. So
2012 maybe.
10, 20 years ago.
Yep.
So I was gonna
I
recommend
watched
Ruby.
Dad, I came in from Taj Small Fries,
Yeah.
finished at lunchtime that day. I paddled out. I remember we paddled out. And I paddled out and I was like, because you don't, it's a different surf break. When there was no swell from the south. This is what everyone's got to remember. Everyone gets fucking that excited if you get a north swell. But if there's no swell from the south, who knows what it's going to do.
Yep.
Then when there's no swell from the south, if it comes from the north, it fucking creates the most radical everything on our whole coast, or on our part of the coast anyway, that I can see. That day, I remember the swell just went from like fucking shoulder high to head high, and then all of a sudden, about 5 seconds, it went to fucking double overhead. And I watched my dad, because he doesn't really surf anymore these days. He's 75.
Yep.
I watched him catch this fucking wave so far out of Yellingup all the way, and he literally pulled off at Bubble.
Really,
Not
right
Cove.
hander.
Oh wow.
No, not Cove, at Bubble.
Really?
And just it was like it was 5 of him. Like he dropped down his face of this thing. You could tell because he was on probably an 8 or 9 foot thing. Like
Yeah.
he's an old
He's
boy.
a big
Yeah.
man.
He's a big
too.
man.
My dad's
And
a
he-
midget. George is huge.
He paddled onto this wave, and I remember because I was standing on the lookout with Tim, because Tim had surfed all day and he had to fly out that night. He's
Oh, right.
gone, back to Boatsville,
Yep.
and where he worked, and I watched Dad take off on this thing, and it was just like I was like, "Fuck, that's my dad," and I just was like, "Oh my god!" And because when you like someone just, it's like there's no one around, and they sit and they spin and they don't even paddle.
Oh yeah.
Push down and they do that frog kick and they take off.
Just a big double hander.
Fucking big and as you watch them go like, I was like as close as Hawaii gets to yelling up down the face of the wave, and he fucking pulled off at Bubble. It was the biggest, craziest north peak that I've I'll never forget that moment because you haven't seen, like, we had a cyclone. We've had cyclones since Cyclone Marcus.
Yeah, that was the best and biggest one though.
But was it?
I reckon Bianca was the biggest clean one.
No, see, Bianca was the biggest clean one because Marcus, I had little people these days. I wasn't thinking as much.
Yeah.
Can remember more, really. But when Marcus hit, we had more weather with it.
Yeah.
And it was super strong offshore and all those things. I remember
I reckon
that.
they
but-
hug the coast closer.
Well, it just, when you get a howling offshore or onshore, like it affects the wave differently, and Bianca, it was glassy and it was hot and these waves that came through. And I remember you surfed Bianca that day.
Oh shit! Yeah, I got a scar on my elbow.
I was
still
going to
from
say, I
it.
was like,
got
fucking, you
smoked.
were going left.
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
was, I remember you and Dan Fursden, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We were going left. We're taking off halfway down the reef. Halfway to Rabbits. It wasn't even
correct,
it was
right?
like we're taking off where you normally
radical.
kick off.
That's it.
It was pretty radical. It was
Yeah.
pretty like phenomenon stuff
It
for
was
our
crazy.
little bit of coast.
It was crazy.
For sure.
What about you, Holly? You must have seen Bob do some really cool surfing over the years. Is there one memory that you can bring to the table here of something special that Bob's done in front of you?
I think for me, like, I know I grew up down here in the southwest and moved away in my mid-20s and then came back with my husband and babies.
40s.
Yeah. And I mean, we'd come and gone, and I think because, I went away and worked and surfed and did a lot of different things, and coming back with Dad in COVID days and going out to Nalu. And my husband's a good surfer as well, and my dad, they're both good.
Marday switch right.
Yeah,
if you don't
yeah.
know, he's absolutely radically good.
They're both good
Balinese
gooders,
guru.
but
Balinese guru.
I think as a daughter, I feel really proud when we'd go out at Nalu and my dad's just charging still, and he's an old boy, and he's so fit. And as a daughter, I was 40 then when we came back at COVID and Crystal out with their surfing, and my dad was just getting so many waves, and he still surfs with so much
Every day,
style
And speed, yeah.
grace. And I'm like, my dad rips, and I always
Every day.
loved it as a kid, but I think you really embrace it as an older surfer, and I think I've fallen off a bit in the last few years because I've had a couple of kids now, and my goal was going in is to get back, but my dad is just such a true surfer. He is as core as a surfer gets, and I love that. That's where I come from. And
Awesome.
Watching him at Nalu, he knows, like what Crystal was just saying, he knows when to pull back, and in those 8 to 10 foot days, he chooses to be in the car park.
Yeah, for sure.
My husband's just out there snapping my boards and just destroying our quivers, but my dad's like, no, just hanging. I'll look after the kids today, and and we share it. But he's had a 6-hour surf the day before, and he literally caught. Hey, Crystal, he's caught 30 waves.
Yeah, and 30 250 metre long waves where you can paddle all the way.
With a
back
600
out.
metre paddle, by the way. I did it. I have one of those rip curl watches,
Yeah.
and I did time it, and it's about 600 metres to paddle out.
Is it? Just to get out.
Yeah, and if you have a couple hour surf, you're talking 6Ks.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have been.
And he would be like the 7 to 8Ks because that's Bobo.
Yeah, longer.
Bob again.
Bob again. He's all over it.
When Marde's so lazy because of my husband's Balinese, he's like, you just take off on the peak and get barreled, and you flick off so you don't have to paddle.
Yeah, right.
Best part of the wave's done. Don't need to do those other couple of turns.
Yeah. That's 5 cutbacks. I'm not doing them.
You're like, nah,
that's energy.
just take off, get barreled, flick off, so you don't have to paddle back out very
Pretty
far.
cool.
It's very clever.
Oh, that's good. That's cool. That's good memories. Raise your drinks to Georgie and Bobo and
Les.
old man
Les.
Nunn as well.
Les, mate, I want to
guru.
just mention the last time I saw Les in Nalu, he was out at fucking Sharkies.
Oh, yeah.
If you know Nalu.
And night. God almighty.
And if you know Sharkies, it's it's a little dodge. You've got to pick your days, and you got to pick your tides and.
It's far from
swells
perfect,
and
isn't it?
it's far
Bits of
from
reef
perfect.
sticking out.
and mate,
I thought I was
plenty
taking
of
home
shark
in a body
fins.
bag.
Many sharks,
Yes.
lots of sharks. For any of you that don't go to Nalu, so many sharks.
Yep.
So I just remember looking out and I was going, Lizzie, mate, it's picking up, and he's just fucking out there in his goat boat, and I'm like, I
Well,
know
he
how
went
old
out
he
on
is.
a surf ski. So Dad was
Was
a goat
glassy
boater,
too.
but But we went up north and he had one of those big surf ski, you know, in the pedals and that. And he just had some major surgery. And I said to him, listen, you're allowed to paddle in the lagoon, but do not go out the back there to that fucking surf break out there. Sharkies. Sun was setting, tide was running out, and run back to campsite 9, come back down, and I look up and there he was. He'd snuck over the reef and he'd paddled out like a naughty schoolboy, and he was catching this wave. And I was like, okay, that's not bad. But then on the next wave, he lost the ski, and that thing washed all the way to the damn beach across the reef in. So there's Les out the back, 70-something years of age, with half a fucking lung not working. And the sun's setting, the tide's running out, and I'm on his car on the roof, just like making all these hand gestures, like, when you get back to shore, I'm going to wring your neck. I can't believe you're doing this to me. And then luckily for me, a couple of old yelling up surfers had seen him, and they had sort of ran up and they said, oh, look, we'll go pick him up. And I was really worried. It was the first time in my life I actually thought, far out, might lose my dad here. Mum's going to kill me. And
Mum's going to kill me.
So these,
I'm getting all sweaty from this story.
these guys, they grabbed their longboards, they came down to the beach, they walked down, they started to paddle out, and then they hit the reef and they're about to, climb over that to head out to Sharkies, and then suddenly we hear this whistling. And Dad, I mean, look, the guy, a 3 Olympic for water polo, the man can swim.
Oh, really?
He's not going to drown, but I thought he might that day. And he said he lost his board and he was lying out there in the abyss. And he knew it's called Sharkies. He's got his paddle in his hand, and he's lying there. He's thinking, well, fuck, Les, this might be it. This just might be it.
Because current sort of runs out there too, doesn't it?
It was an
Out of the
outgoing
lagoon.
current.
Yeah.
It was an outgoing tide.
Yeah. Anyway, and he said he looked in and could see me on the top of my car, like just, fisting and shouting and carrying on. And then he saw the 2 surfers came down. He said, all right, they've got eyes on me. I'm not alone.
Yeah.
And then he said, I think I can probably swim in. So what he did is he used the current and he went across the rip. So he went across the channel to the other side and just made his way in, just nice and slowly. So by the time the rescue team got together, he was standing on the reef with his fucking paddle in the hand.
Kept
I
his
said,
paddle.
why don't you just let your paddle go? He goes, oh, no, fuck, I was going to fight a shark off with that.
Yeah.
But and by then it was quite dramatic. All the camp had come down to see this old guy drifting out to sea and this big rescue thing going on. And he came in and he was just full of adrenaline. That night he could barely sleep. He was just chattering away.
Yeah.
But the next morning it was like Muhammad back to the mountain. He's like, I've got to go back out there, Lizzie. I'm like, you really fucking don't. Nah, I've got to.
I love this.
I can't let it beat me. And I was like, you really can.
You really can. You're
You can just, you're nearly 100. You can stop. Anyway, and so, no, he wouldn't do it. And it dropped the next day. It was super glassy, nice high tide.
Yeah.
And, he got it.
paddled out behind him.
He paddled out. And, everyone came down again with their cups of teas to watch this old bloke go back out to them, to meet his
Jump back
challenge.
on the horse, yeah.
Yeah, and he went out and he off the reef and he got one. And then he got a second one, and then he came in, and he's never been in the water up there since
Really?
to surf. Yeah,
Wow.
that was.
Well,
I think it
surely-
frightened him. It was enough.
Surely, though, you've got to get to the age where you just go, you can't let the
Yeah.
ocean, it's a big fucking
The ego,
ocean.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's a thing, ego.
It'd be
you can't let
hard because
ego
your
over you,
brain's still thinking the same, probably, right?
Yeah.
Well,
You
hey,
know?
do you not think like when I was 20, I was like, no, I'm going to be this different person when I'm older.
Yeah.
I'm going to be married. Or I'm going to have kids.
Yeah.
I'm going to be that. No, same person.
Same person,
Just all
just
that
older
shit
body.
happened.
Yeah.
But yes,
Mate, I think the moral of the story here, listening to 3 of you talk about the dads, it might be a worn-out saying, but fuck, they don't make them like they used to. Do they? It's
No,
like- they're all
The
they're all
dads sit and
weapons.
film the kids now.
Yeah, that's right. They're just sitting there filming.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, but
mate.
the dad's played a huge role.
no.
a
Every
huge role.
person, every
Yeah.
person,
in everything that I do.
I encourage.
Fishing, camping.
I encourage everyone that comes into the surf school. I love it when people go, oh, well, is it the kids are going to go for a surf? And I was like, well, why don't you go for a surf? They're like, can we? I'm like, well,
Yeah,
yes.
adults can try.
Yeah.
It's actually better when your children watch you do something that you want them to do. Like, otherwise, why?
Yeah.
You know?
Share the
Like,
love with them.
Share the love. Get
Yeah.
involved. Do
So much fun.
be an inspiration.
Mate,
Always.
so since we're talking about parents here on our pizza break before, Lizzie started dropping a bit of a story. I was like, hold on. We need to record this. Something about Camp 9.
Ruby, Lizzie.
Camp
Ruby, are you
9,
listening?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
My daughter is desperate to be. She's rung during the middle of this, and she wants to know: have I managed to get her into the conversation? Yet?
Ruby,
She's
okay.
desperate to be on the podcast. So here it is.
Right.
Ruby was conceived on Campsite 9
In
Nalu.
Nalu.
So there you go, Ruby. I'm sure that's not what you wanted everyone to know.
I'm
but
pretty sure Crystal was probably conceived in one of the campsites up there too.
Yeah.
So.
And actually, she started to come out on the Bears track. I was a couple of weeks overdue, and I'd been up and down the staircase, and we were driving out, the Sugarloaf.
Why were
Drive.
you weren't going surfing, were you?
No, I wasn't
Surely
able
you
to
guys
surf
did the
by
Bears
then.
tracks. Both
Anyway,
you two had.
basically, she got rattled out. She
Yeah, it's a
poked
very
her toe
bumpy
through
four-wheel
her.
drive track.
Yeah, she poked her toe out through the amniotic sac and
On the
we were
track, on the
track,
forward
on the
track.
Bears track. Yep.
So you had to
Go,
turn
it's a
around and
beauty.
bolt for the hospital,
Go
did you?
Bears.
Destined for the ocean, Ruby.
Yeah,
Love,
and she
love,
is,
mate. She's
yeah.
going to own it soon.
Yeah.
That's
Own
classic.
Bears.
But no, it's really nice to pass that down to your kids, isn't it? And I don't know, like I still love my surfing, but I get as much, if not more, joy watching your kids surf,
Oh,
taking
God,
Ruby
yeah.
for a surf. Do you guys get the same?
Just
young.
taking kids to the ocean. Like,
Yeah.
my number
Yeah.
one thing is I don't mind if my kids are swimming, snorkeling,
Boogie
Yeah.
boarding.
boarding.
Yeah.
Love a bit of boogie boarding.
I mean,
Body
my
surfing,
husband and
whatever.
my father and
More
I, we're all
traumatising,
such desperate surfers, but I'm like,
Yeah.
they never forced it on us. We
Yeah.
chose to be surfers, like we followed our father's footsteps, and my kids, I'm like, I take them to the beach as much as I can, like not always to the surf, but to the ocean. And I'm like, my kid, he was out snorkeling till 7:30 last night.
Yeah,
and
right. Sick.
He naturally loves it,
And the best thing for
Actually
Ruby
fall in,
is
yeah.
she doesn't have to try and fit in with the fucking local yelling up surfers because she is a born and bred yelling up kid. So I finally got a local in the family.
So Mel Redmond Carr's daughter has to talk to Ruby.
That's right. She does.
Hey, mate, have you seen Mel
gorgeous
Redmond's
girls,
kids
yeah.
fucking surf?
Are they on the up?
They just look
Do
like
they?
Mel. I watched this
Really?
girl
They are
surfing and she
amazing,
came
though.
in. I was like, "Are you Mel's daughter?" She goes, "Yeah." And I said, "You could just see it in her top turns."
Really?
Gosh,
Oh,
mate,
yeah.
Wow.
Poppy,
Beautiful.
Willow,
like
they're
Mel.
both of them are absolutely beautiful. What they
Are they?
So yeah,
Are they
I
doing
just
comps
thought-
and stuff?
Willow Hardy. She'd be
Oh, yeah.
Willow. at
yeah,
Marlow
but
when
Willow,
we- in the
Willow
top ten.
Hardy, but fucking Olive, the little sister.
Oh, yeah, but those
Olive
girls.
is they're both
The whole Hardy family.
Incredible.
I get so
Do you know
excited
what
when I
though,
see them in
Jean?
the lineup.
How, do you know what?
Oh,
how much I Jean.
Jean and Sonny.
I just remember the best wave in Nulla over court.
Yes, go.
Yes.
Please.
Jean
With the
called
girls,
me in.
they
No,
were there.
Jean
Yeah.
called me into it.
Really?
And I was like, fuck. And I paddled because Jean was just like, you're on here. And it was just
It's
one
so
of those.
frightening when someone
And
tells
those
you
When
that.
little
someone just
girls.
goes, go, and you
those
go,
little girls are just gone too, so you're like, we kind of
oh my God. And it was probably one of the big waves. We were a little bit further out than third bubble, I reckon. And he just went, mate,
I
that's
think I
yours.
remember it.
Oh, and I just remembered it then.
But I remember you doing that. And I was
I just
like,
fucking
so
took a
excited
couple of
for you.
paddles and took off and just and I made it and thank fuck I made it because I would have got to fucking 6 foot set on the head if I didn't.
You did.
and I just went. I was just
Excellent.
up down and just because far out that wave not that
Those
good. It's not that
his
good.
daughters
But
were just ruling that day too.
I had
they
maybe
were so
good days.
little, and they were just.
I absolutely
yeah.
love surfing with the Hardy family. They're like, such a joy. So
But
friendly and smiling.
it's cool. Jean has taken those two girls a long way, and they have both Olive now because I was a bit worried for Olive. Sorry, Olive, if you're listening. I was like, oh
She
dear,
had some
Willow's
pretty big shoes
no,
to fill.
well, exactly.
Yeah.
So right,
Yeah.
and then but Olive because is Olive is Olive natural footed or is?
Oh shit, I can't remember
Because I
either.
was going to say, I was like, I reckon Willow's 100% a goofy.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think Olive is a natural footer.
Yeah, that's a scary
and,
prospect.
you know, so
yeah.
they're fucking, they've got that.
Nalu, Goofy
and-
foot and dad, goofy
Yeah,
foot and older sister.
and Gene
Yeah, I feel
Hardy,
like she
fuck
might
me,
be,
he
eh?
can surf that place
He
so
can.
good, and he can surf from the back bubble, the inside of him,
Yeah.
the whole place.
I like the way that Gene's gone about it with his daughters. He definitely hasn't pushed it, like what you
Yeah.
were saying before.
Hasn't.
He's just out there
beautiful.
having fun
He's
with
just
them,
fucking
and
showing
that's
them how much fun he has.
yeah, that's what it is.
That's my goal too. I just want to. I'm like, mate.
And I love the way they all come to the beach in their dressing gowns.
Yeah.
Straight out of
Do they?
bed, in their dressing gowns. Sunny's
Oh.
hilarious. She's just sitting there filming them in her nana's dressing gown.
Yeah.
Come with their Ugg boots, their flip flops.
Brilliant piece.
And
Just
they're,
a family
they're there
affair.
for the day. What do they do? Oh, we had oats this morning, and I love it. I feel like the Hardys. may have turned in paddling off the paddle beach. They paddle off the rope beach.
Oh, do they?
So they go out there. So yes.
Warm up.
Instead of going out the paddle out beach and coming up the cliff, they're paddling out the cliff.
So they're going out where you come
They do a
in.
little reverse.
So they go down there to paddle out, and they're like, Lizzie, what are you doing? What are you doing hanging here under the rope?
We actually just wanted to check that
early.
Lizzie was okay. We just came down here to see if Lizzie was okay, and now we're going to paddle out.
Mate, we've talked about a lot about up north. What other travels have you girls gone on? Who wants to start
Mexico.
off? All right, looks like Lizzie's the keenest. Tell us about Mexico.
Oh no,
Liz.
I just love everything about Mexico.
Yep.
Margaritas, the men,
Yep.
dancing, the food,
Long
the-
right
The
pointers.
guacamole.
Yeah,
But the warm water or the cold water?
that's pretty warm.
That's-
Well,
that's
I've
cooking warm.
I've had employment over there, so I was working
yeah.
in Sayulita, which is in just north of Puerto Vallarta, and I was working for a surf company, and we were just teaching very wealthy American women how to surf. And
Yeah, cool. What year roughly?
oh god,
Just within a couple of years.
Okay, I want to let you know. I was
it was
18.
before Ruby. She's
I,
got
no, well, I was 18, 19, 18, 19,
I don't know,
maybe
20,
17, 18, 19.
30s.
So that would be.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know,
I can't
somewhere
do math. I've had
mid-
In my
2000s?
late mate, yeah.
Yeah, roughly mid 2000s.
no, end of 2000s.
End of 2000s,
Okay.
maybe, yeah. Anyway, so, look, I was employed
No,
there.
mid 2000s.
Because it's, yes.
Okay,
Because I turned 21 in the year millennium, so you're way younger than me, Crystal.
I'm only 7 years younger than you, Holly. You're the same age as my husband. Okay, just saying.
So, look, we got to spend time working in Mexico in that part. And then I also got employment in Cabo San Lucas doing surf coaching up there as well. And they were really different because Sayulita is all jungle and tropical. The most fun, and I nearly got fired for this, was
Too much
because...
fun. Oh, I
Remember I took
Costa
the...
Rica?
No, this is Mexico. I took all the American ladies for a pub crawl, but on horseback. So I was dating a young Mexican man, Miguelito, and his uncle Manuel had a horse ranch there, and they would just, lend us horses, and we'd go riding through the jungle and out onto the beaches. And I thought it'd be great to give these American women a pub crawl on horseback. And so that's what we did. And by the end of it, we couldn't even get off the horses. They would just come out to us with these trays and just hand us tequila shots on these horses. And we were just like, having it. And
Tell me no one died.
no one did, but I
Okay,
got
good.
in so much trouble because I just forgot how litigious, Americans can be and are. These women were on, and they were just going, Lizzie, we would be sued if someone. I'm like, oh, really? They were just having a really good time.
Yeah, we're just
And
drunk on horses.
so I got in a lot of trouble
They
there.
were living their best life.
Oh,
know.
mate. So I won't never forget that.
But Crystal and I did it. We went and worked in California in La Jolla for a couple of years, and that was a really different experience. Mostly because Crystal, you can't drink till you're 21 over there, and Crystal had been solidly drinking. She was 16, so we were there, and she was 18, and she couldn't come into the pubs, you could come into the pubs, but you weren't
were
allowed.
my mum, weren't you?
Oh my gosh,
surely
she
you're
couldn't
my
have a
mum.
drink. But that was we worked in Sayulita. We worked.
No,
hard.
we worked in
I'm
La
sorry.
Jolla,
La Jolla, and
San Diego, La Jolla.
And we worked hard. We worked all day in beaches that were infested with stingrays. You got stung on the final day.
My last day of the season, I got done by the
Did ya?
Right?
Yeah.
Fuck.
And,
Just in case you need to know anyone, foot in a bucket of fucking really hot water helps.
water.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
copped that last winter out at Loz's.
Shut up.
Loz's lefts. Got nailed by a cobbler in the toe.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
they're gnarly
foot in
too.
the hot water bath.
Yeah.
Couldn't work out. I was in it for like 2 hours. Couldn't work out why.
No, mate, done.
Nah,
Hurts.
wasn't done. Yeah, what? Oh,
Hurts.
mate.
Oh, it's
Anytime I pulled it
gnarly.
out, and then I couldn't work out. I'm like, I thought the hot water fixed it.
No.
And
Hot
then-
water for hours
Stops-
fixes.
Yeah.
stops it, right?
Well, it did when I was
Yeah.
in there. It was okay, but as soon as I pulled it out, it
Yeah.
was crazy.
Yeah, you've gotta keep going.
I did it for like 2 hours, then I gave up, just laid on the couch and dealt with it. And then 2 months later, I scratched at my toe and went, "What's going on here?" And I squeezed it, and this spine came out. And I'm like, maybe that's
You're
why.
a proper sea dog.
Yeah,
Proper
mate.
sea dog. I've done one of those.
Yeah, you would have
yeah,
done 3 of them.
you know,
yeah.
in every fucking finger. Couple of prawn
That's
spikes.
that sea urchin. That's reminded me of my worst wipeout at Nalu was when I was about 18 or 19, going out with Ernie, and Ernie Richardson, and he took me out on a pretty big day out there. And I remember I just got absolutely rolled by this wave. I came up, I had, I think it was 18 sea urchin spines in my foot, 3 in my tricep, 2 in my bum. And I, came up, the cliff, up the ladder, sitting in the car park, just trying to pick these sea urchins out. And this bloke paddled out to Ernie and said, "Hey, mate, I think your girlfriend got hurt." And it was such a good day. And Ern goes, "Well, did she make it back to the beach?" And he goes, "Yeah, I think she did." He goes, "All right, should be right." And left me there for another 2 hours with every bloke wanting to come up and urinate on me.
One guy started jacking off.
Yeah. But that's the thing, months and months later, you're like, "What's that little pimple on my toe?" And then you pop it, and then the spine pops out because they've got that barb. They only go in and they can't come back out. So.
Yeah.
But magnoplasm, the next year, magnoplasm became my friend. That's a drawing agent. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so if you get a sea urchin spine on your foot, you put this magnoplasm. It's like a thick black gel, like molasses, and you put it on it, can draw it out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Good stuff. That's right.
Bloody
Cool.
nerdy.
Back to Mexico.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There's parts of Mexico that we won't talk about. It's
Really?
a little wild. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I really want to hear about those.
Yeah,
right
those
now.
ones?
I don't even want to hear the rest about it now.
Pretty sure it was about the 50. Oh no, she fell in love with the Mexican.
Yeah.
Yeah. His dad was
Mexican got
his
eaten.
father.
No, hang on, shut. The Mexican got beaten up by a kangaroo.
Oh, when he came out here. That
Yeah.
was-
Okay, you can continue now.
Oh, no, hold on, mate. I don't. Mate, there's so many tangents here. What do you say? A Mexican got beaten up by a kangaroo?
Yeah, so
Yeah, so-
Miguel, I brought him out here to Western Australia for a visit, and we were looking after a friend's dog, this huge Great Dane called Lucy. And Lucy got off the lead one day and was chasing kangaroos, actually, from Sonning Loop, just around the corner.
really?
Here. Yeah,
Right,
they
where
used
we're
to-
living here.
Yeah, just around the corner. And anyway, the dog got off the lead, chased a kangaroo. The kangaroo's in the dam, trying to drag the dog into the dam to drown it. So Miguel's run up and he didn't know what to do. I had told him about kangaroos and how dangerous. So he just went over and dunked this kangaroo on the head with a stick.
Oh.
And then it swung around to sort of have a go at him. And then the dog lunged in and then the kangaroo just opened the dog up.
Yep.
So then Miguel ran back and he tried to get a four-wheel drive and he got bogged trying to get the dog out. It was just such a great disaster.
Hectic.
But he went back to Mexico with an amazing story of how he he got tangled up with the kangaroo.
Yeah.
One too.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that meme kicking around where it's like a photo of a deer's face and then a photo of like a 6-foot buff male kangaroo, and they're like, kangaroos are just deers that have done jail time. It's like, those odd photos of kangaroos where they're just
really good.
ripping
They are just
muscles.
amazing
Like,
animals, aren't they?
That's pretty cool. So surf in Mexico, did you score epic point breaks?
Yeah, we did. Actually, the thing that was, I think, the craziest was probably us girls going down to La Ticla. So we would work 2 weeks on.
Sure it wasn't Miguel that went down to La Ticla?
You guys are funny. La Ticla.
It's funny, I've been to Mexico twice. I've never heard of La Ticla.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure we're talking about surfing here. Or?
Who now wants to go to
we were.
Tikla? Let's go get
Maybe
tickled.
that's just the name I'm using because I don't want you all going there.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, but we would work 2 weeks on and have 1 week off. And on the 1 week off, we would catch these buses, cross borders, and go down to this place. And it was well known that the place we were going to was, Bandito land, and you had to be careful that you didn't get robbed.
Yep.
And it was like 4 chicks rocking up to this beach. There was a little bit of a village behind it, but just sleeping in hammocks on the beach and just surfing and then just eating tamales or tacos or whatever the locals would bring down to us. And there were other surfers there. But I think back now, I would not be pleased if my daughter was just rocking up in Mexico and sleeping in a hammock on the beach with other surfers.
She's so doing that, by the way.
I mean, look, the thing about
Crystal's taken her.
the thing about Mexico is the further
She'll take herself.
away from the border you are, really, I think the safer you are. We always felt safe. The one time I felt, something could go wrong here. I mean, I saw some pretty hectic stuff with, we were at some street lights once, and we just saw this big, those big
big F-250s, and all that
full
big
of
rams.
soldiers with AK-47s, and they just ran into this house and bullets blazing.
Holy shit.
And Miguel was like, let's just get out of here. So we drove off, and when we came back, they were just, body bags thrown into the back. So we saw a little bit of that stuff around in the city. But down the coast, we definitely felt a bit safer. But Miguel and I we were going down to Latikla, and we were crossing the border.
Miguel was going down to
Oh my
Latikla.
gosh! We were crossing the border to across Chihuahua, and
I'm sorry.
and-
Where's my?
it's a
Did
state
you bring me
called
back
Chihuahua.
I
That's
know.
where the dogs
Where's-
are from.
Where's my Chihuahua?
They're so hilarious.
Crystal's had 2 chihuahuas, by the way.
They are gnarly street dogs over there.
Oh, I bet.
And,
Crystal's little
they run in
handbag dogs
packs
are
of
fucking
about
gnarly.
20.
Oh yeah, they're fucking cool as shit. Those two.
But we
They're in
got
heaven now.
waved in. The police wanted to check the car. And I was like, cool, no worries. They're going to check the car. There's nothing in it. But Miguel really started to stress out. And I guess I didn't understand that he was a Mexican traveling with what appeared to be white, rich woman, maybe an American.
Yep.
And maybe they'd put something in the truck so they could, get a bribe or whatever. Anyway, they're going through all our bags and they're going through my luggage. And there's nothing in there. They get to my toiletry bag and they're opening up my toiletry bag and then they find a little box of something. Little cigars, maybe? They're not too sure what they are. They give them a little bit of a shake. They flip open the lid. They pull them out. They're having a good look at this teeny tiny white cigar. And they're just looking at it. And they call out to Miguel and they're speaking in Spanish. And he's kind of, and they're like, hey, what is this? They're asking him. And he's looking at me and I'm like, it's a tampon, mate. And he's like, what? And I was like, started to explain it. And he looks at me and goes, hey, it's for the pussy. And he does this hand sign. And they were so embarrassed. I put my little cigars away. They zipped up the bag through. They put it in. Oh, pásale. Oh, no, you're
And they didn't see the.
They only use pads in third world countries.
Yeah.
What the hell are Mexicans using?
pads or
Tacos?
applicators. The ones the American applicators. It was just. I was watching. I was making me laugh. I was going, "This is beautiful. Look at them. They're even giving a little sniff. They don't even know what it is."
One of them tried to light one up.
Oh, that's great.
This tastes like shit. this
Anyone that
cigar.
wants to send anything over the border,
Yeah.
tampon
Put in
is
the
your
tampon.
go.
If that police officer ever sees a pack of
Tampons.
tampons full of coke, he's
Yeah.
like, "Nah, send it through."
Yeah.
Send it through. Go,
Yeah.
go.
But in
Go,
the
go
time,
here.
I was going back to Mexico probably over 4 years, and in the time that from my beginning to the end of that 4 or 5 year journey, I really did see a change in that town from the cocaine, which was through the town, which was not so troublesome. It was there, and you could buy your cocaine. People got into trouble when they would challenge the dealer. Like if your cocaine was cut, you just dealt with that. But if you went back and be like, "Hey man, I'm an American. If you rip me off, you might get
Jeez.
taken off the jungle to be shot."
Yeah.
You just copped it. But in that time, coke kind of went out of the town and ice came in.
Oh, right.
And that really ravaged the town.
Did it?
And because people got caught up. I saw this beautiful French woman arrive, and within 6 months she was an absolute psychotic mess with shaved head and pissing in the street and slapping people. And
Really?
they had to almost
Wow.
deport her. So, and the
Almost.
more... Yeah. The,
Not
Always
quite.
like Bali.
the underbelly of
Wanted to.
the town became really evident, and something else that became clear was what the young women had to do, because the American women and all the tourists were coming into town seeing these gorgeous Latino men, and man, they can dance on the dance floor and they can talk the talk, and
Yeah, right.
so they're all, for them it's they could get to the easy loving.
Yep.
So for the local women to try to get a
Challenge it,
man, they had to sort of open up that way too. But they didn't have the education, the protection, and
The
they
fallback.
got in trouble. They got themselves caught up in trouble, and single
right.
moms and really young girls. Miguel's little sister, 14. I was trying to give her protection and educate her, but so. But I love my time there. But there's certainly a sad underside to it. The town.
Well,
Everywhere's
sort
probably
of-
a bit like that.
Well, I mean,
Third
it's
world countries
yeah,
have
it's
definitely
just
got
probably part of the excitement, isn't it? The fact that it's a dangerous country, it's also got an exciting side and
Yeah.
waves and adventure and travel and
Yeah.
excitement. But
The
if
surf
it didn't
was
have the
always a bit of
danger,
fun.
it's like the old sweet's not a sweet without the sour sort of shit,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah. But California days, they were fun too, weren't
Oh God! The first time I went to Mexico because this was before me and Lizzie bought the surf school, and we went to La Jolla and went and did
they?
our
To work for Surf Diva.
Surf Diva. She was wicked, and so we went to Surf Diva, and anyway, I was only 19, turning 20. And so I've clearly been an adult for a couple of years, but when I go to America, I'm now a baby.
Yeah.
Working
No
my
drinking
ass
for
off,
her.
and at the end of the day, can't have a beer.
You've
That's
been
cool.
drinking rum and wrestling sharks in the
Fucking
desert of Nalu since you're like 14.
Probably.
now
You're a
she's not
Simpson,
even
man.
allowed-
And now I'm not even allowed.
Yeah, you're not
So we
allowed
had to
in
go
the
to
pub.
Mexico. We
So
had to go to
anyway, so
Tijuana.
I do remember the first time they took me down to Mexico, which was after
Just so Crystal could
couple
have a drink.
And I feel like the margarita you just made me was the replica of the margarita that I had when I was not 20 years old in Rosarito.
Yeah, Rosarito.
So we were down only Baja, California. So it's it's Mexico, but it's not really Mexico. We're still paying in American
California, Mexico.
Mate, we're paying in
Yeah,
American dollars.
Yeah.
I felt like we were in Mexico because there was Mexicans and we fucking drank margaritas. What are they? Not Mexicans?
No, I
Yeah.
just like the way you say that.
Yeah.
Well, there was Mexicans and they were
Yeah.
serving us margaritas.
More
and we were
Mexicans than California.
there was more
That's it.
Mexicans than Californians. No, I felt like we were in Mexico.
It was
Well, you
there-
were. Yeah.
We were.
There was Mexicans.
Just by the way, we were.
Wall hasn't been built back
We're
then.
in,
Yeah.
There's
we're in
no wall.
Tijuana.
There was
we were
no
in
politically-
There was
no
no
PC
we were
back
the
then.
only
You're allowed to
fucking
say Mexicans
Californians
back
and
then.
Australians in Mexico. And we had a bloody fucking good feast after we surfed about. I swear to God, it was 14 degrees, and they made us paddle out in bikinis.
But we nearly blew
Who
it.
made you paddle out?
Well, we were doing a photo shoot because she was riding a little fish, and I had to ride a longboard. Now
Who were you doing a photo shoot
For
for?
the company that we went
Oh, the
to.
Surf
So
Divas.
it's
Right.
The
yeah,
Surf Divas
huge
is
company.
Surf school, it became a
huge
surf
surf school, but they are
Oh,
they're
right.
around now.
Okay.
But we nearly blew it because we were on these USA camp visas and we were about to sort of head out the border when somebody very cleverly said, hang on, girls, you've only got a visa to be in this country. I'm not sure you can pop down to Mexico and then get back in. And that was the case. We didn't have multiple entrance visas. So
Oh,
we were
right.
about to go down to Tijuana
Yeah.
without a capacity to get back into America. So luckily someone
Yeah.
stopped us and then we were able to get something stamped and something done. We had
Yeah,
to hold
yeah.
the trip off for a week. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah,
We
I do
had
now.
to hold the trip for a week.
Lucky you got the heads up.
Oopsie.
I
Lucky
think it
Lizzie was looking after me because I was there on my own too, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, we went down there and I don't think the fucking first margarita hit the sides quick enough. Wow!
Sick.
No, it was
Is
fun.
there good point breaks in Baja? Were you guys?
Oh, we had there
We
was
were
a
surfing beach
beach
breaks.
break. So
Oh, yeah.
It was a sick beach break though.
Was
But
it?
it was
Good.
really blue water, but the fucking water was that cold.
Really?
It was that cold. No, and you don't remember that
Same
cold.
currents.
Del Mar
No,
being
don't. Yeah, but it was the same. No, it was fucking cold, Lizzie, because we had to surf in our bikinis
Yeah.
because we had to get photos.
Well,
And-
better photos when it's cold in the
well,
bikinis,
fucking
isn't
your nipples.
Headlights
your
are on.
Nipples, your nipples, you're like ping.
it?
Um,
Photog's like, yes, I'm getting
yeah,
the
we're
shot.
on here.
It's no
Only-
waves,
all
but I'm
you-
getting the shot.
All you need is someone just taking off with their nipples poking out.
Yeah. Winner. I'd buy that. I'd buy that magazine.
Exactly.
He probably did.
Yeah, I
Pretty
probably
much
did.
that's pretty much what it was. And at the end of that, we got to eat lots of fish tacos and a few margaritas. And I'm pretty sure
great.
you guys dragged
There
me
is a
home and I
great
may have spewed
photo.
on the border.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
You mentioned something right before we even started recording, Lizzie, when you're talking about cold water. Something about Todos Santos and
Oh
doing a
yeah,
surf
but
school
not
there.
not the Todos Santos.
Oh,
There is
okay.
a town called Todos Santos,
Oh, yeah.
and there's in Mexico over on the Cabo side. And I went coaching there for a couple of weeks. But Hotel California there, the one that the song is written about.
Oh, really?
And I spent. Yeah. So I went and stayed there and had lunch there, and that's amazing. It's a great little
So
town.
Hotel California is actually in Mexico.
Yeah, of course it is. Lots
cour-
of good
of course
shit
it
is.
is. Are you kidding? Do you know though? Do you know what I found most hilarious about California
What?
is the fact is in like we have bakeries on every corner.
Yeah.
They have a fucking
Tacos.
Mexican
Yeah.
fucking restaurant in every corner, and
Yeah,
you go
yeah.
and there's nuts.
You
It's like-
can't let those Mexicans over the border.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's like build the wall, don't let them in, but yeah,
but
LA
we
we
is
can eat
just-
their
that we've
fucking
got.
food.
but we want their restaurants
Yeah.
and
we
their
want
cheap
them
labour.
to clean our restaurants.
we want them to
We
build a
clean
pergola.
our- yeah.
And that beach was that irony again, like a stinking hot beach, cactuses everywhere, and we were running that was with Las Olas too, I think. And so we were doing a safari there for the ladies, and but the water was so cold. Like I had on 3 wetsuits and I was frozen to the core. And I'm pretty good with the cold water, but I just couldn't be in the water. And
Those summer currents change real quick.
yeah,
Jelly,
yeah.
Is that on the eastern side of
No.
Mexico?
No,
No.
up the top there.
Oh, okay.
So West Coast California going into what would be into Mexico.
Baja,
Like
Baja,
I
wouldn't
remember
it?
Baja.
in just
Yeah.
California, you go down in a spring suit, and the next day you go back and into the surfing spring suit, you're freezing.
Yeah, right.
It must be just deep water. isn't it,
Yeah.
off
Yeah,
Mexico or
some
something?
currents or
Oh, well,
something.
do you know, we got this current last year. Do you guys remember last
Yes,
year?
with the swell.
And it's fucking, it was it
With that swell,
February?
we
and
had
it was
that
fucking
random.
17 16, 17 degrees. I spoke to Courtney Gray.
Yeah.
He said, "Nah, mate, it's been fucking out in Margs," and he said it just registers on his sounder at 17 degrees. I was like,
Yeah, okay.
It's fucking freezing.
Well, that's
But we
cold
got a
for us, yeah.
swell, though.
Well, in the middle of summer it is.
Yeah, yeah.
But it came with a swell, that
Yeah.
cold water.
And our Lewin current thing didn't
Didn't kick in.
kick in.
It's funny you say that because I just went to a south coast town that I won't mention, southeast coast town, for January for a little holiday where Albine's living now. And I went there last year, exact same time. And last year I was like, holy shit, the water's
Cold?
so much colder here in the Southern Ocean. Like, it was really cold. It was
Ugh.
like way cold. And then we went this year and it was the same temp as here. And me and the missus were fully expecting like real
Yeah.
cold water. We're like, and I was like, oh, that's weird. So it must have been the same current.
I
year.
remember
Something
that because we
funky.
just had a swell.
Something about the
Too,
but it was
yeah.
something about the I don't understand the Lewin currents. Talk to Georgie boy.
Yeah.
But what didn't push in?
It didn't come in.
It didn't
No,
push
it
in.
stayed
It
Yeah.
stayed out wide, so the
Okay.
cold water came through.
Because the Lewin currents, what keeps us warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what didn't happen. Fuck, it's fascinating. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'd love to just be the professor of like weather and
Yeah.
fucking currents.
That's really funny, Crystal, because every morning I get up, I go, there's two things I do to check the surf. I go onto Swellnet and I look at the cameras.
Don't say the next one because that's a little secret that we use to get our kids to surf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
other one, I go to a local Instagram account.
Yes.
And I see where she's setting up for the day.
Yeah, exactly. So I knew you were going to
Or
say
where
that.
I'm not.
Okay, fine.
And I was-
Or where she's
I'm
not.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not going to be
Ruby's
good.
like, where am
by
I
the way.
surfing today? Well, you know what Instagram account to tap onto.
Yeah,
Go and have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not printing that because I use that to go,
right.
oh, where should I surf? Take the kids today.
Do you know what? When it's that good, just text me, guys,
All right.
and I'll
sick.
tell you.
Awesome.
We can smell it.
I've spent that many hours fucking driving the coast.
Yeah.
Bruin's like, how did you know Crystal was here today? And I'm like, I just could smell her, Bruin. He's like, oh.
I just sensed it.
I just
Classic.
thought maybe I.
So, mates, travel stories are an awesome part of being a surfer.
Yeah.
Is Mexico your best surf travel, surf holiday, surf travel?
Look, I think so. But if I can say, I think the 1990s, surfing Chungu, when it was
Oh,
just rice paddies
Yeah.
and not even on the map, and
Yep.
going out there and just on a motorbike with Ernie, and then finding some locals and seeing if we could just live in their hut for the night. Like those
cool.
memories. And then also Noosa Lombongan, like
yeah.
hiring a fisherman to take us across. Nothing on the island, nothing, just
Love that.
chickens. And then we were surfing shipwrecks, and the hot tuna team came, and my bikini came off and was wrapped around my ankle, and I was
Really?
duck diving bare bum and fanny out in front of the hot tuna team. But
Emerson was just like, woo.
but going places.
Did the hot tuna photographer get
Oh,
any
he
snaps?
was paddling over, and I was like, no.
Yeah. he was like swimming as fast as he could with his water housing.
I'm going to take the photos anyway. Sorry.
Live hot tuna in the lineup.
Yeah.
But you know, so I mean, Nalu is the place that's got my heart, and go there every year.
Yeah.
But when I think about it, you know, those trips, going to those places before what it is now, they really probably are your best memories, would you think? You know, like,
Yeah.
Like, where do you...
Well,
where would
I'll
you-
ask all
Yeah,
separately.
sorry.
Anyone need a piss? I need a piss break, but you girls can keep
I
talking.
need a wee.
Okay.
I'll have a wee. Thanks.
Okay.
mate.
Should we have a quick pause?
It's a wee break.
It's a wee break.
Wee break.
June, July.
And we're back, and the girls are fucking at it. Just
Gee.
tune in.
Now,
Crystal, we are
she's
going on.
worked 6 weeks out of the fucking year, and listen to it.
She works
You want to get me
hard.
started?
Things are getting heated here.
You
Things are getting heated.
started.
Sometimes I think about Crystal and getting up at 6:30 with 2 children. I'm like,
Get up at 6:30. I get up at
Do you
5:30.
think about
I
it
just
when
get my
she's at
kids up
Nalu
I
or an
do.
ex-mouse surfing
No.
dunes all day long?
Fuck off, mate.
I do. In August, when I'm down here fucking schlepping it
1
out,
month.
thinking,
Hey, fuckhead. Do you want me to talk about this? For 1 month a year. Fuckhead.
no, I think about it into Christmas when I'm like losing my mind. I'm like, just wait, Holly, settle down. Crystal
goes
has to
into
get her children up, carry them to a car,
Put them
and
in
put
the
them
fucking
in there, And think about food
You'd be
prep,
fucking traumatised.
water. Has
You'd
she
be
got enough water for
traumatised,
the
sorry.
day?
No wonder she needs 9 months of the year off.
And she's got people.
Hey,
and
no
she's got
wonder
people
I'm
ringing
fucking
her,
alcoholic
going, people ringing her, and she's got
Mate.
staff ringing her, going, and then
Yeah.
the kids are just like, I love you, Mum, can I have a cuddle? And then I'm like, Crystal, you're a fucking goddess.
Load up the trailer with
You're a
50
queen.
boards and wetsuits
Mate.
and leg ropes and
Yeah.
wax and hats and
Oi.
sunscreens. Drop the tyres. Take the trailer
Put
on the beach
tyres
at
back
Smith's.
up, drop- yeah.
Yeah. Four-wheel drive down the beach.
Fight
Make sure you
Adrian
don't.
Finney over a seawall, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fuck's sake, mate.
Finney in
He
the
thinks
head.
I need it. I'm like, hey, Finney, I don't fucking need it, mate. I can drive down anything.
Yeah.
I've been to Barana with that motherfucking
Oh, do you
trailer.
remember we got
You remember
bogged
when I
on
went to-
Brannup?
We got bugged. I got bogged.
Yeah,
you
but
fuckers went to the
I
Carradine
was at the
pub,
pub.
We went to the
and
pub.
I
We were
sat on the
wondering where you
beach,
were.
Bogged. But
Where's
I did get out of
Crystal?
it on my own with 10 children in the car and my fucking 65-year-old mother. Don't worry.
But I must say, when Crystal and I first bought the surf school, we
got
got
bogged
bogged on
every day.
Every day. We got
Did you?
bogged on every
every
fucking
day.
day. And Jason
Really?
Simpson got so sick of
he was
digging
over
us
us.
out. He was over
Coming
us.
over us.
And I think the worst one was when we got really bogged, like down to the chassis, and then we decided to let the tyres down.
Oh,
So now
no.
the wheels were just spinning.
Retards.
And it was just, that was the harshest. Like, we had to dig for and someone's dad came and helped
Hours.
us.
Oh, holy-
Hours just digging. But we were absolutely, by the end, we were weapons on. Like, we could, if the trailer got stuck, we would unhitch it, we'd hook the chains around it and drag it into
Drag it
another
out.
direction, and then we'd come in it from another angle. Like,
All
we
over
were
it.
really good. And now when I drive to Nalu with my caravan on the back, I can reverse into any goddamn caravan site with my 4-year-old daughter at the back going, yep, come on, left hand down, left hand down, stop. It's amazing.
That was funny. We
That was some
just
good
we just
lessons.
rolled into recording there because I just had to press record because you chicks were just going at it. It all started from us, all you girls going, oh look, we should probably wrap up soon. And Chris was like, yeah, I got to bloody get up at this and run the surf school. And then everyone just started putting the boot into her. It was pretty funny. Yeah, so I just pressed record. So that's why. Apologies to the
Hey,
listen if we just came in out of nowhere there. But
Well,
that's,
you know, every day I get up and I fucking take that big circle thing out
You
down
do.
the beach and I drag it up the beach. Everyone's like, what do you let your tyres down to? I'm like, well, probably 5 to
Yeah.
10 PSI.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, what? What do you mean? I'm like, well, if you've got really flat tyres, your car just across the sand.
makes it
okay?
easy.
Yeah.
Makes it really easy. Makes your car not work as hard. And he's like, oh, nah, you know what? Really like 15, 17, 18?
yeah.
Better? I'm like, no. 10.
5.
Yeah, I can't be bothered
5.
fucking around.
If you fucking put it at 15 or 18, it's going to work a bit harder.
Yeah.
And like
You might get stuck.
granted, I do to tow the fucking biggest trailer in the world.
Yeah, it's huge.
And it's generally full of a lot of stuff. And at
wetties
the
and
end of the day, it's
water-soaked
full-
foamies.
Hey,
That's
I'd
it.
love to Google that. I'd love to ask Siri, how much does 50 wetsuits actually weigh?
I don't reckon she could do the math.
Mate, you know what
I
you've
know
got to
she's
do
got it, but
is
anyway.
next time you come out of Smith's Beach tomorrow morning, hungover as a bastard.
Yeah, I'm like, thank you, Adzy.
yeah, you just yeah. I'll come and help you. No, I
Okay,
won't.
no,
not only-
because I do actually need an extra coach. Any
But not
coach is out
only
there,
have
tonight.
you got your own children, there's the rest of us dropping into Instagram accounts, wondering where you might be.
Yeah.
And
Sending
unloading
extra
our children. Like, one day I knew she had a lot of, she said, oh, the crew can come and hang with me. We'll all hang together. And
kids like that.
and she drives the kids off the beach. And I said, look, I'll come round and feed them. I went round. I fed 11 children. And I was like, there's 11 fucking children here. How are you keeping your eye on them in the surf? And then I realised she's not. They're all just surviving on their own.
Yeah.
But it's not only has
I
she got her
am.
own
I am.
children.
It's a Simpson School of Knocks.
There's just
School of Hard Knocks.
all these other children that go, but
Yeah.
they're great because they get back to her house and they're washing wetsuits and they're keeping her kids
Yeah.
entertained. But that really is the gift, isn't it? Like,
It
it's
is.
not her own.
It is
it's
good,
all
mate.
the rest of
I
us.
rocked up somewhere this summer and on Smith's Beach, and I don't know what I was doing. I think I was like bodyboarding down the sand dunes into the river with the kids. And next minute, just got a smell of sausages cooking on the beach. And sure enough, Crystal had her trailer down there, and it was some kid's birthday. I don't know, maybe one of hers who could just be in a hanger-on. I don't know,
That's
but
it.
there was free hot dogs kicking around, and we got in on that. So
remember
it's
that.
a good
That was-
vibe.
that was
It's a
that
good
night.
vibe down there that Crystal brings.
Oh, I
for
love
sure.
it, mate. Now my kids are a bit bigger, far out. We have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just, it is a lot of the time, I'm so happy to have whoever kids just want to fucking hang out. I
Yeah.
clearly don't take anyone that can't swim.
Yeah, no.
FYI.
That's,
Yes.
you can't know.
My only
Or who
kids are
hasn't
the
signed
only
a
ones that
waiver.
can't swim
Yeah.
because they're 3. But the other ones and all the friends. And now I just feel so actually lucky that I can, as a mum, I take my fucking 3 kids. Granted, half the time I have to put them in the car asleep.
Yeah.
With breakfast and lunch, and it's not that easy. But
No.
I get them to the beach, and damn me,
Taking
they
to
have
work.
so much
Oh,
fun.
they're killing it.
Yeah.
They're the
and,
kings.
and I
What a
have everyone
childhood
else's
they've
kids, come and like fire out there the fucking summer holidays. You remember?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure,
You know,
man. You're
those
not
kids,
remembering
you
like what movie you watched or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
you remembering
Or gaming you
the,
did.
you're
What TikTok
remembering
you
the,
made?
Yeah.
Is that a thing, TikTok?
But
Did I get
even
that right?
though the health and the mind health and the physical health of our kids just walking on sand and running and in waves and
Yep.
swimming and getting smashed and all that, like that's what we did as kids. And I think the greatest is, again, we go back to our fathers, did that for us. And it's
Yeah.
you on teach what you know, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's all we know. Like
all
we
we know.
only know that if you're grumpy or you're having a bad day or your mental health's not good, you get in the ocean.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes you
It
feel
feels so
100%
much
better.
better. Hence why we're friends, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
you know, like I have a hard time making friendship with people that aren't in love with the ocean because I'm like, you don't get it.
it's unrelatable.
Yeah.
And I think we've all travelled enough to know how lucky we are too.
Yeah.
You know, to go, man, like we're not taking this shit for granted.
No
Because
way.
I mean, we know plenty of people just in Perth who work really hard all year and to save up for a 2-week holiday down here, right?
Yeah.
And we're just living here every day. So
Yeah.
100%. And
we're super lucky.
and we're
Not
giving
not to
that to
mention
our
third world
children.
countries, you know.
we have to give that to our children.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
like
Mate, it's just a
no-brainer.
good thing that
Yeah.
Crystal is the one that holds the keys to the gate at Smith's, and
that's right.
not some rando dude that
Oh, imagine
doesn't-
the surf
That's
club
You
that
know.
had
Finny.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Owned by Finny.
Yeah,
Fuck, mate. I'm gonna hold that fucking key for a bit longer.
yeah.
Hey, don't you get me wrong. My shoulder is broken. My back hurts, and I've done this for 22 fucking years.
Yeah.
And
If you've done the surf school for 22 years now.
well, I worked for Sam for a few
Oh,
years,
yeah.
Yeah.
and I've had it. I bought it off. Lizzie and I bought it together.
Yep.
In 2008.
Yeah, right.
So that was the seventh. This is the 17th summer I've
Wow.
done owning it.
Oh wow, there's a great play, Summer of the 17th Doll. You need to read it.
Okay.
Yep,
Well,
I'll get
show me that tomorrow when I
Okay.
can remember. No, but it's that's how long it's been. But God damn, I wish I took a fucking photo of the beach every day. You know,
Yeah.
like Tim was like, Tim said this to me 10 years ago. We should take a photo of the beach every day
From the same spot.
from the same spot because
Yep.
that's how much the beach changes,
Yeah,
and
it
that's
does
how
change.
radical. And I'm so lucky to now understand the motions of the ocean because it's
Yeah.
a really like Lizzie. Actually, I remember you when I was younger, like maybe 20 years ago, and I remember this thing. I was like, "Would you take $1 million
Oh yeah. I love this
Over.
question.
over your surf history and
Your
ability,
knowledge,
knowledge, right?"
It's a question
So
for
you
you,
are-
Adzy. If you could have, let's up it a
Go,
bit.
go, go.
Because instead of
You
$1
go.
million, because $1 million's
That's a lot
Doesn't
of
even get
money.
you a house on the
$1 million
lakes
doesn't
anymore.
fucking- Let's
How
go
about-
5 mil.
Hey Adzy, for
Yeah.
$10 million bucks,
Mhm.
would you give up your ability to surf?
Five.
5 million. For 5 million, let's
Tight
rock
ass.
that.
No. It's
For
more
5
relevant.
million, would
Yeah.
you give up you knew surfing existed, but you
Yeah.
had to start again. You had to
Completely
start
from the beginning.
Had to start
completely
again.
Learn to surf. You didn't understand waves, rips, currents, nothing. For $5
Had
million
nothing.
bucks,
It's probably
Would you do
not
it
that
again?
big a loss for me because I'm not very good to start with. So I'm like, maybe
wow,
I would.
I've never
Hang
heard
on,
a
take
surfer
that.
ever
Okay.
answer
We're
that.
going to go back to 1 mil.
yeah.
$1 million for you.
No.
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 But if I was-
right.
Oh, mate. Yeah, I'm an average Joe punter, you know, like,
Take
You
off
have
in
to
a good
completely
way.
start
Mate, you
again.
fuck off.
Yeah,
You're
I'll
in
talk
the
up,
in a
ladies.
10
solid way.
And you know when to find meal up point when it's
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
5
I'm
foot.
taking off on vagina bubble
But
every day
you-
of the week.
But you
But,
love it, don't you? You love
Oh,
your
of course I
surf.
love it. I thought the question was going to be for 5 mil, like you're not allowed to surf again, and that was
No.
obviously a no. But for
Oh,
you to
okay.
say, that I got to start again, I'm like, well, it's not so bad. I'm not that good anyway. Like I can still climb the ladder
okay.
a little.
No. So you are completely novice.
Complete novice.
No knowledge.
You don't
You
even
nearly
know
can't
nothing
swim.
about it.
Nothing.
You know nothing.
Mm.
You're just
You got to really
average
think about this because
kid.
Yeah.
fucking you really think about this,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
and
give
you
it up for
appreciate
You drown.
what you fucking know.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
would
and
not
you
give up
appreciate
anything.
what the most part of this is for
Yep.
me is you appreciate how many years it's taken you to know.
To know the ocean. Yeah.
When the wind blows a direction, you go there.
You
and when
know-
this wind and now we're lucky enough, obviously, not to have to look at a fucking synoptic chart.
yeah.
And you can now look at a fucking
Yeah.
So
See,
I
Or
want to know his
whatever.
answer now.
Cross
Okay,
reference. Well,
you know, cross-referencing.
obviously not because obviously I'm not taking it because what I feel like maybe is a good answer to this question or give it some color and depth is okay, I grew up in Perth and I didn't surf a hell of a lot because the waves are shitty and I just didn't. But what I was doing was always riding my bike down and just jumping around in the waves at Watermans and trigs and body surfing and stuffing around, and all of that was like what you were saying before. You don't care if your kids are body surfing, bodyboarding, blah, blah, blah.
Bodyboarding,
Doesn't matter. And now I take that stance. I'm like, man, I don't need to push them to surf. The fact they're stuffing around in the shore,
Equals knowledge.
they're feeling, equals knowledge. They're feeling the ebb and the flow of the ocean, which all is building knowledge. And my wife's from the Ukraine. She didn't see the ocean till she was 27.
Yeah,
Right? Didn't even see it till she was 27.
That's
and
so
when we
radical,
go down to the beach, I'm
mad.
concerned when she's looking out for my kids because she just can't read what I'm reading.
She
And
can actually
sometimes,
surf a little bit.
yeah, mate, she like the other day, it was a big swell high tide, and the lagoon, which is a safe spot, had the current running toward, and it's like in some shore dumps, and she just can't read that. I was just down in that on the south coast, that little summer holiday. Someone drowned at the beach when I was down there, and it's purely because they don't have, they didn't surf obviously, but they couldn't even read the ocean. I was like, man, I didn't go to the beach that day, to that specific beach that day. I went looking for a different beach, not even for a surf, just for a swim, because I wanted to get out of the wind, out of the swell, and have a nice
that's right.
swim, right? But they have gone to that beach, which is incredibly exposed on a big swell with a really stiff onshore wind, and they've looked at it and the sun was out and the colours were nice and they thought that's a cool place to swim, and then someone died. So to answer the question, yes, no, I wouldn't, because my life has been revolved around the ocean. So
I reckon too. It's a good question that we asked.
It was a good question. It was a good question.
Oh,
Yeah, I might steal that question for future podcasts. if I
Oh,
can.
it's a fucking beautiful question.
Yeah.
Honestly, and Lizzie asked me that when I was 22.
Such a wise old lady, that Lizzie.
Yeah, wise old duck,
You're
yeah.
your years, Lizzie. You're already.
It's a
'Cause
while
I'm
ago,
82.
but hey, and Lizzie, I've used that question every year of my life, and I've asked people that because it is such a phenomenal question. It's the experience and the knowledge that you gain. It takes you a fucking long time to learn the ocean, and the thing about surfing, you are still learning every fucking day.
I even asked you a question the other day when we were at Rocky Point in the middle of summer. Like, who goes and hangs at Rocky Point car park in the middle of summer? And I went there. My kids were like, "Oh, Mum, how did you know Crystal would be here?" And because of that cyclone, I was like, "Well, Marta and I had been for a big drive around everywhere, and I was like, oh, well, with this constant north, like this,
There'd be a little wave here."
And they're like, "How do you know Crystal was here?" And I was like, and Crystal was actually walking down and we were talking. I'm like, I don't understand pressure of cyclones on the west coast. Like, I understand pressure of a cyclone on east coast because it's such warm water.
Sure.
But
time in the Goldie
we
and
don't
that.
get many cyclones down here. So we're trying to talk about it with one of Crystal's customers.
Who had no idea.
I had no idea, but it was just like we're always fascinated to continually learn about what the ocean's doing.
Oh, totally.
Hence why, I married the person I did, because I feel like he's my father, just a few years younger, but we love the ocean and we want to eat fish, and we like you, like all you guys, like we love eating fish and we love the ocean, and we would. I just want my kids that. Like,
it even transfers to standard Family Guy days out. I find, like, you go out with people and they're like, you're not surfing, and they're like, oh, you're gonna, let's go on an adventure today, and they're like, oh yeah, let's go to this beach or do that, and you're like, no, not that one, let's go to this other one. They're like, why? And you're like, well, mate, the wind's doing this, and in an hour it's going to start hooking this, and we'd be better off. And they're like, what are you talking about? No, we want to go to this beach because it's nice. And it's like, yeah, but it's
because we
not
saw it on the postcard.
Because it was really pretty.
We saw meal up on the postcard.
Instead.
As a surfer, you're just always tuned into the weather, aren't you?
So exactly, your fucking knowledge as you learn to be a surfer, it's definitely. But you know what? We're really lucky these days that we have so many apps and fucking things.
Oh, it's made it easier for sure.
Definitely. You know, now your wife can go, she's from UK and she did only see the beach when she was 27. You can go honey bun when the arrows are red or green, whatever you've
Just
got
go
your
to
settings at.
Yeah.
And when it that way, you're there.
Yeah.
You're yelling up in the boarding, you're fucking on the bay side and the arvo, and you
Yep,
go.
Yeah.
And it's quite simple for them to learn.
Well,
but
it's simple
also,
for us. It's not. It's not.
But it's not. No, but it's
I know what you're
it's
saying. I know
completely
you're
not.
saying,
No,
but it
when
just-
it comes to surf breaks, fuck, mate. You've got Bunker Bay. I'm like, I was thinking about this morning. I was like, when it's really good up the other end of Bunker Bay, but then, what if Boney's is pumping?
Yeah.
It doesn't want a fucking southwester. It needs a bit more of a
Straight south.
yeah.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, otherwise it's fucking cross shore.
Yeah, little
and you
cross.
don't want a
yeah.
barrel.
No,
with
you
a
want
fucking bit of
to
cross shore.
get tubed, mate.
You
Yeah.
want to get tubed. You know, I actually thought that today because I went to go to the surf school there, and I was like, "Hang on, there's going to be cross shore."
I was rattled today because it went east. Did it go east or something?
Yeah, it was fucking
mid-afternoon.
The sea breeze gale didn't come until 1 o'clock.
I know.
I was sitting in the middle of the bay at Smith's, and it was just hovering out the back.
Was it?
Like a beautiful, hot, fucking
Yeah, old
beautiful
Cape
summer's day.
effects. Beautiful.
It's so cute. It just
Yeah.
hovers out the back. with
I
little white
love
caps.
that.
It's like waving at you with all these cute little white hands going,
Yeah.
hey, I'm out here. And we're all just in there just going,
Oh, it's so
hey,
good.
fucking, you still stay out there.
Stay
We're
out
not
there.
ready for you yet.
Yeah.
We're
Next
not
week when
finished.
school's back, please.
Yeah.
How cool is the Cape Effect? It's pretty sick.
Oh, fuck, we
Well,
love
we've had some
that
pretty
thing.
glorious stories where everyone's got good waves and all the rest of it. Well, I don't know if we got Holly's best ever surf trip. Did we get that? But
Oh, Holly.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
hang on. It's a big fucking
How about the one
question.
next Saturday? That's
Yeah.
going to be the best surf trip ever.
where are you going
Next
next
trip.
Saturday?
Well, I haven't surfed a lot lately.
I feel like we need to go practice all week.
So the question is, where's my best surf?
What's the best surf trip? I mean,
My
I know it's hard to pin
best
down
ever
sometimes.
surf trip is the Mentawais.
Is it? What, boat trip?
I first went. My dad took me there when I was a kid,
Oh, yeah.
like in high school.
Yeah,
No
right.
one was there. Back then, used to trade, Coca-Cola cans for crayfish
Yep,
in the middle of
yep.
the ocean, and then I went back on a girls' surf trip with people like Rochelle, Ballard, and
The photo
Serena,
shoots from that were amazing.
and we got totally skunked, and we got not much surf, and then at the end of the trip, we just got this big north swell and got HTs. Like, as I think HTs really loves a north swell, and that was the very best surf trip of my life because
Really?
I'm not like my dad. I'm not a good barrel rider, but like anything, when you're surfing with people better than you, you step up and you copy and you do what they're doing. And I learned to barrel ride real quick at
Awesome.
HCs, and it was huge. But being from the west, we've got such ground swells here where
Yeah.
Indo's kind of buttery. When
Yeah.
the swell comes, it's quite buttery. So
What a
it
great
was
documentary. I love that.
it was just such good HTs and
Awesome.
lots of boats. Like, it was just so good. And I was on the trip with Rochelle, Megan Abubo, Serena Brooke, myself, I think Julie Morris, and we were really lucky. Like, Art Brewer was a photographer.
Oh,
He's
cool.
passed away since. Tom Survey, Bill Ballard, and
Some big
Larry.
names there.
Big
and
names. yeah.
Larry Haynes, he's
Yeah.
also passed away. And we just got this day at HT's, like, so good. And I'll always remember that as my best surf trip.
Sick. You must have got some good shots too with all those
we
photos
got
there.
really good shots. And as girls, we just all, like, Rochelle was the barrel rider and Serena was, like, at the top of the game back then. And we weren't nowhere near as good as those girls, but we all got kind of barreled as good. If
Yeah,
that makes
sick.
sense. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Like, we got as good a barrel but weren't as good as surfers. And I think that's what I loved about that moment in time. And surfed it till milk, like glass off sunset,
Awesome.
and then smashed beers, and I think we just sailed off, like
Sailed off into the sunset.
and just got so drunk and just epic.
Sick. Oh, that
like,
sounds like the most
yeah, that's
perfect
my best
surf
surf
trip.
trip ever, for
sounds like
sure.
a
Yep.
cracker.
Great answer. Great answer. All right. Well, mate, to reuse one of your words there, not everyone wants to hear about the trip where you just had your ass in the butter the whole time and everything went smoothly. What about the worst surf trip ever, Lizzie?
Whoa.
Because they're the ones that listeners really want to hear.
What, the worst one?
Worst surf trip ever, where either you got skunked for waves, or you lost your passport, or you.
I've got one. I went to.
I can't
no,
think.
why you think? I just.
Okay.
It was one of my best friend's 30th birthday, and about 1 month, I hadn't had kids at this age. It was 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago. I literally last fucking surf lesson of the whole season, right? Last surf lesson. I pulled in on a fucking foamy, and tried to get barreled like dickhead, and just went poof, 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 my knee, and stitched my knee up. No, I tore the fuck out of it. Anyway, 2 or 3 months later, I was meant to be on this surf trip, and to Maldives. Paid for it, everything, all good, done. And I'd done it, and I was like, "Fuck, do I just pull my insurance or do I not go on my fucking friend? I can still go and get pissed and have fun, right?" Anyway,
Maldives is
to the
expensive.
Maldives. No, because it was a fucking long time ago. I think we paid $1,200 flights and like $800 on this boat. Like, it was fuck all. It was a really cheap act. Like, it was back when I went on surf trips, it was really cheap. We managed because we hired the whole boat and we had like 10 chicks, and it was a real range of levels. There was like quite a few chicks on the boat that couldn't quite
Surf.
Yeah, that one. Nah, they could surf. They just couldn't take off and maybe anything more than a few foot. Anyway, but I went. And
Gosh,
so
she's so nice.
That was
Who
very
knows?
diplomatic.
I went.
We can't all be Simpsons, can we?
No,
Can't all be
I'm a Wallace
Crystal.
these days. Nah, I went and I could surf, but I could only surf in Malibu, which at that point in my life I was a bit. And then. So I could only run a 9-footer, and I could only go right. Which I was like, fuck, we're going to the Maldives. It's okay. I can do this. And I'm not going to pull the pin because I'm a part of this team. And anyway, I went right every day. I got very sunburnt because all I did is most of the time lie on my surfboard. And we surfed. Did get there on the first day. There was like 3 or 4 boats on jails.
Oh, yeah.
It was. And I did a lot of paddling, and I got a whole bunch of good waves, and I did a lot of paddling out, and I got fucking 3rd-degree burns on my legs.
Yeah, right.
Oopsie daisy. And
From the sun?
I've got
From the
from the
sunburning.
sunburn, mate. Just FYI, if you're going to Maldives, take leggings
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
because it's too hot to wear a fucking wetsuit, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
actually need to cover. And if you put sunscreen all over your body, you slip off your fucking board,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm
So
a
you-
zinc guy. Zinc on the back of the
your
knees. Yeah.
But you wear
that's
board
clever.
shorts.
Yeah,
we don't.
true.
And I was
yeah.
literally,
I don't have a hungry ass. I have no ass.
Yeah.
It's like
No,
not.
mate,
It's
and if
almost.
you
Maybe
put-
you need to feed it.
Yeah, I know.
If you
It's-
put fucking
with-
bikinis on,
I
you'd
need
be
to
in
stuff
trouble.
bikinis
Adzy.
up there to get it pumped up a bit.
You'd be in big fucking trouble, mate.
Yeah, I would.
I didn't. I just went out there in my little bikini
Yeah.
and I got fucking fried.
Oh,
And I left the place with 3rd-degree burns on my thing.
and a bung knee.
And a bung knee.
Sounds like an
And
awesome
so the knee was actually okay
Yeah.
until the second last day, and we went up to Cokes,
Yeah.
and the other one on the other side, it was left, and I went left, and I fucking did my knee on my last
Oh,
wave.
did ya?
I was like,
No
all right,
way.
done. I
Whatever.
just got drunk after that.
Oh,
But whatever.
least you're good
Surf
at
trips,
that,
that's
though.
what you do.
that's a
And I'm
pretty
good at
mad.
that.
That's a pretty mad dog
Hey,
trip. That's
I'm
pretty
pretty
mad.
good at fucking doing everything, but
Yeah.
getting pissed is definitely one of my
You're
favourites.
good at that, yeah. No, she's just she's a good
Yeah,
fun
she's
drunk.
good.
Yeah,
I'm
she-
fun.
You are fun. You are fun.
I try to
That was
be-
a good answer. That was a good answer. Lizzie,
I forgot even what we were asking.
it was worst surf trip ever.
trip.
Oh,
Look, I
hang on,
can't.
no, that was my best. That was my
That
best.
was your best. Are you kidding me?
No. So, that's right. No, it should have. Oh, hang on, I'll rephrase that. It should have been my best. It was probably my worst. That's right, because I couldn't surf. Oh, I forgot.
Oh, that was
Right.
the best ever.
I think
That
you
was
should
the
have
best.
another drink. Open up that other
Because
bottle.
I
of
ask
red.
that question to everyone. It's one of my favourite, like best. And it's like,
Worst.
yeah, everyone's like, fuck you and your best trip. And it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
worst, and
yeah.
everyone loves the worst. Because when you get a good worst story, it can be
It's always
really
fun,
good.
though.
It's always fun.
Yeah.
And that was pretty funny that it was like worst. No, that was my best. Oh, hold on.
No, hang
Maybe
on.
it was my worst. I don't know.
But it was the first time to the Maldives, so it was really cool.
Yeah.
But actually, it
And
was
you still actually got waves. So
Yeah.
I did get waves.
Just
And
sunburned
it,
as well.
it went okay, but it was definitely ended up my worst.
Golly.
that's pretty funny.
Well, I can't think of my worst trip overseas. Everything rings like, but the one that pops to mind recently was August, Nalu, not
Oh,
this
we
year,
all got
last year. It
sick.
was feral. All her children got gastro and
heavy.
vomited everywhere.
Oh,
No, hang on. I'm sorry. Your kid got gastro
Oh,
first.
this
Actually,
old
I think you're
chestnut.
right.
This old
You went
chestnut.
to the
really
Red
did.
Bluff.
Oh no,
I forgot about that.
I'm sorry. Hang on. We should
So your
restart that
children.
story.
Okay, anyway.
No,
But we went. So we'd gone up earlier in the year. We had probably the best May and June.
Hmm.
We had this incredible trip, and we thought, you know what? All our husbands and left and whatever, and I'm single anyway. And we said, let's come back up
Lizzie
in
is
August.
single anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
just there's a message to our listeners.
Oh my
Lizzie
God.
is single.
What's a local dating
Hot blondie,
site? Local,
good-
local dating.
wicked.
Good
for
surfer,
advertisements.
big cans. Please
Wicked
apply.
chick.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
All right. Anyway.
Makes a mean guacamole.
Yeah.
Very good at
And
guacamole.
her
And mate,
margaritas
that
are
margarita,
insane.
I had 2 of her margaritas.
Oh
That
my
set me
God.
up
Okay.
big time.
Sorry, where
So
were
we thought we'd go back up for August, Katie, Crystal, and I, and it was terrible. It rained.
No, it rained. No, the winds were not
Had
bad.
really bad northerly winds. It was just it was such a come down from May and June. But to top it off, like our kids got sick, and it was just vomit everywhere. Everyone just got knocked out by this gastro. And then I remember,
came from the bluff.
yes,
It always
and
comes from the bluff,
Nah.
doesn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I tried to, it's like Crystal, I've got to do it all on my own. I drive up there, set up my camp.
Yep.
So I started to try and drive home. I just had enough, and I wanted to get out because the kids were getting sicker
Are
and
you
sicker.
listening? Are you listening?
Broke my fucking brand new awning.
Oh, no.
Drove out, hit a kangaroo on the track, like the bluff. It was like
don't
he
want a
was
holiday
hiding
here.
behind the one bush. and
only
as I
bush.
went past doing 60 k's an hour because my caravan's so old, I hit this thing and it just steamrolled under the car and spat out. Ruby screaming in the back seat. And then I'm like, God, to go out and try and whack this thing over the head with the wheel brace.
Spewed on it.
So, I'm all right.
Nearly,
I'm still
sorry,
good.
nearly shat on it.
Driving out of there, and then next thing you know, the car's overheating because the kangaroo's pushed back the bull bar radiator. So I'm trying to keep the car, turn the heater on in the car to get all the heat off the engine, and then stop it and put in
That's good
water.
thinking.
Oh, she's fucking smart. This
And
one.
then
Gnarly.
get down to
Don't tell 'em all your
Billabong, like
secrets.
running late now to get to the Billabong, and I'm like, oh, we'll just have to camp out in the, out by the Billabong Roadhouse. And that night, the gastro hit me,
Oh,
and
no.
I spent the night shitting in the dirt at the Billabong, out in the dirt, splashing up my legs. I couldn't even get into the
Shower.
toilets or the shower in time. Just dealing with this, my caravan car smashed in from a kangaroo. Car's overheating because we've done the radiator. Drive all the way back, and I'm on the freeway, and I'm just doing the final merge onto the freeway, and some numpty sideswipes my caravan and hits my caravan. I got back to Dunsborough. I was just a crying wreck. I was
Nice.
going, from the best trip ever, in May and June to Nalu. You can't do 2 trips to Nalu in a year.
Is that the
second
rules?
one, that
We
is
are
the golden
never
rule.
going
Never
again
going
on
twice.
our own.
Never going twice.
ever.
We decided all husbands and
Yep.
have to come from
And
now on.
nannies and all the people that help
It was
us.
dreadful.
See, I told you the worst surf stories. They're the best ones, man. They're so
No,
entertaining.
real quick.
I feel sorry for you, but
Yeah,
they're hilarious looking back at them.
We took it.
No one's gone to Nalu now.
No,
Yeah, no,
no,
but
it's
that's
not.
not
They're
just
good at
FYI.
Lieutenant.
No, I just want to make sure if you do want to go to Nalu, we accept you. Be a good cunt, but just be prepared for A, the last story you
everything.
heard,
Yeah.
but B, every fucking thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, there's
everything.
nothing
Yeah.
out there.
Right.
Oh no,
Had
they
nits.
sell water.
You had nits
Oh,
up there,
how
Chris.
are we getting
Oh,
flooded
nits.
in?
We got
Up to
nits.
your knees
I had
in
to
mud,
shave-
digging trenches.
Nits.
Oh, nits.
Gastro.
I had to de-knit my fucking kids.
You just shaved all
I
their
had
hairs.
3 boys.
Yeah.
They're not even
They
girls.
don't even have hair.
I didn't have hair. I had
But
to
that was a
cut
pretty
it.
rough trip. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good story.
I didn't even drink
And
booze. that trip.
the photos of
That was
your
sad.
kids.
I had to take all my booze.
Because her kids had thrown up, and she'd given them spaghetti the night before, and it was just these photos she would send us of each child just coming down, just spaghetti all over the back
With-
seat
on
of
my
the
own.
car. Oh, it was
In my new
Like, I
car,
was
by the
sitting
way.
in cold, rainy Dunsborough going, I'm having the best time right now. Like, this is epic.
Holly was high
The
fiving
fire's
her.
going.
Just
I've
having
got
a
Ugg boots
fire,
on. Everything's
drinking
clean.
red wine on my
Yeah.
own with no mates, but
Yeah.
going, this is epic.
Don't
Went
tell
down the
people
pizza
that.
shop. There wasn't even a wait for a
Oh,
pizza.
yeah, no one's there.
I got to the stage where I
They
just
were
actually
delivering.
laughed. I just kept
to laugh.
laughing.
You had
If I didn't
children
laugh, I
vomiting
was going to cry.
everywhere.
Oh, that's epic.
Oh no!
Anyway.
And I thought it was all over, and I got to Jurien Bay, and then the fucking spewing started again.
That's right. It just
I
kept
was like,
going
we're nearly
around and around
home,
her
and now they're
family.
all
That's
spewing
why we're all
again.
leaving. I've got to get away from Crystal. Kids. But I do think you're right. I think Ruby started it.
No, Ruby fucking started it, mate. That's
went
your
to the
fault.
red
Oh,
bluff.
yeah, it's always someone else's kid.
That's it. Okay. There we go.
What do you got, Holly? Worst surf trip ever?
Oh, Fiji, I think.
Ooh, that sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a clear-cut
no,
answer.
that was- I was like,
Please
that's-
explain.
Wow.
That's pretty clear.
Yeah, it was.
Happened in Fiji.
Please explain.
We got to go on this epic, like we're going to go on this
Epic.
big catamaran.
Yeah.
Had a helicopter pad.
Sounds amazing.
No helicopter, but helicopter
Who was
pad.
funding that one?
Our sponsors.
Yeah.
going to film all this surfing and you guys are going to get famous. And then we got out there. It was fucked. It was just windy. Fiji's just out in the middle of nowhere. Like,
Yeah.
you know, all the islands of WA.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you get out there on this huge boat. It was just me, Serena Brooke, my friend Jodie Nelson, and Lane Beachley. There's no waves because it's so windy. If there was swell,
Yeah.
the wind was just like blowing the swell flat.
No.
So we just sailed around. And then we got to this one break that was
Locked
just
on a beach.
really
locked on a boat
good.
with Lane.
Finally, we got to this one wave and it was really pumping, like good, like little barrels, fun as. But it was a Sunday, so you're not allowed to surf on a Sunday.
No.
So we just had to hang out in our boat and not surf.
What's
'cause
worse?
For religion reasons, you can't surf.
So can I ask, what would be worse? Sitting on a boat, watching perfect surf and not being able to go out?
You
Or sitting on
weren't
a
allowed
boat in
to
the
surf.
onshore? Like just not being able to go? What's worse? What was the bigger punishment?
No, watching perfect waves, surely.
You think watching it?
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Onshore,
watching
you're just
perfect
like, whatever,
waves.
let's get drunk.
Fucking let's get drunk.
I understand watching perfect waves.
Like, we can play Scrabble.
Yeah.
And we were like, you were sold to us, like, you guys are gonna this boat's epic, and we were like, yeah, let's go. And then you convince your sponsor to pay, and then you get out there, and it just sucked. Like, and we got to this wave, and we're like, we're finally gonna get these really good waves, and it was beautiful, like glassy, and not allowed to surf because it was a religion on that island for religious reasons. We weren't to surf. So all respects to that local area. So we drive on back to the wind slot, back to where we were. Wind. Nothing. Finally get to Tavarua, and they were so starved of seeing females anywhere. They let us stay at Tavarua for free.
Oh, wow.
Sweet.
The trip ended in just getting drunk and surfing onshore cloud break, which sucked. and that was pretty much the trip. Like just driving around a windy fucking and then
Nothing's fun about driving around in fucking onshore
wind,
slop,
like,
mate.
it's the
I
worst
feel
element.
seasick
Like,
just thinking
you
of
can
that.
work
I get
with-
seasick trying to squid off Quindalup boat ramp in the bay.
Don't worry, I've worked
worst
in my
thing
dad's
in
trawlers.
telling
I've
the
been
story,
spewing and
you
playing
sound
prawns
so
for a lot of my life.
The worst thing about telling our story is you sound so fucked because you're using the word Fiji.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
You do
you're
sound like a
saying-
spoiled brat.
Like,
Yeah.
you sound like a spoiled brat, but
Yeah.
we literally paid thousands to
Yeah, of
sit on a
course.
beautiful boat
Yep.
and drive around in choppy, like.
And that's the thing
like
about
that.
surfing, isn't it?
And then the one day you get these, like I can see that wave just there, Adzy, in your shed. It's just that beautiful
barrel.
left-hand barrel.
Yep.
And we pull up to that, and
Yeah.
you're not allowed to surf, which for religious reasons I'm fine with. Like I've gone.
Okay, and so Monday?
No, we didn't. We surfed onshore restaurants and onshore cloud break and went home.
Oh, that's hectic.
So Monday
super
on
windy.
that side of the island wasn't good?
Yeah, so I can hit next.
No, it all changed. Like the
Yeah.
good day
Of
was.
course
yeah.
it did.
But yeah, well,
Sweet baby.
I was just double checking.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, of course it is
We had a lot of
in
fun though.
Murphy's
I
Law
did learn
style.
all the
you know.
words to
Law.
surf
Yeah.
mix a lot. Like,
Well, I'll tell you what,
rap
hitting a
song.
kangaroo and shitting in the dirt at the Billabong sounds way less dangerous than that. That sounds awful. That's
No,
what-
it was fine.
pretty
Like,
good
you
you
know
paid
what?
thousands. You
I
paid
mean, it was all
thousands.
fine. Like it was fine, but
it still cost you
it-
fucking $1,000
But
to drive up to the
you
dirt
say
and
your
do
mates,
that.
like I'm
but-
going on a surf trip on a boat to Fiji. Everyone expects.
You
Like,
course.
Yeah,
You
you
expect
never-
at least
yeah,
a
you-
couple of days of goodness, don't
Fiji
you?
sucks. If anyone remembers, it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Okay, I'll remember.
It's very far off the
But
ocean.
Fiji might be good on its day, but just FYI, it might not be.
Hawaii's
Might
got a
not
bit
be.
more going, as in elements of swells to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
it work.
Okay,
But
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, that was good.
I was not
Go home to
expecting that,
cancel
Holly.
my trip to Fiji.
Okay, we're
Yeah.
not. Hey, just there's a lot of rain on the east coast. Are we still good to go into the east
Did you
coast?
know the
next week?
Thursday we're there? Did you know
So
3
you
to
chicks
4
are going on
o'clock
some sort of surf
breeze?
trip in a
I
week
can't
or so.
wait.
Are you going, Lizzie, too?
No, I haven't
No.
got this one. I've
So-
actually booked myself into yelling up
Have you?
next week.
Have
yeah.
you?
She'll be
Tuesday for a
serving
week.
perfect yelling up. But I'm just tagging on to Holly's surf trip
Yeah.
next week, and I actually haven't been away from my children ever.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I've
not
been a mum
surprised.
for like 11 years,
Yep.
and there's
be
mixed
fine.
emotion.
Oh, yeah. I
You know?
understand. I
I
haven't
might-
had
I-
many breaks from my kids, and on one hand I want one, but on the other hand I'm like, man, I love
you-
seeing them every day.
Just
so
every day they cuddle you,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
want it, and they love you the most.
yeah.
No.
And one day they'll be old and think we're shit. So
Yeah, I'll be like, can you come and sleep with mummy? And they're like, what the fuck?
I don't know. I mean, we're all 40, and 50, and look how highly we're talking about our dads tonight.
Yeah,
We
that's
should
true.
probably do a bit
yeah,
of a shout out to our mums
No,
too.
but that comes around.
Yeah, it
like
does.
I know as a male, like when I was late teens, I was like, oh, my parents aren't cool, and
Yeah.
but then by the late 20s, you're like, oh, cool, they're coming down. Like, but there was definitely a good patch there where you're like thinking
take
they
'em
went.
with them.
I reckon though that is the beautiful gift of surfing that gives you and your kids, and I reckon like me and my dad have always had a great relationship because we've shared surfing, right?
I'm Malia Manuel, and you're listening to Barrel Surf Podcast.
So now we're just going to finish out with a couple little standard questions that we've sort of touched on a few of them. We just got all the worst surf trip ever, which is always pretty entertaining. Now, one of the other most entertaining questions I like to ask my guests: worst wipeout ever. I think Lizzie already gave it to us with a sea urchin infested.
I reckon I'll leave it at that
run.
one. Yep, thanks,
Yep.
Ernie Stead Richardson.
Yep. What about Crystal? What do you got?
Me. I was like, fuck, I don't remember. And then I was like, hang on. About 2 years ago, exactly.
Oh, that's pretty
Oh.
fresh.
That's pretty fresh. On exactly the 29th of the
January.
2023.
Oh, yep.
I completely snapped my ankle.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing you in a
Shallow
bloody moon boot.
sandbar at Smith Beach.
Did you?
Yeah.
Surf schooling or
Surf school.
Pit, mate.
surf
Yeah, there
schooling?
was no fucking sick pits in it. It was just I had quite a large woman that was in my surf school, and I watched it, and it was a small day. It was 1.5 metres on the swell, boys, and I was like, it's quite dumpy, quite shallow, and the banks are pretty fucking shit, actually. But being the 29th of January and you've got your busiest week ever, you've got to
And the
take...
professional that you
I
are.
know I'm a professional, but you've got to take the 50 people that want to go surfing that day. You need to take them. So we went, and this one set came, and I was just on the border, and I just went, fuck, this set's coming, and I pushed this woman up over this wave as hard as I fucking could.
Oh, trying to get her out the back over
Get
it.
her over it,
Yeah.
right? And just as I fucking shoved her, I let her go, and I should have held on to the board, but I
Right.
didn't, and I let it go, and I just went poof straight away, and it was literally 2 seconds later, I hit the sandbar, and my foot I was just so in the wave, and
Yeah.
I hadn't even got, when you would know as a surfer, when you go over the falls, you whoosh, tuck up and roll in,
Yep.
and I didn't, and I went over the falls, and literally 1 second later, my foot landed on the sandbar, and it went pop, 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 crunch. And I had pretty much snapped every ligament in my fucking ankle and fractured the bone down one side of my leg. And I ended up with syndesmosis, which at that stage I didn't know. But yeah, I went in and couldn't touch my ankle. And I didn't ring. I was like, no, don't call the ambulance. It's fucking, there's probably, there's a car accident. It's the busiest time of the year. Don't call
Yeah.
the ambulance. I'll fucking
Holidays,
climb away.
Smith Beach,
I'll be
summer.
right. Someone take me off.
myself
I'll be
up
right.
the
I'll
hill.
take yourself to the fucking
I'll just
thing.
pack this
I'll put
trailer
some
up
ice-
and 20
put some ice on it.
wetsuits and
Yeah.
20
Put the
boards
45
and
boards back
yeah.
on the trailer.
No,
tow
my
the
poor
thing up the
fucking mum.
beach. Yeah.
My poor poor
Piggyback, my
mum.
child.
She just went, and I was like, Mum, just don't panic. Just look after the kids. There's a few people, about 25 more people about to arrive for their next surf lesson. Anyway, they all arrived. A few of them obviously couldn't surf because I had broken my ankle. And, so a good handful of them, they continued on surf school, and I got taken off the beach and taken into hospital. Anyway, I was just lucky enough to have a cute little doctor run up behind me and goes, I know who you are, and gave me, instead of just an x-ray, she gave me a CT scan. And then, because the fucking x-ray came through, and they're like, oh, you haven't done anything. And I'm like, oh, yay, great, I'm a fucking drama queen. And
Hardly.
Not.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I was semi traumatized because of fuck me, it hurt so bad, and I've had 3 kids, right?
Yeah.
And I was just like, holy cow.
Those of you that haven't had
At
children.
home, by
it
the way, in
hurts.
the living room.
Yeah, at my house,
Yeah,
not with
right.
any pain relief at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I had all my children at home.
That does not surprise me.
They're
yeah.
actually like
And
my
then down at the beach about
children
an
are
hour
actually
later.
true
Yeah.
yelling up locals. They
Doing
were
a surf
born
school
on
lesson
yelling uphill.
2 hours later.
No, yeah, well, they were. They were
Those
actually,
of you that can't see Crystal, she's an actual true woman. She's a
Yeah.
strong.
Amazon, if
She's
you ever
someone-
seen
she's
one.
Amazon
no,
woman,
but
yep.
my kids were actually born on yelling uphill.
Yeah, cool.
But at that point, I just went,
Conceived in the lagoon, born on the hill.
No, they were probably conceived on yelling uphill too.
In the lagoon. Come on, don't take away from the romance of it all.
Unit number 7.
Nalu.
Unit number
Yeah.
6, Alley Road.
Timmy's has come in from a 3-hour session. Boardy's hanging around his knees. Just bang, straight in the lagoon. Sorry.
Thank you, Adzy. So no, I just at that stage was like, fuck, do I get an ambulance? And I was kind of at that stage like, fuck, I want one of those green whistles because it really hurts.
Where's the good stuff? Yep.
And then at that point, I was just like, just whoever the fuck can get to me and take me to hospital in my wetsuit. And I drove to hospital. My beautiful cousin Liam actually come and pick me up. Everyone was sorted, and they dragged me to hospital, put me through the X-ray and the CT scan, and they came out the other side. I'd gone home, and they were like, "No, sorry, you haven't done anything."
Yeah.
And I was like,
Your bones are fine.
drama queen here.
Yeah.
And went, "Here, have some Panaline Forte," which now I know that I'm.
Come on.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No, and I was allergic to it, so I took
what?
it for 24 hours, and I fucking started vomiting
Oh,
my
no.
fucking ring out, and I was just, and so I had to stop taking it. And at this stage, you got to remember, so it's the 30th of December, and it's a long weekend. It was a Saturday or a Sunday.
So we're going into the new year.
We're a new year, right? It's a Saturday or a Sunday.
And
Good hospital care.
are you? No, you're not pregnant. Sorry.
no, I wasn't
No,
pregnant.
sorry.
No. I had a 1-and-a-bit-year-old, so I was
Yeah,
still breastfeeding my
breastfeeding,
little
yeah.
I
1-year-old.
like the way she just clutched her breast there.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
Yeah,
was
just-
I breastfeeding?
He
I
was
was
born in
breastfeeding.
February. Have we had him or
No,
no? We
he
haven't.
was-
We've had
no,
him,
no.
but he's a
This
baby.
child? No, it was this child.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of shit I just can't have input in tonight. I've noticed. You guys.
No, Adzy, it's okay. I just,
Okay.
I'm like, I had a baby still, and so I was breastfeeding still at this point in time where I snapped my ankle very badly. That's my speech. And I went to the hospital, and they were like, "Sorry, it doesn't look like you've done anything bad here." And then 5 or 6 hours later, they ring me and went, "Oh no, it's very bad."
Sorry.
Actually,
Sorry, we got that wrong.
yeah.
So
Looks like a car. Looks like a car wreck.
we looked at it properly, and now you're very bad.
Yeah.
And so the next day, I had to go in for an MRI, and then they just double checked that they'd got it right, that it was very bad, and it was very bad.
Yep.
And then so the day after that, it was a public holiday. Okay. So the day after that, they were like, "Okay, you're in surgery now." And so they put me into surgery and operated on my foot and fucking tied my ankle bones together, because that's what
hectic.
syndesmosis is because it doesn't. If you snap all the ligaments that hold your bones together, your bones don't stay together. So
Yep.
yeah,
makes sense.
so that's what I did.
Mm.
And I broke the other bone, so they had to fucking plate it, staple it, wrap it, pin it, and put it all together. I went, "You can't fake. You're sitting on the couch, mate." Anyway, so that's what they did to me, and that's what I did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I remember seeing you kicking around in a boot.
Yeah. and
Pretty
so-
sure you were still driving down Smith's Beach with
Yes,
the
I
trailer
was.
on, with a
I
boot
completely
on,
was.
3 kids
I
hanging
kept
off you,
going.
pushing
The
fat
ne-
pricks
the day
into the
before
water
I-
still.
The day before I knew
Yeah.
that
Pretty
that's
standard,
how bad
isn't it,
was.
Holly?
Yeah, stand over. She got the you got the old ladies
Oh, I got the little go-kart.
go kart too.
Oh. Oh, did ya?
Because she still had to get up in the morning, and
Check
because
the-
to walk and check the surf was a little hard, so you got the go kart.
Oh, did
to,
she?
To go
Oh,
and
did
check
I
the
miss
surf.
that one?
But
you
then
see
she
when
would
Dash
step
drove
herself
that
out of the go kart. Oh, and then Dash got in the go kart.
Dash got it. How
He
old
stole
was
the
he?
gopher?
Oh, yeah,
Is
the
it a
gopher. The
gopher?
fucking 1-year-old.
At this
No,
point,
he's not
Dash is
2
not
yet.
even. Yeah,
He's not even 2 yet.
And he accidentally got in and revved the thing and shot her across the car.
Mummy forgot to take the key out, and the fucking baby got into the go-kart.
No
and the
way.
go-kart went...
Really?
Took
And
off
lucky
across.
one of the yelling up fucking fountains was in the way, because otherwise he probably would have killed a kid
No
in the
way.
playground.
Shut up.
I was
Great.
there that afternoon.
It was very bad. I was like, and granted, I probably hadn't had a wine. I was just, everyone was just like, "You fucking crazy person." And I'm like, "I'm just fucking broken.
I'm trying to
Doing my best.
Yeah,
trying
no
my
way.
best.
Run a business with 3 kids.
Oh,
And a broken
that's a pretty good
leg.
wipeout story. It's a pretty good wipeout story.
Oh yeah. So but gratefully, I want
Yeah.
to say that I did that doing something that A, I was working, and B, I was surfing and loving what I was doing.
Yep.
And just to point out that I didn't do it when I was drunk. Just
Yes.
saying.
Yeah. That.
That's all I want to point out.
Yeah, I do enjoy that clarification, because if you do something like that when you're drunk,
It's bad.
It's bad for your mental health.
It's
You're like,
bad for your mental
"Oh,
health.
I'm
I
an
completely
idiot.
agree.
I'm stupid," because I've hurt myself
done
when I'm
that.
drunk. I've done
I'm a
it.
loser.
Yeah, I'm a
Why did
loser,
you do
baby.
that?
So why don't you kill me? Yeah, but yeah. So you weren't drunk. You're clean and
wasn't
sober,
drunk,
and you
I
hurt
was
yourself.
pretty
There is a
sober,
lot.
and I
There's a
just-
lot of merit
hey,
in that. There's a lot
And
of
the
merit
one
in it.
thing, so it did fuck my life for a good 6 months.
Yeah.
Proper 6 months, right?
But at least
'Cause
it was while you were
She
working.
was
Yeah.
rattled.
I
I've
was
never
pretty.
seen
I
you
was.
so
I was
rattled.
pretty fucked. But what I did was I sat this woman that I pushed through this wave. If she didn't go through this wave, she would have gone up a fucking 4-foot wave. Double your fridge, that fridge right there.
Yeah.
2 sizes that fridge was the wave.
Yeah.
And she would have gone up and over backwards, flat,
Yeah.
in about a foot or 2 of water.
Yeah.
And she may have broken her neck.
Yeah, of course.
back.
Because she
And-
wouldn't have known how to wipe out.
No, they don't.
You
they
did
don't
know
do
how to
that.
wipe
But
out and you still
it
broke your
was-
ankle.
It is, and that's it. And so I just, from this moment on, I just will always remember
Replay
the
that
fact
and go,
I'm,
well-
I'm pretty sure that's what
You
happened
saved
to
her
me
from a wheelchair.
for that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
fair
think
enough.
too, what was so hard for you that moment in time, you were almost coming out of that hard mum stage. Like you were almost like Dash was. You were nearly done with breastfeeding your 3rd child that summer. And I think that was what was so mentally hard for you. You were
Well,
nearly
I
done,
just-
and then you just got set back another 6 months. And I remember like
She still
going
got
and
it together
helping-
for Nalu though. She was still ready for
Yeah,
May.
100%.
I
I
worked so
remember
fucking
like
hard.
going and
All
helping
the
you.
foot brace for about a week up there, then it was
Katie,
gone.
I
I just want to throw it out there. Little shout out to Trev,
Trev, the physio,
mate.
Trev from Down South Physio. He's one of our
Holy
podcast
fuck, mate.
sponsors.
Oh,
held us all
Trev,
together.
Honestly, I haven't been to a physio in my life, and I had a little couple long time ago. But Trev, dead set, just got me on track and got me to the stage where I was fit and strong enough and able to work myself that I was like able to go to Nalu
yeah,
at post surgery 6 months and fucking surf.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and Gordy the surgeon, Gordy Hay, he got me because I had to have, that's not one surgery, I had to have 2.
Yeah, right.
Shit went pear-shaped. It all went pear-shaped. And Gordy got me sorted, and my team just kept me up. And my mum and my husband, like I've never seen a poor husband have to look after
And
me.
don't forget, we cleaned your house.
Oh, yeah. And
8
then my
hours.
best friend
Fucking hell.
deep cleaned my house.
Jesus.
It was, hadn't been
After
cleaned
Tim had had a bender for 3 days too.
Was that just after you built the house too?
Wasn't
a builder's clean, was it?
It wasn't a post-build clean, no.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
was just the fact that
operation.
mummy had been laid up for a couple
Yeah.
of months,
Yeah.
and then
Oh,
I
yeah.
got an infection, and I
Oh,
ended up
did
in
ya?
hospital and
Yeah.
Oh,
so then
mega.
I got sent to hospital.
It was the gift that kept on giving
Oh,
and giving
wow.
and giving.
So
Good
yeah,
It was a
Wipeout
call
story.
for her to
Ripper.
maybe slow down.
it was a 5-month proper.
Oh,
Yeah, so I had to
Yep.
go back in. So I got an infection. I had to go back in and get all the shit taken out
Yep.
early, and so then I had 2 more months of foot up.
Yeah.
And at the end of that, it was healed. And then I had literally
Rehab.
1 month
Yep.
of rehab proper and fucking Trev.
and then
down,
just back out at
mate,
Vagina
he
Bubble
just-
getting
he just-
pitted.
And then next minute, I'm nearly pitted. I'm allergic to barrels. Just letting you know, hey, I'm not shy to say that out loud.
Really?
I am
Your
allergic
top 10's
Okay.
pretty
to
sick,
barrels.
mate.
Same.
Get me, I'll go vertical.
Yeah.
I don't pull in. No.
You know what time it is? 12 o'clock on the Crystal Simpson wristwatch every day of the week. Mate, that was pretty sick. Did we get Holly's? Worst wipeout?
Oh, I think my worst wipeout was again back to the
Same. Best surf trip, worst
Back to
wipeout.
shit Mentawis.
Yeah.
The best Mentawis was my worst wipeout.
Was it?
What happened?
Like again, like building swells,
Oh.
and we've had the best day ever of just getting barreled in nice 6-foot HDs, building swell, and then when it just jacks,
Yeah.
paddling back out and trying to scrape, like paddling back out and trying to scrape up over and getting sucked over backwards on the balls, and it hurt. I
Yeah.
always remember I've never been sucked over backwards.
Haven't you?
Over a wave.
And did you hit the bottom? Did you hit the bottom?
I don't know if I hit the bottom, but just up on a lip and.
It's not a good
think-
feeling, eh? When
I've
you're still on
seen-
your board too, like laying
Yeah.
down, paddling, and you're going backwards.
Like I
it's-
think it sounds so bad. It sounds like such a
Pussy
like
thing to
pussy
say.
story because I've heard Felicity Palmentier or
Oh,
talk about doing
Lauren
it at
Enver.
Waimea and stuff, and I'm like, actually that's
Yeah.
not that cool.
Nah.
It's
I went
pretty
under
weak.
for the 3rd wave in a row
Yeah.
without a breath.
Yeah.
It was just HTs, and basically when that happens at HT, you just get washed into a bay. It's not that bad, but
yeah.
it,
Still.
it was
Pretty
still
violent.
like
It's
you
still a
still getting
gnarly
you're
wave. Fuck.
paddling up thinking you're in a duck dive, and you try to duck dive, and then you get washed backwards.
Mm.
Not
It's
nice
a pretty
feeling.
like hard slap, that kind of
Oh, for
wipeout.
sure it is. Yeah.
I think that or Margs. Like I've had a couple of bad ones.
Margs takes you
Margaret's.
down.
Margie's main break.
Yeah,
Mm.
Margie's back. Yeah.
It's funny you mention that because while you were telling that story of HTs, I've got a vivid memory of when I was like 21 being out at Suicides, Southside.
Oh, right.
And it was big and glassy and sunny and awesome, and I was shit house. I had no idea what I was doing out there, and there was no one out. It was me and a mate, and I remember paddling under a big set, like an 8-footer or something, and duck diving and doing the full over the falls backwards while I was still paddling.
And the baboom.
And I just remember going over backwards while still thinking I'm in a paddling position on my board and just thinking,
it's horrible.
what the fuck am I doing here? This
And
is
just
not
trying
right.
to figure out how to hold your breath.
Yeah, I'm like, do I get away from my board? Do I keep holding on? What do I do?
Yeah,
Yeah, I got smashed. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
That's-
All right, well,
go.
that's some pretty good wipeout stories. Maybe we should finish with
Sure.
well, unless anyone's got any epic shark stories I want to throw in there.
I do.
You do?
Oh,
Of course,
I
Crystal
do.
does. All right, what do you got?
I've got the
I'm just
Nalu
gonna
one.
write Tim a message.
Oh, you do,
Oh,
Tim.
right, you
I
have,
had,
yeah.
so I'll do my quick Nalu one. Yep. So sitting up at Nalu, just me and my friend Jess.
Once again, another
again.
reason not to fucking go to Nalu.
Yep, just sitting out at Nalu with Jess and was feeling a bit sorry for myself because I'd just been savagely dumped by the man that I loved. And sitting at the back of Toomey's and just three of us out. And Jess had caught a wave and she was on the inside. And then I was sitting out there and this, fin just cut through the water in front of me, probably around 20 metres away, 20, 30 metres. And I was just like, oh, I know what that is. And then it just arced towards me. And as it swam towards me, it just slowly slid underwater, this dorsal
that's
fin.
fucked.
I was,
like the movie.
it's like the fucking movies. I was frozen to my board. I just could not move. And it just dipped down in front of me and it went under my board. And all I just, that moment could, your heart pounding and the blood in your ears and just the water that rushed through my feet as he passed below me.
Great
And,
description. Fuck, you got my
yeah,
hairs
and-
on the neck.
and
going.
Journalism, this lady. Yeah.
And then, and then kind of coming to and then spinning around, and then so began the longest lull at Tombstones
Yeah, of
ever.
course. Yeah.
Nothing broke,
Yeah.
and just paddling all the way and yelling at my friend Jess to get in. She said she was like way down the line. She said she just heard, she couldn't hear me because I was so far away. She said, but the tone in your voice, I knew exactly what was going in. She was in and up the cliff in a heartbeat. But that was probably
that's a
my
good one.
scariest
Did,
one.
did you feel like it was really big?
Or
just was like
it was probably just a tiger shark, and
it
it just might have been that it was. I mean, I don't know how big it was. I don't feel like it was. It was just a shark, and it was back then, and I was out there on my own at Toomey's. Felt a little bit vulnerable. Thanks, Crystal.
Mm.
Yeah. Not like that time that. Remember that time at Nalu when that guy told us there was a shark behind us, and Crystal and I. It was us two, and who was the fellow? The really smiley guy. And we climbed on top of him. Crystal and I.
I've done that a couple
You
of
remember
times.
that? Someone said, "You two, there's a shark," because we were chatting away, paddling
Yeah.
out, and someone did this signal to us there was a shark, and we climbed up this man, and we're trying to get on top of him. The guy who's up there every year with his kids, I forget. And anyway, lovely man, but yeah, we just climbed on top of him. We used him as a human shield.
No, I did that to one of the twins
Like the
once.
goannas.
Which
At
twins?
windmills.
hung out.
Julian and Tim.
Oh, did you? The naughty,
I remember
the naughty
like
twins.
this fucking
Windmills.
seal just went whoop, and then it was like this shark just went whoop, and it was the same thing. And I just remember everyone just went, and it was probably a fucking bronzy, who knows. But we just all, we jumped, me and my girlfriend, we literally jumped on top of Julian or Tim. I can't remember.
We don't know if it was Julian or
That's
Tim,
it.
but it was a nod.
It was
It was
one
a
of the
naughty.
boys.
It was a naughty.
It was one of the twins.
It's like
Women do. we climb
do
on
you
top
know,
of
though,
the man.
I
Yeah.
actually have.
It's like, well, if it ain't one of the twins, at least there's another one backing
Yeah.
him up on the
There's one of
beach.
There's a reserve on the beach.
Yeah, they're both good looking. The world will be
Mate,
okay.
they're gorgeous boys. They were fucking annoying when they were kids.
Were they nemesis?
no, they were never nemesis. They were always my annoying little
Lampists.
brothers, but now they're my gorgeous little brothers. I
Yeah,
love them
yeah,
to
yeah.
death.
Mates, let's finish with the greatest thing any surfer can ever do. Best tube ever.
Oh,
Well, Lizzie's, mate, obviously got one straight. She's jumped straight for the
hang
mic
on.
there.
There's
allergic to barrels.
two. There's two. That's
I know you said you're allergic to barrels, but you must have had one.
I've had one, but I'm
Okay.
allergic.
well, there's two. There's one at Burleigh, Burleigh Head.
Oh, yeah.
There's that one. But definitely the best one was the one that I got at that windmills competition where Bevo was on the shoulder.
Really? No way.
But I didn't see it.
What do you mean?
Well, I took off and I dropped in and I got a little bit of chop in the face and I was fucking around with my hair and I remember just hearing it being quite hollow. And then by the time I sort of cleared the hair out of my face and got my bikini back on, I came out onto the shoulder.
Every second story, a bikini's coming off where you said.
That's what happens when you're a chick.
I don't wear a bikini. I guess I don't understand these things.
Well, you should practice in a bikini next time.
I should.
see what it's like.
Yeah, I'm starting. My tits are
At the
getting
time,
bigger.
I kind of gathered my hair and pushed things out and pushed things back into place and came out on the shoulder and did a few turns.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got back to the shore and everyone just came running down the hill. All the girls like, "Oh my God, you just got like an 8-point and a 9-point ride." And I was like, "Oh, what for?" "For your tube." Apparently, I'd gotten tubed and I hadn't seen it at all because I got fucking slapped in the face by the chop and I had hair and sand and bikinis were coming off and I was tucking
Boobs
things in.
smacked you in the
But
face.
I remember hearing it. I
Whatevers.
remember going, "Oh, there's an echo in here." And then not really knowing. But yeah, so my best tube, I didn't see it. It was in a competition and I got a good score, but I never saw it.
No photos?
No, I don't think.
That was film days, wasn't
It
it?
was film days.
The guy was winding the fucking thing on the
Thank you.
beach.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lisa.
But
As a low
definitely
blow.
the best one that I remember was definitely Burleigh. When I was out with Kim Clift and Tom Wilson on his boogie board. It was one of those surfing WA things, and just getting and that hollow sound and that absolute clarity and that crystal clear. Yeah, that was
Sick.
magic. That was it.
Awesome.
Yep, that's it.
Wicked. I love how you put your hands up in that classic
And get
Tom
it.
Curran
There it is.
fucking thing. When someoone's telling a good barrel story, if they don't put their hands like that, it's
Yeah.
like, I don't even believe you right now. You're bullshitting.
Exactly. I was like,
Yeah.
no, I actually got barreled the other day in Exmouth.
Did you?
Yeah, I had Nate Manolis pulled out his fucking goggles.
Oh.
And have you ever done that? Have you ever put yourself in one of those things and you put the 3D goggles on?
Oh, you were. She's talking about.
You're talking
really
AI
cool. I got
barrel.
a virtual AI barrel.
Oh, wicked.
Thanks,
But do
Nate.
people know who Nate? No.
Oh, but Nate, Nate
Is it?
Manolis. We grew up with Nate, and I
His dad was
recently.
a legend shaper from the area,
yeah,
Mick Manolis.
you know,
Nate
the Mick-
Fatage along. in his
But it's funny,
days.
isn't it? Like Bevo can find a barrel where there isn't even, and then there are other. Like Mel
Yeah,
Redmond
because
says,
she's this fucking
yeah.
big, mate.
But Mel Redmond has always said to me
5'10".
that Mel's always said, "Look, I'm not good at barrel." I think
She's
some
also
people
quite
either
tall.
are, yeah, but that's it. Like some people can find them, and other people just can't.
Like Jack Robbo finds them
close
anyway.
their- and
Yeah.
close their eyes when they get in one, like me.
That's it. I didn't even know. So I'm not a barrel rider at all. I don't find them. I think it's because of my top heaviness. I just can't get down there.
Well, that should carry you out of the barrel, shouldn't
you follow your burrows out.
it? Yeah, just swing them out.
So anyway, hence that's why when I went into Nate's fucking 3D
Virtual
goggles,
world.
I was,
Virtual
it was when Tahiti.
She just Tom Curran her hands so bad she smacked the mic halfway in the middle of the room.
Tahiti thing, and I fucking pulled into the barrel. And I was like,
Sick.
it's so. Have you guys ever been in them? Okay,
No.
just
I've
FYI.
never been in a virtual
If you-
barrel.
So it's a virtual barrel. It's
barely been in a real
fully
one.
feeling like you need to like duck and weave as well.
Really?
Fucking cool.
You must have had.
Does that help?
You've had a barrel in real life though, Crystal. I mean,
Yeah,
geez.
Burleigh. I went in. Not Burleigh.
the
Fucking no,
front.
Lennox.
Lennox.
Tim's like, if you
always
don't
the
get
point
barreled,
breaks.
if you don't get barreled today, Crystal, I'm really disappointed. I was like,
Who
"It's
said that?"
Tim. He goes,
Oh, your husband.
Tim, my husband, Tim
Marital
Wallace.
vow.
He
See, I only
said-
know him as Wallaby, not
Wallaby,
Tim.
Wallaby. Wallaby was fucking told me, he goes, mate, if you can't get barreled today, you're a loser. And I was like, thanks,
That
mate.
does
Very
sound like Tim, doesn't it?
does, it's a supportive
he
husband.
was completely, fully and utterly
So
supportive.
Wallaby.
He goes, just fuck, mate. Just pull it. It's dead set. The best fucking Lennox barrel. It's the perfect size. It's not 25 foot. It's fucking 3 or 4 foot. And just the perfect little
Must have had
fit.
good sand or something.
The sand was radical.
Mm.
But I pulled in and closed my eyes and got fucking doozed. He goes, Crystal, if you just kept your eyes open, you probably would have made it.
Oh,
Look where you're going.
Anyway, I'm not a hero. I
No.
can fucking
Well,
hang
you
10.
are,
I can
actually,
hang 10. I've hung
but-
20. But I
Yeah.
just barreling, getting
And you go
barreled.
for
I've
you
never
burn
hung
it,
10.
Marlo,
I've
mate.
never legitimately hung 10. It's
No,
something I
I've
really
hung
want to
five.
do. I
I've
want to do it.
legitimately hung fucking 20.
What, fingers and toes? Or had some other person on there?
Fucking had a buggy in my yard.
Yes, of
And
course.
I've 100%.
There's been a lot of pregnancy talk in this body, and
no,
I
know, but we're
yeah.
girls, so that's
No,
what
that's
happens.
which is
And it's
great.
cool.
I'm just
And, hey, a lot
I'm
of-
just missing a lot of it. That's all.
and it's legitly. I've fucking legitly.
It's a cool new word.
You like that word?
Legitly.
She's
Then
paid
obviously-
FYI people.
Wait,
Hold on.
Crystal, but did your child have fingers and toes at that point of
Yes, he
hanging?
fucking
But if
Did
they
you see
did,
how
there's
pregnant she was?
10. There's 10 and 10, and your 10 is hanging 30, isn't it?
Well,
Oh,
probably.
isn't it 40?
Well, if you had your fingers as well. Or did you only have 5 and the kid's 20,
No.
25?
I had a gut this
Wowzers.
big. The kid had fucking fingernails.
Yeah.
So you were 10 and they were 10.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I also had a had a 5, so technically I had a 15. You know, we could go into numbers here.
Yeah.
Legitimately, I hung more than 10.
There was more than
Very
10. That's the
pregnant
bottom
and she
line. There was
hung
more than
super.
10.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
32
That
to
photo of
35 or
her
36
pregnant
weeks
had
pregnant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty pregnant. They had
Yeah.
toes for sure.
Okay, most people can't even walk when they're that pregnant. so,
No,
you know.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never hung 10, man.
Yeah.
I've never legit
I'm
stood there
terrible. I'm
doing
so
a tenner.
terrible.
And,
Yeah,
I'm
know,
like,
so
you know what?
hanging
I
10
want
is
to.
not
I want to.
legitimately fuck O's over the tail. It's hanging them
Holding
over the
it.
tail and then going back. No,
You got to get back,
No, you
yeah.
gotta get
It's
back.
like a barrel. If you don't
Sorry.
come out, it's not
not
a
a
make.
barrel.
Or if you close
right?
your eyes and you miss it.
Your
just-
Yeah.
fin, your fin have to hover.
Thank you. Hence, I'm allergic.
Yeah.
It's just a way of saying that I'm not really that good.
Holly, I think this is it.
Barrel.
The most amount of digits you've ever had over the edge of a
Barrels.
surfboard.
Barrels.
Oh, I think it's
I
Best
feel
tube
like-
ever. Best
I
tube
feel
ever.
like mine should go back to
lefties.
how many hang 10s. Well, 25.
But you're natural.
Yeah.
You
No,
keep dogging.
Lefty is just trying to be Dave McCauley.
Lefties?
Keep dogging like
Yeah.
the Dave Mack.
You must be a goofy footer, obviously.
No, I'm not.
What? How are you
Yeah.
trying to be Dave Mack at lefties if
No,
you're not a
but-
goofy footer?
No, but I
watching.
just
I missed that question. What question?
Best tube ever.
it was best
Tube ever.
tube,
Oh,
and I,
tube.
as a kid, like I was a terrible barrel rider because my father was a terrible barrel rider.
Well, he got
So
to
we
hang 10
never.
too.
But then we loved surfing lefties.
Yeah,
And Dave
back
was
in
just
the
so
day.
good back then,
Isn't
and,
he?
and then Twig
Well, he still
back
is
then
now.
He's still good now.
loved Twig up
Yeah,
there, but
shout out to
Twig
Twiggy,
would
the
just,
photographer.
And he's
Twig would just hassle me like you gotta
Grab the rail.
He just
Yeah,
wanted the
in
shot. He
drag.
wanted
Yeah,
the women's
he
cover
wanted
shot, didn't
money.
he?
He
Yeah.
just wanted money. And
He's
I,
like, just fucking put your life on the
Yeah.
line. I'm trying to get
Yeah.
paid over
oh,
here.
just like do this and do that, and I just did what Twig told me to. Like,
Really?
He was kind of like my coach in a way for just getting photos.
That's awesome.
And he got this little
that's kinda how it
sequence,
was.
and I remember as a kid, like I pigged like on my backhand, got this barrel at lefties, and came out, and I was almost like couldn't believe I'd done it.
Yeah,
like I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, I got
did it.
barrel on my backhand, and I did it, and I came out, and then I didn't know what to do because I was so focused on trying to remember what Twig said to do that I did it, and he got the shot, so he was like, yeah, I made money, and I was like, yeah, you're such a wanker. Like he was such a wanker, Twig, at that, you know.
Yeah.
But I loved it. Like it was so fun and kind of, and you were kind of like a kid. You were like stoked that Twig made money because you like none of
Yeah.
us had money,
No,
and
it was a different
yeah,
era.
like it was so different. We'd drive his shitty car down and listen to Snoop Dogg, and so yeah, that was my best barrel. I think.
Sick.
Like,
That's awesome. That's an awesome story. It's a good story.
yeah,
a good-
it was fun.
I love that
Yeah.
story.
Pretty good, buddy.
Yeah.
Righto. So I thought that was the last question, but then I remembered we did the Clive Palmer Cup, which is about negativity. So we need to finish on the positivity. Double thumbs up. The Steve Irwin salute. It can be anyone or anything. It can be a parting last word of positivity. Just whatever you want to do. Double thumbs up on to finish his
I'm going
potty.
to go with David Mitchell. He's man of the hour. He's the leader of the Save Smith campaign.
Yep.
I've never been someone to be like, oh, I love the Kardashians or I love this. I'd like people close to home
Yep.
who are doing shit that really counts. And
Yeah, cool.
for me at the moment, he's just absolutely with grace
Yep.
and
Absolute
Steve Irwin
intelligence.
would
yeah.
fucking hate that seawall, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and he'd love Dave Mitchell.
And he would
that
love
would be
Dave
a love.
Mitchell. So
a
fair
match made
call.
in heaven.
What about you, Crystal?
Dave's getting my
Steve Irwin salute. Who you got?
Oh, we're going. That's hard to follow.
Nah, there's heaps.
There is heaps.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
me. You can
Yeah,
knock
exactly.
yourself out.
If you can't think of one, if it's two on the spot, it's all good. Maybe Holly's got one. Come back to Crystal.
Go,
Whatever.
Holly. Do you remember Holly? Do you know?
A little salute to a very positive person in your life. right here, right now, I'm just going to go my mum.
Yeah.
'Cause we've all been very positive about our
Yeah.
fathers
Yeah,
right now.
good,
And
yeah.
I reckon my
Fuck, I
mum,
was
Jenny
doing that too.
Monkman, she
Yep.
has
Your
put
mum's
up with a lot of
freaking
fucking
She's done a lot of
bullshit.
hours on the beach,
she
made
did
a lot of sandwiches, cooked a lot of fucking
She
nalu, campfire stews.
Yeah, she let
Yep.
Bobby Monkman and myself run the family for a long time.
Yep.
And we did, as
Yep.
a family, my dad and myself. And she's always accepted us for being as annoying as we are.
Surf core lord degenerates.
Yeah, my dad's still annoying. He's still, and I reckon my mum is a big part of everything we've just said about our dads.
Yeah,
I reckon
absolutely.
Jenny Monkman stood by him, and I'm gonna go give
Jenny
mine
Monkman,
to my
that's
mum,
awesome.
'cause she
Good call.
cares about our Smiths Beach and our
She does,
community,
yeah, yeah.
and my mum's put a lot into our community.
And she allowed
behind
you
my
guys
dad.
to have that ocean lifestyle.
And she did. She was 100% behind my dad. My mum also stood by my dad to start yelling up board riders as kids, and she sat there by my dad's side as kids.
Yeah.
With
Well,
my
behind
dad.
every good bloke, there's a great woman.
And
isn't
yeah, and I reckon I'm going to give it to my mum because
Awesome.
she did. She was down there at yelling up board riders when we were little kids, supporting dad, supporting Crystal. She fed all of us kids.
Yep.
And that's where I'm going to go because
That's
my
awesome.
mum's not a surfer,
cool.
Yeah.
but she loves our ocean, our community
Yeah.
as much as any surfer in our town.
Wow.
She does.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Double
Cole.
thumbs up, Jenny Monkman.
Jeanette.
What do you got, Crystal?
Come on.
Well, I'm just going to.
You could easily
go
go
with that.
Tracy
No, I'm
Simpson
not
on
only
that one
following
too.
suit because
No.
I have no one better.
You just
but
needed the reminder.
I was about to say that, and then I was like, hang on, do I need to think of someone better? But fuck no.
There's no one better than your mum.
Are you kidding?
There's
She's
no one better.
motherfucking
She's a fucking
Teresa.
legend. Yep.
Tracy Nani Simpson. She is my absolute rock.
Yeah.
I couldn't do anything I have done in my life without her, obviously.
Yep.
But you know, when it comes down to the fact that she's just been the most supportive part, I've run the business and run the surf school and stuff for, and no daycare wants to take your kid at 5:30 in the morning. Can't happen. Doesn't happen.
On a Saturday.
On a Saturday.
And when you run a surf school, you
And
can't drop them off at 7:30 in
No
the
one
morning when
wants
they
to
open because you're already at work.
So what my mum does is she just comes down and she's out and
I
she
see her on the
makes-
beach all the
ma-
time.
Makes
She's
sure
there.
my beautiful children don't drown
Yep.
or kill themselves or kill each other.
Yep. Or
And
kill some.
also
Or use up
is
all your
really
data.
fucking good at giving out wetsuits. You know,
Yeah,
like
she's
she
good.
rocks up and she
Yeah.
goes, Crystal, when are you the busiest? And I was like, well, there might be 20 people arriving at 9:45 and I might be in the water still. And there she is when you come in and she's fucking sizing people up in wetsuits of all different
Awesome.
things and places and sizes. And so my mum is actually my weapon.
Yep.
My dad has been absolutely a humongous and best part of my life, but my mum is just fucking
she's
right there.
everything.
Ongoing
And
support.
she's ongoing support and helps me every day.
And she's a
And
legend.
also, do you know what she does?
What?
She comes home from the surf school, don't tell anyone, and then she comes in, and if I haven't done the dishes after the morning fucking process, she does the dishes
Oh,
and
how
puts
good
my
is
washing
that?
on.
Holy shit.
Don't
What
tell
a
my
legend.
sisters, but that's
Yeah,
what
don't
she
tell my
does.
other
And then
sisters.
don't forget she's got a garage full of vintage clothes that we all get
Oh,
to wear
yeah.
to fancy
Mate,
dresses.
She is
No,
one of the funkiest,
She's so
Adzy
coolest
knows,
dressed.
Adzy knows, mate.
yeah.
She's
Yeah.
been the fucking.
She's legend. I've partied with
bestest
Trace,
friend.
dressed
mate. And when you
every
said Queen of the
fucking
Desert before, it was like the only objection I had to that was like, well, her mum's the Queen of the Desert.
Yeah.
She might not have surfed, but
I'll be
God
the princess
damn.
of the desert. I'll
Yeah,
take
that's
it.
right. Because
My
she's
mum's
done
the
so
queen.
much
I'll be the
time
princess. It's
in
all
all
good.
those, mate,
I'm
all
with
those
it.
bloody psychedelic desert gurus and that. You know the war horse behind the
Trace.
cooking and stuff. It was Trace, man. She was there, man.
Trace,
It was
Shell.
Trace.
You know
Yeah.
what? Hey, also, do you know it was probably Ant-Man too.
Yeah, Ant-Man was a good cook. Mate, I had a
Love
pot.
Was a
Ant-Man. He's
chef.
got a
Ant-Man
fucking
was a
secret
chef.
little squirrel in there.
Yeah, he does.
Ant-Man
Yeah.
He's a
fucking
chef.
was there.
Yeah, mate, he cooked steaks here on Monday night. We got boozed on the podcast. Next minute, he took the tongs off me on the barbie because he could see I was doing a shit job, and he's in a chef.
Yeah.
Came out and he just
A lot
he
of
just
people
took
wouldn't
over.
know that Ant-Man was a
Yeah,
chef
I
in
did.
his
I
early
did
days.
because I had a poster
Mate,
of him on
I
my
remember
wall.
Ant-Man when I got married. I was
I
like,
would.
Ant-Man, are you going to fucking cook the prawns at my wedding? I need fucking someone to do it. Back then, when I was like, I'm not paying someone to fucking do
Nah,
it.
well,
You're
I
gonna
would
do
you?
it.
Not when Ant-Man's there. Just give him a few tins and he'll cook you up a storm.
I was like, that's my present. Just cook the fucking prawns.
Yeah, throw another shrimp on the
Cook
barbie, Ant-Man.
Cook the fucking grubs at my Simpson wedding, the Simpson Wallace wedding.
Yeah.
Get that right.
I think,
Well, fucking Tim knows that I'm Wallace.
mate, I think
I've
we
been
should
to Wallace
end
for a
this
long time.
podcast with quote of, "Hey, Ant-Man, throw a fucking shrimp on the barbie."
That's it. Come on,
Or a
Ant-Man.
prawn.
Can we? Oi, I like the grub.
The grub.
They're grubs.
All right.
They're actually
Mate,
fucking.
it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
It's
Thanks for
been one of
having
our
us.
best. It's been so much fun. Thanks, ladies, for coming in to share your stories. It's been fucking hilarious. And, man, I hope everyone enjoyed it. And if you don't,